There it goes.
All right, welcome in. Time for Total Bases, your one-stop show for all your Major League Baseball free picks and analysis right here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. As we came on air, you could hear Tokyo Brandon talking about the Padres starter. So that's where we're going to start today. I don't know that we know who it is exactly yet, but it is a big game. It is a nationally televised game and just a monster game in the NL West. This rivalry is arguably bigger than Dodgers-Giants over the last 5 years or so. I don't know. Brian Leonard, it's probably never going to be a bigger rivalry, but every time the Padres and Dodgers play, it feels very, very important. And that's what it kind of feels like here, as the Padres have run them down in this division, and suddenly it's game on in the NL West.
It certainly is, and these are two teams that coming into the season we thought were going to be pretty good. And you take a look at the standings, and the Dodgers, I've talked about this a few times, they know they're going to go to the playoffs, so the regular season games aren't as important for them. But the Padres have had, some up and downs themselves on the season, and that's going to happen in 162 game season. Currently, we've got the Padres have taken the lead, 69-52, and the Dodgers 68-53. If you're looking at run differential, the Padres are plus 52, and the Dodgers are plus 80. Current line on this game looks to be the Dodgers with Kershaw at home, the lefty, going against the undecided pitcher, as we mentioned, for San Diego.
I think I know who it is. who it is. I'm on Twitter. It looks like Michael King went back to the IL, and they're going to throw our friend Randy Vasquez out there tonight. So good luck, Padres.
Oh, yeah. Well, you've got Randy Vasquez then going against Kershaw. You can get as low as 170 out there, as high as 191. So make sure you shop around, especially if you're betting any of these games early, like when we do the show, because it's right after there hasn't been a lot of money put into the market yet. So you find a lot bigger differences. So if you ever like a game, especially a favorite, and you think you're going to be playing that favorite, chances are it's going to go up as the day goes on.
Wait, Brian, can I interrupt you real quick so you can speak on this? The Dodgers are about to take a shit ton of money, right? If Vasquez was just announced, that's going to probably move considerably. If you like the Dodgers, bet it right this second.
I would say so. Yes. Because it will go up. Vasquez is having a better year than a lot of people think, but overall, he's not that great of a starter. So that's something to keep in mind. But let me see if I'm on the StatCast page here, and let me see if we can get the Vasquez. Now, here we go. They don't have anybody listed, but let's go to the Randy Vasquez chart here and see what we can come up with. Once again, I'm on vacation. I'm using my laptop, so everything's a little bit slower here. Where it's at, we've got good Wi-Fi, but I'm in the middle of the country. And as they say, I don't have many bars.
Hey, quick shout out, though, for Brian Leonard on vacation coming to do this show at Friday at 9 a.m. It is 9 where you are,
I'm on vacation, too.
You're always
on vacation. Both of you
live in
Japan. well, we very much appreciate it because the show is so much better when we're all here. So Thank you guys for taking time out of your vacation. Sorry, Brian. I'll stop interrupting you now.
No problem at all. Randy Vasquez, 3.93 ERA, 1.39 WHIP. On the StatCast page, a lot of blue, which is not good. In fact, he has no red whatsoever. His expected ERA is 5.98. So he's been quite lucky, as we've pointed out many times this year. Anytime you get this far in the season, he's pitched 107 innings, and his ERA is 2 runs lower than his expected ERA. Everybody I know who's betting baseball will want to fade him in this spot, because eventually you're going to find that they're going to come together a little bit. But just to take a look at some of his numbers, his expected ERA is in the 3rd percentile, chase rate 8th, whiff percentage in the 1st percentile, strikeout rate in the 1st percentile, barrel rate in the 5th. He does throw 6 pitches, and to his credit, his 4-seamer, he only throws 19% of the time. So he does have a wide variety of pitches. He's in his 3rd season, but none of them have really been great. So when you face team like the Dodgers with a lot of veteran players, you would think they'd have some success against them. And as I mentioned, Kershaw, talking about veteran players, been around forever. He's entering this game, and we've talked about his velocity is way down from where it used to be. But these veterans, and Brandon's talked about this a lot, they know how to pitch. They find ways to win. He comes in with a 6-2 record. Who would have thought that he'd win, 75% of his games coming into the season? I didn't. I thought maybe he would get 6 wins on the entire season on a great year, and we still got a lot of time left in this season. His ERA is 3.14. His expected ERA is 3.97. And his whip is 1.26, much better than it was last year at 1.50, but it was only in 30 innings. Great barrel rate, 94th percentile, walk rate, 79th, ground ball rate, 82nd. But as I mentioned, the fastball is nothing like it used to be. He was always working on the curve. The curve is what you were scared of. But the fastball velocity is in the 2nd percentile, strikeout percentage in the 7th. Does throw 5 pitches. The slider, 40th percentile. Four-seamer 36, and curves 18%, split 6%, sinker 1%. So for the most part, he's a 3-pitch pitcher, but the slider is very good, and his curve has always been very good. So obviously a huge edge in this game from a pitching standpoint for the Dodgers. If you like the Dodgers now, get them now, because I think it will go up, and I'll probably be sitting this one out. I don't like to lay the big price, especially when you've got 2 teams that are this even in the records, and the Padres are playing the better baseball. So I'll be passing, but if you like the Dodgers, get them early.
Yeah, guys, sorry I missed yesterday's show. I got stuck in traffic. I was out at a hot spring out here in Japan, and if you see my Twitter account, I just had a real nice big Japanese steak, so you can see that on my Twitter X. Anyways, to this game, go to our pages and check what we got out. I got a free play up, and I got an MLB play up right now. Just won my KBO play, so I'm pretty happy I got Samsung there. They came through. Regarding this game, I'm going to surprise everyone. I'm taking the Padres here, and there's a couple reasons why. I've been a Dodgers cheerleader all season, but they have tried my patience a little too much. That bullpen is just terrible. They are just so bad. Once the starter comes out, I mean, it's almost like Colorado Rockies bad. I mean, any lead just evaporates immediately. Have you seen the last couple of games? Ohtani hits a home run, puts him up, boom, next inning it's gone. Teoscar Hernandez hits a 2-run double, boom, next inning it's gone. I mean, this team is just annoying. So the reason they're such a big favorite is because nobody likes Randy Vasquez, and honestly, I don't really like him either. But in his defense, against the Dodgers, got 31 at-bats against, a 194 average against, and a 735 OPS. That's not bad at all. If you look at his last few starts, his last start, he gave up 5 runs, but before that, he had 5 starts in a row where he gave up 2 or less earned runs. So I think the Padres are a better team than the Dodgers right now. Their hitting is comparable. Starting pitching, yeah, they do have a disadvantage, like Brian said, but I think Vasquez can at least keep them 1 run into the game, and if they're down by 1 run, you can rely on that Dodgers bullpen to gack it away in the 6th inning. So I'm going to go with the Padres here.
So I agree with just about everything you said, TB, and I want to point something out. So David Edgington in the chat, he put up minus 148, and I'm trying to figure out 904 Eastern. It was that. Jump back in the chat and let me know if that's what the Dodgers were like prior to the pitching change, because they've got absolutely slammed. If that's the case, they've got absolutely slammed over the last 6 minutes or so. I saw like a minus 170 here that I had.
I did too.
Was an old.
Well, it was like minus 180 or 175, wasn't it?
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure the Dodgers within the last 10 minutes are now a $2 favorite most places. Like, I quickly fired up DraftKings. It was minus 190. I saw MGM just on I was scrolling through the New York apps as you were speaking, TB, and it's like they're all at $2 at a $2 favorite. So yeah, Travis Helm says $2 in Vegas. Russell says minus 190 now at MGM. So the Dodgers, that was the market reacting to Randy Vasquez being the starting pitcher. Now, I wouldn't want the Dodgers now at $2. Even, and you guys know I dislike Vasquez, like for a lot of the reasons Brian pointed out. Like I just think he should be getting bombed in Major League Baseball by good lineups. But if you do get to the end of the game, or you do get to the second half of the game, Tokyo Brandon, and he's kept you in it for 4 innings, like that's the luxury that the Padres have right now, is they really only need him to go once through the order. Like this isn't even going to be like April and May where they have to have him go 5 into the 5th or the 6th inning, or they're trying to do that. They can literally let Vasquez go once through. They actually could use an opener if they wanted to. I don't think the Padres have done much of that, the opener thing, but they could, and then just sort of treat him like a bulk guy. And then you have a considerable edge with the Padres bullpen if you can get there. So where the market has moved now makes me think that Padres plus 1.5 would be the more, the better bet to me, because you're almost in the range of like only having to lay like minus 125 for it, and you get the run with the road team. So interesting sort of happening with that over the last like 15 minutes. I thought that was a good discussion. Go ahead, TV.
Quick comment. I might even take the Padres minus 1.5.
Like at an alt line plus money type deal.
Right. I get like plus 180, plus 220 or something for that. I might take that. Padres are a better team right now. They just are.
Well, it's not a bad thought, because what you're basically saying is if they could survive the starting pitching matchup, which again, like, let's be honest, like this isn't 2012 Clayton Kershaw. Like there's nothing, he could get blown up. That's not out of the realm of possibilities. Then you might be sitting there with a really nice plus price for that. So TB, I like where your head is going here. I think you've got some good thoughts on this one.
Unless the Dodgers are up by 4, there's no way they can feel safe in any game right now.
I will point out that both bullpens, since they didn't play yesterday, all the key players have gone 2 days in a row without pitching. So you're going to get every single bullpen arm that's quality. And I don't think the Dodgers bullpen is bad. It's just they're on a bad run right now. But you're going to get all their best players coming out, all their best relief pitchers coming out of the bullpen tonight, because the game is so important. You will see those guys in the game. So from a total standpoint, that would put me more towards the under. But yeah, it's hard to play under when you got Vasquez on the mound.
Vesia is their best guy right now. If Treinen comes around, all the Dodgers and all the catchers that he's ever thrown to, even when he was with the A's, have said Treinen has nasty stuff, and batters too. He's the best guy in their bullpen. If he can come around to his early season form, they've got 2 really good guys in Vesia and Treinen. Other than that, man, you're just playing craps with those guys.
They do need to establish like roles down there and figure out who like their top dogs are. But yeah, I don't think the Dodgers have a bad bullpen. They're just very unorganized at the moment, and they have been.
Look at their coach, their manager.
Yeah. And yeah, you're not going to sit. I'm not going to sit here and let anyone tell me they have a better bullpen than the Padres, who should have. I mean, at this point, if the Padres bullpen performs to what they are, like should be on paper, that's arguably the best bullpen in the league. It's like 1, 2, or 3. So
definitely
good discussion there. Great discussion there on what will be a very big game for Friday night. Let's move on. I knew I'm sitting there watching baseball last night, and in my head I'm like, Russell Deck is definitely showing up to the live show tomorrow, because he was in there. Brian, it's like he was in the chat trying to, like, he had like a roadblock up. Trig, don't do it with the Mets. Stop talking about the Mets. This team is it's not worth it. And he was right. I cannot believe they choked away that game in the 8th inning last night. After everything that happened, and they get to the 8th with the lead, and they basically have all their rested bullpen arms. That was absolutely mind-blowing to me that they gave that game away. where do you go from here? Now they get the Mariners coming into town, who didn't have the best series. That was my best bet. That was my only client playing Major League Baseball yesterday was the Mariners. They played awful, but they kind of rested a couple guys on me, and then they had that awful rainstorm, and Logan Evans got taken out at home plate. So a little bit unlucky for them. Now they head to Citi Field. Brian Leonard, how do you see this one? Mariners, Mets.
Well, if you remember, I tried to talk you out of it.
I know.
I didn't like I called it a due situation, but if you're playing the Mets right now, it's pretty much a due situation because they're not playing well. And I know they've got all the talent in the world, but how many times do we see these teams that go on these runs? I mean, the Yankees have been on terrible runs, but we'll see. Seattle Castillo against Sean Manaea going. Sean Manaea got hit pretty hard last time out. He's the lefty. He's at home. We're looking at basically a 120 favorite for the Mets here, total 8.5, slightly to the under. We've talked about the Seattle Bats. They've been better on the road for many reasons, but a lot of it is Seattle's more of a pitching ballpark, and they've been able to go on the road. But the Mets are one of the top two pitching ballparks this year, Seattle, Texas, and the Mets, although usually the Mets are the best ballpark when it comes to it. But a lot of that has to do with their pitching. They've got some really good pitching on that Mets team. But Castillo's a guy we tried to fade for the most part. At least I've tried to fade most of the season. But I would expect Manaea to come out and pitch a little bit better here. When you're taking a look at the numbers, Luis Castillo comes in with a 3.19 ERA, 1.19 WHIP. His expected ERA is, this thing's killing me. I hate this thing. I don't have a mouse. I'm using the up and down arrows on this shit. Hello. Okay. Here we go for the expected ERA. Damn it. 4.11. But if you take a look at his percentiles on the season, his walk rate, 78th percentile. That's pretty much it for in the red. Fastball velocity, 63rd. Everything else is basically below average. In fact, it is below average. His extension, I've talked about this in the past, he's 6'2", and he's in the first percentile of extension. Maybe he's old, can't bend over far enough, who knows? But his hard hit rate, 11th percentile, barrel rate, 24th, average exit velocity, 25th. I'll throw his 4 pitches, his 4-seamer, 48% of the time is at 95.1, slightly better than league average for a right-handed pitcher. And when you're looking at the opposition today, we are finding Sean Manaea, who has spent a lot of time on the injury list. That's one of the things this year. It's took him a while to get back. Maybe I should just skip on a lot of this stuff because it's just taking forever for me to get to it. 4.33 ERA, 1.11 WHIP. He stayed in the game a little bit too long last time out, and that's a pet peeve of mine. If you think you guys getting in trouble, you should warm up some people in the bullpen. I see that all the time out for Cleveland. If I was managing the Cleveland Guardians, I would start warming a guy up at the beginning of the 4th inning every single time because they have nobody I can trust to go 5 innings. And by the time the guy warms up, he's getting beat up. So that's what I would do. Extension 90th percentile for Manaea, who's 6'5", big guy. His fastball velocity, though, only in the 12th percentile. Basically, is a 2-pitch pitcher. He throws the change 5% of the time, a sinker 1%. Uses a 4-seamer 64%, a sweeper 30%. And the concern is the 4-seamer. I've said it many times. Anybody in Major League Baseball can hit a fastball. He only throws it at 91.5. So he's a guy that is pitching about where I would expect him to do. I wouldn't expect much more out of him this year. So we got 2 guys that I would like to fade as a hitter. We're getting a line of 8.5 here in a good pitcher's park. I don't like to play over 8.5. If it was 8, I think I would play the over in this game. But now that we need 9 runs to win our bet, I think I'm going to pass. But it wouldn't surprise me if either one of these teams has success offensively in this game.
So, Brian, if you get annoyed by managers leaving pitchers in too long, you would hate Japanese baseball, man. I've seen it almost every week. A pitcher has pitched 115 innings and they put him back out in the 8th inning to go one more inning and he gets rocked. It happens almost every week out here. The managers are so stupid. But anyway, on to this game. Castillo, I thought he lost his magic this season. I thought he was just a regular innings eater, but actually he's been surprisingly good. He's kind of back to his old form. The only difference between then and now is he's not striking out as many people. He doesn't go as deep into games, but he's kind of dominating right now. I kind of like him. The one thing I don't like about this game, though, is he has poor numbers against the team he's facing today. The Mets. He's got a 265 average against and an 834 OPS, and that's when he was like stud Castillo. So I'm a little wary about taking him. I think the Mets might get to him. And then I look at Sean Manaea. Never liked him that much, but he's got a really low whip, but he's got a pretty high average, which tells me that he's not getting hit very often, but when he does, he's getting hit for long balls. Not a good thing when you're going against the best catcher in Major League Baseball, who happens to be the home run leader, and he's paired with Suarez. I think their catcher and Suarez paired together might be the most home runs for any two guys in any lineup in MLB baseball. So Mariners not really known for putting balls over the fence, but this year they really are. So Raleigh and Suarez, man. Can you find two guys in any lineup in MLB who are hitting more home runs than those guys? Probably not. When Judge and Soto were together, maybe they did, but I don't know. But anyways, all of this leads me to believe we might be looking at an over here. I'm a little wary to take an over just because the Seattle bullpen and actually the Mets bullpen both performing pretty well. So maybe taking over in the first 5. I don't know. I'm probably not going to play it, but I just wanted to give you guys my rankings and my numbers.
Yeah, I can't disagree with an over if you're going to go with the total. I had the Mariners yesterday, so a quick recap of that game. Logan Evans spiked the ball with 2 outs. He was basically out of the inning, and then he got barreled at home plate, cut his hand, and then they left him in the game. They had a guy in a rundown. Josh Naylor just didn't throw the ball home. Guy was dead to rights. He ends up being safe. And that's how the Orioles essentially built their 5-run lead, which I got what I wanted. I got 4 innings of Mariners against the Orioles bullpen, and I think they left first and third in 3 of those 4 innings. So just couldn't get the timely hit. They did give Cal Raleigh a day off, which I wasn't expecting, but even though he got to pinch hit at the end, but that is notable here because he got a needed day of rest. He'll be back in the lineup. I think that definitely helps the over. Something we've said on this show a ton, the Mariners and the way they profile on the road. It's always, I think, lends itself to an over. Luis Castillo, he could get blown up. I mean, he's definitely been better. He's one of those veterans that I feel like is usually up for the moment. You're not really worried about putting him out there. He's gonna go out and compete. But I wouldn't be surprised if the Mets got to him, and I'm not high on Manaea either. So I can't. Again, Russell Deck, you were right. Mets just not the team. I should have been, I used it in the parlay. I didn't do anything else with it. I thought it was a fine parlay leg. But man, I thought that was a game that they would 100% have won. They didn't. I'm not going to take the Mets here. At the same time, I'm not going to go against the Mets. So the only way I could play this one, I think, would be to play for runs. I think that total being 8.5 is about a half run short. I would have made it 9. So again, very slight edge to the over in this one, in my opinion.
I do want to point out, as Brandon mentioned, the catcher for Seattle, the Big Dumper, greatest nickname in Major League Baseball. They have said that they're going to start resting him a little bit more. They're set up where they could make the playoffs. I want to make sure he's healthy. So I would expect him to either DH more or sit a couple games out. And as for my computer, I just realized that I'm thinking about putting it up as an antique. It's a 2015 model. So first thing I do when I
Okay.
get back to Vegas, I got to buy a new computer. I don't take many vacations. I do this full time, and I bet full time. So yeah, it's a situation where I just need to get a new computer, and that's the first thing I'll do. So I'm not going to go into all the stats on all these because it's just taking too long, and we'll be here for 3 hours. So I'm going to do everything off the top of my head.
If they rest him, that's the dumbest managerial move ever. These guys are streaky. These guys are in rhythm, and resting him, he's never going to come back in the playoffs. He's going to be Aaron Judge in the playoffs.
Can I add some insight there? I don't think they're not going to rest him per se. Like, he's going to DH a lot, and what that's going to mean is they're going to finally call up Harry Ford and let Harry Ford catch. They need. I mean, the guy has been tearing minors.
That would be smart.
They need to see if he can be, because here's the thing: we're at August 15th. They need to see if Harry Ford is someone they want on their playoff roster, because if he comes up and he's hitting, you might want to carry him on the playoff roster. So I would expect the Mariners to call up Harry Ford at some point within the next couple weeks, and I think he'll get regular reps behind the plate, and then they'll just have to play around with like Raleigh at DH. You know, Naylor will play first, and they'll just have to play around with their lineup in that regard.
Don't get him out of his rhythm, his swinging rhym. Don't sit him for like a week. That would be the worst thing to
do that. But you got to keep in mind, remember the All-Star break. He was really involved in that. So he hasn't had a lot of rest. Usually your catchers, your normal catchers, your Bo Naylors, if you're in Cleveland, you play 4 days a week and you get 3 days off or whatever.
Yeah.
That's not the case with him. So I understand why they want to rest him.
And it was day game after a night game.
But don't rest him at the plate.
They're not going to. It was day game after a night game. There was some rain, and they always were going to have him for a pinch hit. I saw that he was out of the lineup, and it didn't deter me from liking the Rangers. And he's not. I mean, he's chasing a historic season. They're not going to just take him out of the lineup. You will see Harry Ford behind the plate more. And as one more note on the Mets before we move on, Nolan McLean, they called him up. He's going to start tomorrow. You're going to see Steve Cohen start to get impatient. Don't be surprised if Jonah Tong, who will make his Syracuse Mets debut this weekend, is in the big leagues in 3 weeks as well, because I think the Mets front office is sick of like every fifth day being like Manaea, bum, Frankie Montas, bum. Like, you know what I'm just saying? Like, I think they're sick of it. And these young guys can ball out. Wait do you see Jonah Tong? If you haven't seen him yet, go look up Jonah Tong highlights. He might have the best changeup of anyone on planet Earth right now. We'll see if it plays at the big league level, but man, that thing is like moving batter's box to batter's box. And he's going to I may go see him pitch in person. I think he's throwing Saturday in Rochester. I might take a ride out to that game. All right, let's move on. Let's go to the day game. I have an opinion here. The Cubs are going to grace us with some day baseball, which we don't have time for me to go off on my tangent of we should have at least one day game on a Friday, the happy hour special. Drew Martin likes his degenerate special. I think there should be the Friday happy hour special, but we do get it in Wrigley Field every time the Cubs play a home game. So Cubbies left that one late yesterday, Brian Leonard. I think you said you liked the Jays in that game. So a nice late two runs in the seventh, and the Blue Jays were able to hold on, get the win, and take a very important series from the Cubs. The Cubs now come home to play the Pirates. How are you seeing this one at Wrigley today?
Yeah, I was right on a lot of my opinions yesterday, but the only game that I actually gave clients was the one we gave out in the parlay here, and that was the Colorado over, which looked in really, really good shape for a long time, and no, didn't get there, only scored 10 runs. Brendan Ashcraft, what I consider the better Ashcraft, nothing his brother who plays in Cincinnati isn't a bad pitcher, but I like the future of Brendan Ashcraft. He's going up against Colin Ray, and we're looking at Chicago at about a $2 favorite. Total in this is 9. Chicago's a better team, no doubt about it, but I don't know if I can lay $2 with Colin Ray on the mound, where Pittsburgh is probably going to have more of a bullpen game in this situation. The Cubs are the better team, and but I think even with Pittsburgh, even if they do go with the bullpen, they may be slightly better, at least as good as the Chicago Cubs here. The way the Cubs have been playing, I can't lay this number. I'd prefer Pittsburgh in this game. We're looking at a total of 9. Maybe we play the maybe play the +1.5 on Pittsburgh and see what we can come up with, because Pittsburgh has played much better since they had the managerial change. And that's the thing about Major League Baseball. You just look at the full season's information. They've been a lot better since the coaching change. So, yeah, I have no problem playing Pittsburgh +1.5 here.
Oh, you done? Okay. That was quick. That was abrupt. Okay.
Everything's going to be quick. I'm tired of worrying about
I was waiting for you to finish. Okay. Guys, please go to our pages and see what we got up there. I have a free play loaded, and probably all three of us are going to have a free play by the time this show is over. Take 10 seconds and go see what we're offering here. Great MLB slate. Lot to like today. I already have my MLB play out, and I'm sure these two guys are going to have one too. So go grab our stuff. Regarding this one, Colin Ray, never been a fan of his. He pitched here in Japan for SoftBank, and wasn't real good. But like Adam and I have discussed many times about KBO pitchers, usually when they come back from Asia, they're better. So he did have a better streak going there, but he's not a guy that I like to back. He really isn't. The place I have him ranked is right at 15 out of 30 on a curve of 30. So I have him right as a very mediocre guy. Cubs bullpen, though, playing pretty well lately. Neither lineup is playing well at all. And Braxton Ashcraft, I don't have a lot of info on him, but my numbers certainly like him. But I'm sure the sample size is way too small. So maybe a Cubs team total under here might be a play. Or a Pirates team total under. Either way, I think this game might be going under, because I don't see either team like exploding and scoring a lot of runs. Ray's numbers against these Pirate batters, not very good. He's got an OPS over 856. That's a good sample size too, 95 at-bats against. So I would think Pirates team total over, but the Pirates just aren't hitting the ball very well right now. And their bullpen's not performing either. There's no way you can lay 200 with the Cubs today, in my opinion. I mean, if you want to, go ahead, but I certainly would not do that. I don't really like the Pirates either. I think maybe an under in this one. Not going to play it, though.
Colin, I don't think they are brothers. They just happen to have the same last name. The
Really?
Ashcraft from the Reds. Yeah, the Ashcraft from the Reds and Braxton Ashcraft, nothing. I can find nothing that links them together other than the fact that they happen to have the same last name.
It's a pretty unusual last name.
I thought he had a brother in the minor leagues. My mistake.
It is possible that there is one of them has a sibling, but I don't think the two that are in the big leagues right now are related. Again, irrelevant, but it's always fun to talk about, because it does seem to run in the family when you see like 6 nailers and then realize that their relatives were like all professional athletes. So it's like you just assume, you see. I think there's 3 nailers that are all like legitimately very, very good at pro baseball. And then their parents were athletes somewhere. Yes. I'm sure Brian's got all of that as a Guardians fan. All right, so we got to get, slow start to the show today. I'm going to take it up a notch right here, but I'm going to bury it in the middle of the show, because I'm not giving this out. So I'm really just giving this to you if you're here for as a live viewer. Pirates +1.5, 4% play for me. I'm going to put it up for sale. So you're only getting this one because we're talking about it. You guys are here live. I'm not going to tweet this out. This is not going in the parlay because it's early. I'm going to use something later for the parlay. So if you're here watching live, you're going to get a free client play. And these guys set it up perfectly. Why would you want to lay $2 with the Cubs right now? That's, I think, the easy part of this handicap. Why would you want to lay $2 with Colin Ray? I'll tell you why I think you should come back and sort of, take it to the next level and take Pirates +1.5. Ashcraft is probably, obviously Paul Skeens is, I already consider Paul Skeens a full-blown big leaguer, okay? But like of the prospect type, rookie type starters for the Pirates, I think Ashcraft is the most exciting of the bunch at this point. I would have put him in the rotation a long time ago. That being said, they sort of had him in this like middle relief, long relief role for a while. That was never his role in the minors. He was a starter in the minors. So I think people are sort of looking at this and saying like bullpen game. Hey, this is not a bullpen game. I think they're just going to finally do what they should have done months ago and put Ashcraft in the rotation. Go, Brian. Were you going to say something?
I'm just concerned about the pitch count. Is he stretched out enough to be a starter for 5 innings?
Well, that's the thing, Brian. I don't think he needs to be. I think if he can give us 3 or 4 good innings here, then that's the thing with the Pirates. Is as much as they try to, as you question the front office decisions, there are some good young arms on this Pirates roster. Like, they have some respectable bullpen arms. Yeah, I know they got bombed by the Brewers for a few days, but the Brewers are just on another planet right now. Like, that's the thing. Like, to say the Brewers and the Cubs are equals right now is incorrect in my opinion, because, and I'll go back to what I've been talking about for the last week. Like, there's just something off about the Cubs. The body language just suggests that this team's like going through it a little bit. 1 run yesterday. How many offensive outbursts have the Cubs had in the month of August? I mean, even their wins 4-1. They had that one game where they beat the brakes off the Cardinals. Other than that, since August 1st, these are the scores: 1-0, 3-4, 5-3, 2-3. Lost 5-1. They lost 5-0 against the Cardinals. I mean, this past series with the Blue Jays, they scored. What did they score? 6 total runs. 6 total runs in 3 games against the Jays. They're just not hitting. They're not getting the timely hits. And then the frustration is obvious. Like, if you watch into the dugout, heads are hanging. It's just like, they're just not a team you can lay a run and a half with right now. And now they just played this high intensity, like, big series with the Blue Jays. It was arguably the biggest quote unquote biggest series in baseball the last 3 days. And now they got to turn around and play a 1:00 local start against a Pirates team that the perception is they should beat them, with a guy in Colin Ray on the mound who is really nothing special, not someone that should be laying a price to another team. I got Ashcraft, the better starter. If the Pirates can just generate a little offense, this is going to be a close game. And listen, the Pirates aren't going to get up for much the rest of the year, but one thing I think they will be a little bit fired up is to go play at Wrigley. It's kind of like the one thing that I think gets your juices flowing in that division, getting to go play, especially a day game, Wrigley standalone game. There's not much for the Pirates to get excited about. I think this is one spot where you might get some effort from them, and I wouldn't be surprised if they rolled in and caught the Cubs sleeping coming back from Canada and took this win. So I'll take Pirates plus 1.5, and that is a 4% play for me, and that is what's going to be on sale. So if you're here live, don't buy it. If you did buy it for some reason, DM me on Twitter. I'm not going to make you pay for it if you saw it on here. But yeah, I really like the Pirates today. I took the plus 1.5. Thank you for letting me go long there, because I'm very confident that this is going to be a competitive, close game, and one that the Pirates very well could win. All right. Out of breath here, Brian Leonard. I'm like, I need to take a breath.
You've gone long. You've gone long if Trig is out of breath.
And if he actually says, "Wow, I talked for a long time."
I got fired up right there. Was getting fired up. Jack Barco says everyone hit the like button. Yeah, we very much appreciate that. Like, subscribe. We very much appreciate the comments on the replays. We are in the dog days of August right now. I know it's like we're getting toward the end of the season, and you guys have probably been liking and subscribing and commenting all year. So just want to reinforce the fact that we very much appreciate all the interaction. And we're here for the long haul. September is going to be fun. Everyone's going to go become a football expert, and we're just going to be here, hopefully picking off, spots that the books are not on top of. So,
and Adam, before you get to the next game, let me say something about our audience. You guys are the best.
Yes.
You guys are the most knowledgeable audience of any of the WagerTalk shows. We learn stuff from you guys, which is awesome. And we're not like a casual baseball fan free picks show, although Adam just gave a free pick. We do give free picks, but we're going to give our opinion and our in-depth analysis, even if we don't have a play on the game, because that's what you guys want. And that's why we like you as our audience instead of those casual free pick mongers. Sorry, I had to rant.
Here's a result. So let's move on to the next game. This is a result that surprised me yesterday, although I feel like I feel like I was right in the way I saw the game, but the final result surprised me. So I don't know what Nats team total ended up being, but they only scored 3 runs. So my gut says they probably stayed under their team total, which is how I sort of like would have played the game. That being said, I think Brian Leonard kind of threw out Nationals as a live dog, and they very much were live. They get there, they score 2 in the 7th. After I talked up the Phillies bullpen, they score 2 in the 7th. And they sneak out with a 3-2 win. So I saw someone else in the chat saying, man, like the Phillies, what's going on with some of these top teams? Dog days of August, Brian Leonard, right? Like it's tough to get up every day. These guys have been playing ball every day since what? February? Gotta really fight through it. And sometimes you see good teams struggle. What do you think tonight, Phillies Nats?
Keyword you said, dog days. I was in the car the other day and I listened to a lot of sports, MLB network stuff, fantasy baseball stuff, and they were talking about Gore. Now, if you remember, he went like 6 starts when he was terrible, and the last time out he was great. And one of the guys from Washington that follows him said this is a yearly occurrence. He has problems in the heat. And Washington is very much like Cleveland, where it's not only hot, it's very humid. And that has been his downfall. What he needs to do is move to Colorado, and he won't have that problem. Unfortunately, he's not going to Colorado, and sorry, Rockies fans. But he did pitch well last time, and I think it may have been a fluke here because of that. Wheeler comes in basically about a 180 favorite. You can get anywhere from minus 67 to minus 94. I mean, it's like I said, about early in the day. But Gore, the lefty, going against Philly, and the total is 8, slightly to the under in this one. I think it'll be a good game for the Phillies here. As much as I like Gore, after hearing what happened, it makes a lot of sense. I know I'd be melting in the heat going out there because he is usually the one Washington starter that you can count on for 80 pitches a game. So he's going longer in the games, which is why possibly that he gets tired in that. And you got a Philadelphia team who's, we've talked many times about the back end of the batters going, 7, 8, 9 being lousy. There's a lot of teams like that. But Philly's got one of the toughest 1 through 9 in Major League Baseball. And they've actually got a couple of guys coming off the bench that I think are pretty good. So I don't really lay big favorites, but I would lean and try to find a way to play Philadelphia here. Maybe we play Washington team total under. Maybe that's the way to play this one. But I want to be on the Philadelphia side here, and I trust Wheeler much more than Gore. And keep in mind, last time Wheeler was out, they pushed him back a couple days. So Brandon's talked about this, creatures of habit things, and he still pitched well. So I like the Wheeler situation here against Gore. I like Philadelphia. Maybe Washington team total under would probably be the better way to play this one.
Totally agree with what Brian said. This is going to be my parlay leg, the Philadelphia Phillies on the money line. Let me just reinforce Brian's opinion and make it even stronger. Mackenzie Gore, terrible at home. He's got a 4+ ERA at home and a 3 ERA on the road. The Washington Nationals are a 23-36 team at home. Phillies are 32-31 on the road. Wheeler and Gore have similar numbers against the batters they're facing, so it's kind of a wash. But nobody can tell you that Mackenzie Gore is on the same level as Wheeler. Just Wheeler is a top 10 MLB pitcher, hands down. He's had a couple rough patches, but look at Mackenzie Gore. He had one good start in his last start. Before that, look at his starts, and they're ugly. 8 runs, 6 runs, 1 run, 8 runs. I mean, he's just he used to be a top 20 MLB pitcher in the first half of the season. He's just fallen off the table. The Phillies bullpen is really performing well right now. I have them ranked number 2 in all of Major League Baseball in current form. Have the Nationals bullpen ranked 22. And the Phillies lineup, they're kind of underperforming right now. I have them ranked 16. Still, it's better than being ranked 21, which is where I have Washington. So all of these things stacked together, to me, looking like a Philadelphia win here. I don't mind that they're on the road. Mackenzie Gore had a great start to the season, but I kind of knew that that's not really who he is. Even when he was with San Diego, when he was in his past, he's never been this good, and I kind of figured he would regress a little bit, and now we're seeing it. Philadelphia is just a better team, period. So I'm going to take them with my parlay leg.
Yeah, I mean, I'll play a little bit of devil's advocate just to chat for the game, but I want to just come off the top and say my opinions here are not strong enough to like put you off the Philly. So even though like Slick Vic says Nats plus 1.5, that was the way I kind of looked initially, but I do think you have to like think about like, you know, this is the Phillies at this point. They're probably not going to lose many games consecutively. I felt like they maybe took that lead for granted last night. And if they do get up today, that they're a little sharper at the end of the game. I guess the reason that I was sort of gravitating towards Nats plus 1.5 personally in that minus 105 to minus 110 range is I prefer Phillies against right-handed pitching. And, you know, while Gore has been inconsistent, what we do know about Mackenzie Gore is if he shows up and he's on, he can be pretty good. Like he's definitely their ace. If he shows up and he's on, he can be pretty good. I think you're just being asked to pay the premium for Wheeler here. And as I talked about yesterday, the Nationals struggle mightily against left-handed pitching. Against right-handed pitching, they excel. It's all lefties in their lineup. So for me, I just didn't think you were getting the best setup to lay a premium with the Phillies, a team that really hasn't played well the last couple days. But again, if the Phillies do break out, it's probably going to be quick and it's probably going to be decisive. So that's just like my handicap there, Nats plus 1.5. But this is not something that's probably going to come anywhere near a play for me. So again, just a little devil's advocate because I do see some people in the chat that like the Nats. And again, it's not wrong to have differing opinions. Go ahead, TV.
Let me just throw this out there. If the Philadelphia Phillies take a 2-run lead, looking at these two bullpens, do you think it's more likely they extend the lead or that lead comes down a little bit? You know?
I think if the Phillies get a lead here, it could end up being an 8-run lead. Like that exactly. Is the thing. Like that's excuse me, because the Nationals have like virtually zero bullpen depth at this point, and like they're just like, so who did they use in that 3-2 win last night? They used Rutledge, Osagawara, Ferrer, and Cole Henry. So again, but that's the thing. They don't really have good bullpen arms. So it's like you're kind of going to roll with whoever you get out of there. But yeah, I mean, if the Phillies do get a lead, it could be one of those games where, you know, it's like 7th inning rolls along, Schwarber's up with the bases loaded, ball ends up in Camden, New Jersey. Like that wouldn't surprise me either. So that's probably why I won't be.
Yeah. And in my opinion,
they're in DC. That was a bad reference. Thought they're not.
In my opinion, the Phillies and the Padres are basically vying for who has the best bullpen. In my opinion, I don't see any other team that's vying with those two for best bullpen, like shut down bullpen.
Yeah, and one more good point here from Slick Vic, which I do think deserves to be brought up. The teams that you want, I've always said this, the Cy Young caliber, elite pitchers, the Zach Wheelers, the Tariq Skubals, which we saw yesterday. If you're going to fade them, you usually want to do it in the division. And especially when we get to this point in the year. Skubal's been virtually unhittable. Who can't he get past? The Twins, because they've got such a large sample against him this year. So who would you maybe want to go against Wheeler with? Well, the Nationals, a team that have seen him a bunch. That being said, it works both ways. I'm sure the Phillies are going to have a great game plan for Gore as well. So good discussion right there. Let's talk about two guys that are I think this is one of your guys that you've nailed this year, TB. But this is the other national TV game in the States tonight, Apple TV, and this is a big one. It's Rangers Blue Jays. We'll start with Brian Leonard. He was right about the Blue Jays yesterday. He was actually right about the Blue Jays in both games of that series. I think you had them on Tuesday in their win over the Cubs as well. Now we get a very intriguing matchup here because we've got Jacob deGrom, Chris Bassett, couple veterans, a Rangers team that desperately needs to win games. Big series north of the border, Brian. How are you seeing this one, Rangers Jays?
Yeah, you mentioned it. The Rangers 3-7 in their last 10 games, now 7.5 out of the division, and they're fading fast. I've talked about must-win games. Usually, you're not getting the value that you should in those kind of games. But you have to think that this is that situation with DeGrom on the mound going against Bassett here, playing in Toronto. We're looking at basically Texas is a 110 favorite, total 7.5 to the under. It's tough to go against DeGrom, but keep in mind he's had injuries so often in the last 5-6 years that maybe he's getting to the point. I talked about the heat of the summer here. Maybe all these games in Texas. I've only been to Texas a few times, but I understand it's very tough to pitch there, and it's a lot of humidity, just the weather situations. Those innings by pitching in the state of Texas is probably more wearing on a pitcher than maybe like in a lot of the other Kansas City or so, or some of the other northern states. So that is a concern with DeGrom, but they need him to come out and pitch really well today. Bassett's a guy, he's usually an afterthought, but he's put together a pretty good career. I looked at that one and I said, you have to think Texas is going to win, but yet the money so far is coming slightly in on Toronto, and the way Toronto's hitting, I fully can understand that. So while my brain says Texas needs this game, I'm not sure they're in the position to win these type of games right now. So I'm leaning with Toronto in this one.
I love DeGrom. He's one of my favorite pitchers in MLB. I love watching him pitch. He's very entertaining. He's just got electric stuff. I love watching him. But today he's going against the number one lineup in MLB. Granted, that three game series in Colorado where they scored 50 runs in 3 games probably skews their recent form stats a little bit. But there's no doubt that this is one of the best hitting teams in the league, and they're red hot right now. So I feel a little wary taking DeGrom on the side here. But one thing I really like, Bassett gets a lot of heat. Nobody really likes him. They think he stinks and stuff. He doesn't stink. He's a pretty good pitcher. He does have pretty bad numbers against these Rangers batters, though. He's got a 953 OPS against in 65 at-bats and a 308 average. So it's a good sample size, and those numbers are a little bit alarming to me. Now, I have the Rangers ranked 25th in batting right now, but what better way to wake up those bats than to face a guy that you hit 300 against with a 900 OPS? I think the Rangers can wake up their bats here, and Toronto's bullpen is ranked 23 in current form right now. Rangers team total is only 3.5. I think that's a pretty good over there. I know they've been a little sleepy. Their bats have been a little flaccid lately, but I think facing Bassett and this terrible bullpen might wake those bats up a little bit. We might see the guy who I gave consternation to, Corey Seager. We might see him wake up as well today. I like the Texas team total over in this one.
Yeah, my gut tells me that this is a spot where like DeGrom just goes like demon mode. Like we talked about DeGrom maybe, taking a little bit off earlier this year, and the whole point of him sort of like, he talked about maybe not going like full tilt like 100%. The whole point was to get to games like this and to still be healthy. And he's now gotten to mid-August. He's still healthy. The Texas Rangers, I was just trying to very quickly pull up the wild card race. Of course, I can't find it. But anyway, they're right in the mix. They need wins. And this is like playoff baseball right here. Really, this is the next few weeks for the Rangers. Okay, I've got it right here. The Rangers are 3.5 out. So this week and next week, is the difference between, are we playing for something in September, or are we now 6 or 7 out and the season's over? And this is just that I feel like this is what DeGrom signed up for when he came to the Rangers. This start, going to another top American League team with the ball and the ability to go out, throw 7 innings, put his team in position to win. The same thing I said about the Cubs maybe holds true a little bit for the Blue Jays. Big series, they took it yesterday, got the late hit. The one criticism of the Rangers I've had this year is they don't really have like the big time leverage arm. They have a good collection of bullpen arms, but they don't have like the guy that's going to come in and just slam the door. They've got Craig Kimbrell in AAA, though. I don't know if you saw that. Craig Kimbrell's down in AAA, but they don't have the guy that's going to come in and just slam the door. So that's concerning, being on the road. And it's like this Blue Jays team just seems to have timely hit in their bag, timely hit after timely hit. So I would love to find a way to play the Rangers. I think DeGrom is an edge over Bassett. I think Bassett's probably got some, he's had a really good season, but he may regress at some point. So this is one I'll probably sort of let marinate for the day, but no question, I think Rangers and DeGrom have a slight edge here. And it's because of DeGrom and the fact that I think he could go out, shove for 7 innings and have his team in position to win. All right, Brian, I'm just not going to dick around. I'm putting Pirates plus 1.5 in the parlay. I wasn't going to do it. I'm not going to say what I said earlier. So if you missed the breakdown, go back and find the breakdown. But that is my parlay leg, Pirates plus 1.5. So my question is, have we talked about your leg yet, or do you want to propose a game we can chat about here?
I will talk about my leg here, but I just want to make a comment. It cracks me up every time Brandon talks about a team not hitting well, that they have flaccid bats. Reminds me of the Bugs Bunny cartoon where they're playing baseball and Elmer Fudd's got a bat in his hand, and I could just see that bat. Okay. There's my comedy segment.
I love the word flaccid. I like to squeeze it in any conversation I can whenever I can.
Yeah, let's hope you're not talking to the doctor when you're having that conversation. All right. I'm gonna head back home to Cleveland. Atlanta's coming into Cleveland here. Waldrop against Cantillo. Cantillo being the lefty. We're looking at Cleveland about a 118 favorite here. Total 8.5 over, maybe 18, something to that effect. I'm going to take a look at the over in this game. If you look at Joey Cantillo, he's one of those guys that has a lot of strikeouts, but he's also has a lot of walks. In his career, he's got a 10.9% walk rate. And when you put a lot of hitters on base, that's not a good thing. Now, he does get a lot of strikeouts, which helps. But if you take a look at a lot of his other stuff, he's in the blue in that regard. So if he doesn't get the strikeouts that he normally does, he's somebody that I think we could fade. Waltrop's a guy who looked pretty good last time out. He's been, how long has it been since, we've been hearing about this guy in the minor leagues? He's come up and he pitched really well last time. So a lot of times, unless you're lefties, and I've talked about this in the past, I like to ride the lefties that get to the majors because you only see, 1 out of 3 or 4 of the starting pitchers being lefties. But righties usually struggle when they come up to the major leagues. And I think he's going to struggle here in Cleveland tonight. The wind is blowing in slightly, not too bad, but there's a lot of humidity out here and it is hot. And if you've watched the last few games in Cleveland, especially 2 days ago, where it looked like some of the Miami players were taking check swings and the ball was going out, that the ball is flying right now in Cleveland. And we're looking at, you can get an over 8.5 at minus, 115 or 120. I think that's a pretty good bargain. I still have questions about the Atlanta pitching staff, but their hitters are hitting pretty well right now. I'm going to play this game over. And I will say that each of your free plays here on the show for this parlay were 2 I also considered using. So I think we've got a pretty good shot to hit this parlay today.
Sounds good. I basically have no thoughts on this game, so I'm going to use my time to promote ourselves. Go to our pages, guys. You can see the links down there in the little scroller thing, and you can see our Twitter accounts as well. We put up free plays almost every day, so take 10 seconds to go to our pages and check our free plays out. I have an MLB play out already today, and I'm sure these 2 guys are going to as well. So check our page and leave a comment on the replay of this video and let WagerTalk know that baseball is better than football. Adam.
Yeah, to each their own, but I like baseball better than football. No question about it. Like,
I do too.
And listen, there's something to be said. There's something to be said. Like, this is like a huge pet peeve of mine. We've all been doing this for a long time, and like, listen, everyone can't be an expert in every sport. Okay. And I love the next couple weeks when it's like, you have all these quote unquote baseball experts. Well, then September starts and suddenly like they don't bet baseball anymore. Like they're just now they're a football expert or college football expert. And listen, like I'll dabble in football, but yeah, I'm not going anywhere. I will be here grinding it out. We can still talk Louisville Bats baseball on September 8th if you want. Like, and that's what I think is the great part about this show, and why I wanted you to, and the whole vision of this show came together, because I know that the three of us are going to be deep into the weeds in baseball in the middle of September when a lot of people leave. But the more sort of important point there is, not only does some money leave the market, but the odds makers are busy. Like, let's be honest, like the odds makers have to, like, there's a group of people, whatever, how many ever people they have on their staff, that have to make lines for all of these. And when you start having to put college football lines and NFL lines up, there are some softer lines in MLB. So we're here to take advantage of that. And then you start throwing roster moves into the mix. It's a shit show, and it's in a good way for us if you're on top of this stuff. So which we will be. So, Brian Leonard, what is the number on your Braves Guardians?
I believe it was minus 118 over 8.5.
All right. So, okay. So over 8.5. Yeah, I think I'm going to call it minus 120 just for the have a couple whole numbers here. I pulled up Drew Schultz says the parlays have been flaccid lately. Yes. Great use of the word. He's not wrong. But as you guys know, with parlay betting, it only takes one or two to be back in the mix. We're still up 2 units on the year. We've yet to go negative. Yes. So we hit our first one. We've yet to go negative. But yeah, he's right. They haven't been hitting. We need to hit one, and we've got one today. How did this get deleted? I just had it run and it disappeared. Hold on. So I don't really have much to add to Brian's handicap. I did notice, though, Brian, as I turned that game on yesterday, that ball was still jumping, just like we talked about in the day before. So if the weather hasn't changed, hard to believe that ball is not going to carry tonight in Cleveland, and I hope for our sake it does. We have plus 433, so I just went ahead and did it. Pirates plus 1.5. If you want my breakdown on that game, I did it earlier in the show, and there's a good reason you should go back and check that out if you tuned in late, or if you're just rolling in to click on the parlay. I know a lot of people do that. Go back and listen to the breakdown for that game. Should give you more confidence in Pirates plus 1.5. Tokyo Brandon says Phillies minus 180, bouncing back after a couple losses. So we got TB with Phillies minus 180. Triggs going Pirates plus 1.5. Brian Leonard, Braves Guardians over 8.5. Hopefully that ball's still flying out of, I almost call it Jacobs Field, Progressive Field.
Still do. Yeah, call it the Jake.
Yeah, that was, those were the days for Cleveland fans, man. Those mid 90s in the Indians teams, we can say it. That's what they were. Awesome teams there. That parlay, Phillies, Pirates plus 1.5, Braves Guardians over 8.5. plus 433. Let's start the weekend off right. Over 1,000 live viewers. We appreciate the hell out of you guys. If you have a minute, like and subscribe, and maybe drop a comment. But have a great weekend, and we'll see you guys Monday morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, for more Total Bases.
College football season is right around the corner. What futures bets should you be getting in right now? You're about to find out next on Bet on It. What a blast from the past. I guess we're going to use our same intro from 2021. That's right, guys. That's the last time us three did a solo show together. But we listened to everybody in the comments. We listened to our WagerTalk friends and family. We decided to bring it back. myself, Kelly Stewart, Marco D'Angelo, and Gianni The Greek. We call him Ace. We call him VR. You're going to hear me give him various names throughout the show. And this is our college football preview, guys. We're going to go through some of the Power 4 conferences, plus a couple of extras. We're going to talk national champions here at the end. We got some regular season win totals for you guys as well. We're going to get right into it. Marco D'Angelo, VR, you guys are going to have to wait in the wings because I'm going to talk about the ACC first because it's alphabetical order. Look, Clemson plus 105 is the obvious choice here. And I do think we will talk about those Miami Hurricanes here later on in the regular season win segment. But right now, I think that there is a longer shot to win the ACC, and it's Louisville plus 750. As you guys know, they lost their quarterback to the NFL, but they did get USC transfer Miller Moss. Over 2,500 passing yards, 18 touchdowns last year with the Trojans. And what a better coach for him to play under than Jeff Brom. I think Jeff Brom is going to have one of the best offenses we've seen in his tenure there at Louisville. And I look for the Cardinals not only to win 10 games this season, but to give Clemson a run for their money on November 14th. How this is going to kind of work for this preview show is I'm going to give both guys a chance to interject. Marco, thoughts on the ACC?
Well, I think the ACC is one of the more wide open conferences, Kelly. I agree with you. There are several teams that could make some noise. Moss, he's coming from USC. We'll see if the new scenery is good for him. But, remember at the end there at USC, the old UNLV quarterback ended up finishing up there the last couple games last season. So we'll see what happens with him. But if there's a coach that can groom a quarterback, I agree with you. Jeff Baum is the guy that can get it done. There's going to be a lot of hype watching Bill Belichick in the ACC this year and what he's going to do with North Carolina. So you might find value with other teams because obviously he's going to command some attention. And then you always have the usual suspect of Clemson. We saw Clemson get off to a slower start last year. They rallied, got themselves into the championship game against SMU last year. So maybe they can return to the glory days, but too short of a price for me. So I don't have a problem with your play, Kelly. As I said, you like dogs. That is a live one. I got to give you that much.
All right, VR, your thoughts on the ACC before we move on to the Big 12?
Yeah, I mean, Clemson's got some ground to make up after last season, but they are still the cream of the crop. And when you look at them, they're a top 10 power-rated team. The problem is I think they're a little bit overvalued coming into the season. Having them as fourth right now in the AP poll, sixth in the coaches poll, I think that's a little bit too high for Clemson. I think they should be a little bit lower than that as far as the rankings go. But that's going to play itself out as the season progresses. Again, Clemson's coming off a season where they held opponents. They gave up 174 total points overall 309 total points overall, had almost a 150 point differential. The thing is, can they get back in where they were a few seasons ago? I'm not sure this version is up to par. Again, I don't dislike your pick. I do think it's live. And again, even though Clemson's the cream of the crop, I do think they're beatable. They're top 10, maybe barely top 10. I don't think they're top 5. I don't see them as a top 5 team yet.
I lied. I said we were going to Big 12 next, but we're actually going to Big 10, which is who Marco selected to break down. Marco, there's a 4-horse race here in this conference.
Well, on paper, Kelly, there's one team that stands out above everybody else, okay? And that is Penn State. They are absolutely loaded on both sides of the football. This is the best team on paper in the Big Ten. This is the best team that James Franklin has had since his tenure at Penn State. But there's one problem. There's still James Franklin there, and that's my biggest concern. If this offense doesn't wake up this year with everything they've got, I don't know that James Franklin will be there next year. They're there to do it. Do I trust Penn State? Until he shows me that he can open up an offense, no, I don't, and not at the price that they're going to be. Well, then there's this next choice. You've got Ohio State, the national champions. Ryan Day finally got that monkey off his back, got the championship last year. This is a team, though, if you look, man, they were decimated with talent that moved on to the NFL from last year. Now, we know that the big programs don't rebuild, they just reload. So Ohio State's going to be fine as far as talent goes, but there's going to be a little bit of a learning curve, blending all the new players in there. And, you know, it's the first show of the season. I got to get a fat and sassy in there somewhere. If there's any team that has a right to be a little bit fat and sassy coming into this season, it would be Ohio State after getting it done last year. Remember, there was a point of the season where people were calling for Ryan Day, job. And then they got the job done, got themselves back in position after the devastating loss to Michigan late in the season and got it done. So where am I going to go for value? I think there's a team that's getting overlooked, and it was one of the newcomers to the Big Ten last year, and that's Oregon. Now, Oregon's never going to be totally overlooked, but as far as coming into this season, it starts with Penn State and Ohio State. So for me, the value to win this conference lies with Oregon. They did well with their reloading after last season. Last year had to be a little bit of an adjustment for them, having to come and play those games, in the Midwest and, on the East Coast where you've got games where, those West Coast teams, have to play some of these Big Ten teams, traveling to Penn State and so forth. Those were going to be tough spots. Doing it for the first time and getting through it and now know what to expect, that's got to be a big advantage coming into this year. I'll take Oregon at plus 320 to be the sleeper to win the Big Ten. Sorry, James Franklin, until you show me, I can't do it with you. I'll be rooting for you as a Pennsylvania native, but you got to show me first, Kelly.
Yeah, Marco, I'm kind of with you here. VR, I'm curious if you like to do the same, or at least the groups that you work for, you kind of buck the narrative, right? When I turn on Fox, ESPN, CBS, NBC, any sports show, and the number one thing they're talking about in May is how Penn State's going to win the national championship, I'm going, huh. So your thoughts on this Big Ten conference? As I mentioned, I think I can make a case for 3 or 4 teams here to win this one. I think that there's a 5-dog race. Talk to me about the Big Ten and maybe anything that Marco didn't touch on.
You nailed it. And that's why I'm so excited about this college football season, is because you don't have that one elite team that's 3+ points better than everybody else. In fact, you look at the top 5 teams in the country, most respected power ratings are going to have them within 2 points of each other. That's 5 or 6 teams within 2 points of each other. At the top, you got to have Penn State and Ohio State. It's 1A, 1B before the season starts. Those two are right there. I think on a neutral field, you make it a pick 'em and let the market decide who they'd make the favorite. But who I think is being overlooked is Michigan. I really think Michigan, the price that they're offering may be a little bit too good to pass up, because this is a possible playoff team, and they're giving you like 35, 40 to 1 in the future. Again, I don't expect them to win the national championship, but it's a team that can make a run because they are being overlooked. Loaded on defense, especially on the line. Like, it's going to be tough to put up points against Michigan, and that's going to give them time to figure out the quarterback situation, because you have the transfer in Mikey Keene, and then you have the freshman in Bryce Underwood, who's supposed to be a stud. Those guys got time to figure it out. Why this defense keeps the scoring low, because you have a running backs that a duo back there that could get the job done and put up points for you. So for me, I think Michigan's that team that's being overlooked this year because of just how good Penn State is, just how good Ohio State is. And I think they could sneak up on some of these teams. And more importantly, I think the price that you're getting on Michigan makes sense. It's tough to choose between Penn State and Ohio State, but for a long shot, I like Michigan.
Whoo! Let's see who you like for the Big 12. I'm sitting here looking at VR's notes, and I'm going, man, you've got K-State, Texas Tech, Utah, Baylor, Arizona State, all basically in the running here to win the Big 12. VR, tell me why you think it's going to be Arizona State without Cam Scatterbo.
Because they came out of nowhere last season, and I think that's going to like propel them forward. Here's why. It's a conference that has a ton of parity. 43% of conference games last year were decided by less than one score or less. So there were a lot of coin flip results last season. And then you look at Arizona State, Kansas State, Texas Tech, Utah, and Baylor. That's 5 teams that are giving you between plus 550 and plus 700. So again, amongst each other, they're all almost a coin flip. But here's why I like Arizona State. Because even though Scatterbo was 39% of the team's yardage from scrimmage, which tied him for 4th in FBS, they return about 80% of their total production. That's the key. So I think you'll be able to fit in running backs that, again, they're not going to be Cam Scatterbo. But I think if you run like now, even in the NFL, we don't see those backs that have 1,500 yards. You have multiple backs. I think Arizona State's going to have to do something like that until someone steps forward and really tries to replace them. But I think they'll be fine just with that because they have a Heisman hopeful quarterback. They have weapons at wide receiver, offensive line to protect them, and the bulk of the defense is returning that only allow 22.5 points. Like, I think that again, you're losing a huge piece, but I think there's that overreaction. We talk about it all the time in the NFL. Like, no player's worth as much as we think they're worth. We talk about it with non-quarterbacks. Skill position players are worth very little to the betting line. And I think this is an overreaction. And I think Arizona State will prove that they're just much better than these teams, even though they're all grouped up. I was ready to – Kansas State's right there, Kel. Kansas State's right there. I think it's going to come down to who's healthier. When it comes to football, that's the key. Who's able to stay healthier or who gets some of the bounces, who has good luck or bad luck. But I do like the favorite Arizona State at plus 550 to repeat.
All right, I'll tell you this much. I have a little bit of faith in Kansas State, but they kind of remind me of Penn State. A lot of those sports writers seem to be, high on my Wildcats, and that usually makes me as a fan a little apprehensive. But I do think Avery Johnson now getting all of those reps last year, finally getting to be the starter, finally getting to spend time as the first string quarterback in this offense. He made a lot of mistakes last year, and I think he can actually start to capitalize on some of those. I know TJ Giddens left for the NFL, but guess what? We got fill-ins right behind him. Another two-headed monster in the backfield there with Avery Johnson's best friend in Dylan Edwards. And of course, finally, K-State got a 5-star recruit in Lincoln Cure. A lot of expectation there. Running a 2 tight end set is going to be very, very interesting. I'll say this. I did bet Baylor over 7.5 wins. That was another team that VR mentioned. And I will get to Texas Tech here at the end of the show because, of course, I had to pick some crazy long shot that's never going to hit. Marco, your thoughts on the Big 12? I know you have some things to say about Utah later on in the show as well.
Yeah, I got a lot to say about Utah later in the show. And just to rebuttal a little bit, my concern with Arizona State with them is they caught a lot of teams by surprise last year. And VR mentioned that. And you had a coach that, can we say it? He had probably one of the biggest set of balls in college football. Some of the trick plays and stuff that he ran at different times in games, I don't think that teams are going to get caught. They're going to prepare for things from him. Remember, they moved over from the Pac-12, just like Utah. And I got a lot to say about Utah later, but I expect Arizona State to take a step back, losing that bit Scatterbo the way that he did so many things for that team, taking away that element of surprise because new team in the conference from last year. And then will the coach do the same thing and take the same chances this year? Last year, nobody expected anything from them. This year, there are expectations because of last year's success. So maybe he won't gamble as much. That's my concern there. And Kelly, if there was ever a lock, if I could have put a 5% out for this show, I would say Kelly's going to give Kansas State love. Okay. All right. You're always going to give them love.
Okay, let me say some bad things. Their secondary is horrendous. I'm absolutely terrified about some of their losses on defense, but I do think Austin Romaine is going to be a great leader for them. And hey, I'm still not sure who their starting wide receivers are going to be because there's about 6 guys that are mediocre at best. Is that what you wanted me to say?
The day that you say something
to go see this team in person, okay, I'm going to give you that much.
Yeah, I know. That's it. You got to admit, though, okay, when it comes to K-State, and you can compare me to Pittsburgh, I trash the Steelers more often on a weekly basis. I don't know, and maybe Dan can check the archives, if you've ever actually on record had a play against Kansas State.
I didn't say I have a play on them. How about that?
Okay.
Let's get into these. Let's get into this newest promotion we have over WagerTalk. It's 7 days of unlimited access. Flex picks only $69. That's right. You get 7 days of all access or flex picks for just $69. That's less than $10 a day for nonstop action. You get your expert picks from your favorite WagerTalk handicappers or everything preseason, NFL, MLB, UFC, WNBA, soccer, and more. You can pick your go-to expert or switch things up with Flex Picks All Access. All right, Marco, we're going to go right back to you. You picked the Mountain West for your proximity out there in Las Vegas. This was a conference that I used to follow so much. They're awesome football teams, but they just don't quite hit the mark all the time. There's a team, though, in the Mountain West that every once in a while gets a lot of love, right? Last year with Ashton Jonty, they got a lot of hype surrounding him. And a lot of people say, hey, he should have got into the college football playoff. I want to hear why you think they're going to win the Mountain West.
Well, obviously, they're the favorite to win the Mountain West, and they should be. The Mountain West this year is really bad, in my opinion, and one of the teams that people are giving a little bit of love to. I'm just going to blow them up later in the show, but I'm not going to take Boise State at minus 155 to win the conference, and really no value there in that wager. So how can we make Boise State that we want to take them and we want to turn them into a plus proposition? Well, let's just go ahead and take Boise State right now to make the college football playoffs. The team is loaded where everybody else is either rebuilding or has a new coach. I haven't seen more coaches carousel one season in a particular conference as we have this year in the Mountain West. So where are they going to get beat from? Their schedule, they always schedule somebody, tough early. They have that game this year again, but I see them running the table after that. I see this team is 11-1. They win the Mountain West, 11-1. That's going to get them into the college football playoffs. And at plus 172, right now you can get them for the yes to make the playoffs. That's where I'm going to go with them. Now, as I said, the team that people have a little bit of hype and they have a new coach is UNLV. I'm going to talk about them later in more detail when we get to a segment here. But this is a team that, UNLV came out of nowhere for the last 2 seasons. But when you have success, what happens? Your small program, you have success, you can kiss your coach goodbye. And that's what's happened to UNLV. So not only does UNLV have a new coach, they lost a lot of people. We'll go into that detail. And then they've got a new coach, a coach that Kelly's familiar with from his former coaching job a few years ago. I wasn't impressed there when he was there. I'm not going to be impressed here, and I'll explain why later. But take Boise to make the playoffs. That's the best play to make out of the Mountain West.
VR, I can't really disagree with Marco here. Do you have any thoughts on the Mountain West Conference?
Yeah, and actually, I don't mind laying some chalk for them to win this conference because I do think the ROI is worth tying up your money for a couple months. They have one of the softest strength of schedules, like in the top 20 as far as easy strength of schedule goes. You got a potent offense with a stud quarterback. Even though they got to replace Janty at running back, they have the pieces to do that. They got 2 good guys back there competing. They have a solid defense with all their key pieces returning. I think this team wins the conference with ease. And more importantly, I like Marco's bet as far as making the playoffs because I think it's going to be hard to turn them away, especially if they run the table.
All right, let's get into the SEC. VR, this is kind of an interesting conference this year, right? Last year was pseudo interesting because Texas and Oklahoma joining, but now all of a sudden, here comes the Texas love. No different than the Big 12. Everybody thinks they're going to win the SEC. Everybody thinks they're going to win the national championship game with Arch Manning under the helm. Tell me who you like to win the SEC, and are you fading the Texas hype, or you just think this team is exponentially better?
No, Texas is they all well deserved. I mean, all the attention they're getting is very well deserved with Texas. I mean, look at what they did last year. Look at the defense, the amount of points they allowed. It's not just offense now with the excitement with Manning. But because of that, we're able to get some value that otherwise would not be on the board. Because one, I think the best teams in college football right now are completely being overlooked, and that's Georgia. I mean, they're talking about Penn State. They're talking about Ohio State. Obviously, they're talking about Texas in the SEC. They're even putting Alabama up there in the SEC too. All the surprise, possibly LSU. They're the sexy pick. But Georgia continues to be overlooked. And if you look over the last 4 seasons, few teams have won as many games as Georgia. In fact, they finished 11-3 last year, but over the last 4 seasons, they went 53-5. They've lost 5 games in 4 seasons. And those losses, they came to Alabama, Michigan, and Ohio State. Only 2 other teams lost less than 10 games in the last 4 seasons. That's Michigan and that's Ohio State. And again, rarely will we get this kind of value on a team like Georgia, who has that recency of being really good over these last 4 seasons. And you have a head coach in Smart, who in his 6 seasons, 3 SEC titles, 2 national championships. So he knows how to win when it matters, knows how to win the big games. Then studded quarterback with Gunnar Stockton, finally going to get to play the full season after he was filling in last year for Beck when he got injured. He looked great. Now he's going to have an entire season, entire camp. The defense is stacked, all NFL talent all over that defense. And you have a top 5 power rated team. That's what's most important. In the 2025 season, there's 5 teams that are separated, like I said, within 2 points. Some even say within 1 point of each other. And Georgia's right there. Like on the true line on a neutral field, I wouldn't make Penn State, Ohio State, or Texas more than a 1-point favorite over Georgia. But the market may disagree with me and bet them up to -3. But I don't think the true line would be much more than 1, 1.5, maybe 2 max. But it won't be a field goal of that key 3. I'd be all over Georgia. So I think Georgia offers a ton of value at +360 to win arguably a very tough conference. But I think that's the team that's being overlooked.
Yeah, I bet another team to win the SEC at 18-1, and we're going to get into them here in a little bit for them to make the playoff, possibly. Marco, I want to get your thoughts on the SEC. As I mentioned, the Texas hype. Of course, Alabama's always in the mix. I had an Alabama fan texting me this morning saying, Cal, do you think they're going to get in? Of course they're probably going to get in. They're going to let in a 3-loss SEC team. Why wouldn't they?
Of course, Kelly. But you know what? With Ace's brilliant breakdown of the SEC, as I'm listening to all of this is a carbon copy to me of the Big Ten. All of the hype goes to Texas. Okay. On paper, they're the best team in the country. And there's so much hype with Arch Manning. But the problem is, just like with Penn State, with James Franklin, you've got Steve Sarkisian at Texas. The only way that we could have poetic justice is if somehow Texas and Penn State find their way to the national championship game. Then finally, one of those 2 coaches will win the big game and can get the monkey off their back. But until they do, I can't buy them at short prices. I think that the SEC is wide open. I think the SEC has a chip on their shoulder because the Big Ten has taken the limelight the last 2 seasons. I mean, for how long it was just, a parade of SEC national champions, whether it was Georgia, whether it was LSU a few years back, Alabama's dominance. They want that back. So the rest of this conference is coming to play. I think it's wide open after Texas if they don't do what they're supposed to do. But you hit the nail on the head, Kelly. You're going to get definitely 2 teams out of this conference and possibly 3. that's going to give them a chance to get somebody into the national championship game. So if you're going to look for value, it's not on Texas. There's 2 or 3 other teams in here that present good value, like we talked in the Big Ten. I will be talking about one of them later.
All right. I appreciate you guys hanging out with us here on Bet On It. If you guys are new to the WagerTalk YouTube channel, please give us a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button. I'm going to talk about the conference formerly named the ACC. It's now just the Athletic Conference. And I think this might be the toughest conference to break down. You've got Tulane, UTSA, Navy, USF, and Memphis, who I can make a case for each and every one of those teams to win it. I think it is a very top-heavy conference, but one of the teams that I thought was worth betting over 9 games plus 130 at our good friends at FanDuel is Tulane. I think John Summerall has done a terrific job as a head coach, and back-to-back seasons, he's went over this season win total. Again, Memphis scares me a little bit with their defense. USF, we've seen them play great first halves and falter in the second. Navy is always going to give their best effort. And of course, those road runners there from San Antonio have made things really interesting over the last couple of years. I do not have a pick for this conference, and I apologize. Marco, if you have anything to add about the Athletic Conference, please do so now.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head to start, Kelly. This conference is wide open. I don't see a clear-cut favorite in this one. Like you, I can make a case for several teams. Navy, they're always tough to prepare for. This is a team that that's going to come to play every single week. Texas, San Antonio, that's a team that I found some spot plays on them last year. They are a team that's up and coming, moving into this conference. This is a wide open conference. Don't take chalk here. Okay. Find value. But for me, I made no plays, no futures in this one. I'm going to just try to take this conference week by week and try to find my spots and hope that one of these teams gets a little bit overvalued after starting the season out with maybe 1 or 2 impressive wins. And then everybody jumps on the bandwagon. That's when we go the other way.
All right. VR, any thoughts here before we move along?
Yeah, I don't want to waste the viewers' time. I don't have much to add at all. I agree with Marco. I think you take this conference on a week-by-week basis and look for some of those teams that may become over or undervalued. I could look at Memphis, but I just got to see what their defense does this year. Like, that was just too weak of a defense, even in a conference like that. So pass for me.
Pass. I'll take the over 9 wins. They're at plus money. Let's talk about playoffs, guys. I asked the guys to pick me a team to sneak into the 12-team college football playoff, and I said it has to be plus money, and VR barely missed the mark. I'm kidding. Plus 125 there for LSU. VR, give me your thoughts on why you think LSU is going to be that 3rd SEC team to get in.
And it's because I had talked about Michigan a little earlier, so I wanted to share some more information. But more importantly, I didn't want to give a team that, would just throw it out there and not having a real probable chance to get there. So I know plus 125 isn't the biggest dog, but I think it's a coin flip at worst for LSU. And if you could get plus 125 on a coin flip, not a bad bet. I did read Marco's analysis, and he's going to talk about LSU a little bit later, and I think his is a lot more in-depth. And it actually helped convince me even more so that I actually placed this bet because they're just so talented on both sides of the ball. And Blake Baker now in his 2nd year at defense. And if you look, the weakness for LSU was the secondary. And what did they do? They went out there and revamped that secondary, did exactly what you're supposed to do. So the defense got even better. You got a 5th-year starter at quarterback. Texas and Georgia have have those tough schedules as well. And when I look at LSU, they're a top 10 power rated team right now to start the season, at least in my numbers. And Kelly's got a lot of motivation, seeking his first playoff berth for a team like LSU. They expect to get to the playoffs at least, if not challenge for a national championship. I know the talk from him is like national championship or bust. That's all we're aiming for. But right now, just get in the playoffs, brother, and then take it from there because you haven't been there in a while and you've had the teams to get there. At plus 125, again, I think it's a coin flip and you're getting plus 125. You want to lock up your money for that long. It's a tough SEC, but that's the dog that jumped out at me as far as actually having a legit shot to make the playoffs.
All right, Marco's going with the Big 12 team. Marco, my first question is, how many Big 12 teams do you think will get in the college football playoff, and why do you think one of them is Utah?
Well, I think you're going to probably get two of them in there, Kelly. Be totally honest with you. You gave us the opportunity to pick what conferences we wanted to do. I'll be honest with you. My first choice would have been the Big 12, but being the gentleman that I am, I saved that thinking that you would want the Big 12.
I snatched it, bro. I snatched it. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. So I just want that out there. I love Utah. Okay. And let's start with the narrative. Okay. Is Cam Rising questionable? He was questionable every single week last year. Never played. And it was a disruption to this team. This team moved over from the Pac-12 last year. A lot of people thought high things from Utah, and they should have. They had a great defense. They had a veteran quarterback that's been injury prone, but if he was going to be healthy, this team could go far last year. Well, he was never healthy, but he was always hanging around that there was a possibility that he was going to play, and they never got any continuity on offense, and that killed them. And even though the offense didn't have that continuity last year, the defense never quit. It kept them in ball games. Now, this year, we don't have to worry about Cam Rising. He's gone. And what we've got is a new offensive coordinator. This offensive coordinator, Jason Beck, comes in from New Mexico. Along with, he's bringing the quarterback with him, Devin Dampier, who hit the transfer portal and followed his offensive coordinator to Utah. This is a team that's loaded. They've got a big offensive line to protect the quarterback, and they're going to be able to play that physical brand of football. When you go back to their success that they had the last few years in the Pac-12, why was it? It was the brand of football they played. They played defense, which we've seen in the Pac-12. Not many teams played defense. They were physical. I always referred to the Pac-12 as a finesse conference, and they didn't like the physicality of Utah. And it got them success. It got them to the Pac-12 championship games. Now they moved to the Big 12. Isn't that just an extension of what the Pac-12 was? You've got pass-happy teams. You've got teams that don't play defense. They want to go up and down the field, play in shootouts. Utah is a team that will frustrate most of the Big 12 teams this year. And getting the price that we're getting on them at plus 490 to make the playoffs, I got to do that, because if they win the Big 12, they're getting in. Plus 490 to make the playoffs, we're there. And even if they have a respectable second place finish in the Big 12, because of the conference and being the big conference that it is, the Big 12, you're going to get two teams in. So I got two shots to make the playoffs at plus 490 with a team I think can win this conference.
There are three games, Marco, that really concern me about that Utah team: Arizona State, Texas Tech, and of course my Kansas State Wildcats. On that note, I'm going to take another big dog to make the college football playoff. And it was funny, I gave their season win total out over with my friends at Pickett Sports. I went on VSiN. I talked about this team, and I said, hey, I think that they're a good long shot to win the SEC, but I do think that the most amount of value lies within this team getting in the college football playoff, and that is Florida. And in fact, Matt Humans called me a homer for saying that. I'm like, wait a minute. I get it that they won the national championship for me in college basketball, having a 40-1 ticket in pocket, but this is a completely different team and sport. Anyway, I don't know how in the world I could possibly be a homer of this team, because I have done nothing but bet against them as a favorite. And I've kind of told you guys some spots as home underdogs, particularly against Tennessee, when to play on this team. You guys talk a lot about the coaches and who's in the hot seat and who has to take a big step forward this season, or they may no longer have a job. One of those guys' names is Billy Napier. Look, 7 wins in 2023, 9 wins in 2024. He's going over a season win total. Second-year starter with DJ Lagway and had plenty of offensive weapons. I think this team has a real shot to sneak into that 12-team college football playoff. I mentioned the possibility of a 3-loss SEC team getting in. I think Florida, having 2 losses, has a real shot to sneak in here. I like them plus 360. We're going to go around the horn again and keep this show rolling. similar to the last segment, but this time we're going season wins. And VR now agrees with Marco
Yeah.
on the Utah Utes.
I love this bet. In fact, I released a 4% best bet to my subscribers on this over 7.5 at -150. Moving for multiple college football groups, the same that back in 2020, 2021. So when I'm getting confirmation, I'm feeling very confident. And this one now has moved up to -175. So the market agrees with us. And I thought it had value up to -200. I thought 3 out of 4 times it actually gets there. Listen, they finished 2-7 in their first year in the Big 12, 5-7 overall, but they had a positive 35-point differential. So if you look at the Pythagorean wins and losses, their record should have been much better than 5-7. I like that they underperformed based on points scored, points allowed. Again, their offense only scored 23.3 points a game, putting them at 106th in college football. But it was the defense, top 25 defense, that only allowed 20.7 points. Okay. Now the offense is going to be much improved. You got an offensive coordinator and quarterback coming from New Mexico, solid offensive line to protect them, good weapons for the pass game and rushing, and anything less than -200, I think, is gold here. They only got to improve 3 games from last season. I think this team's got the ability to improve 4 or 5 games easily. Give me over 7.5 Utah up to -200.
All right, Marco mentioned this in his Mountain West breakdown, and now he's going UNLV under 8.5 wins. A little choppy here for the show, Marco.
-134, little less chalky. But here's where we're going, Kelly. It's just hard for me to get excited about this UNLV team this year. This is a team that the last 2 years brought excitement to Vegas. The UNLV football program has been non-existent. They play, in a beautiful stadium. You would think that the program would do better. Well, they finally had their guy. Barry Odom brought a sense of swagger to this team. They had a toughness to them, and they had 2 successful seasons. But as I said, when you're a smaller program like UNLV and you have success, one thing's going to happen, and it's going to happen quickly. That success is going to land your coach somewhere else, and Barry Odom got the head coaching job at Purdue. Now in comes Dan Mullen, and I just talked about that toughness that Barry Odom had. Do you know last year, Kelly, you would love this, Barry Odom, for charity, went to the South Point during a rodeo and actually rode a bull, took the team, and he rode a bull for charity just to show that toughness. And when your coach does something like that, you're going to run through walls for him. I don't see Dan Mullen getting on any bull anytime soon. Dan Mullen, I didn't like him at Florida. I'm sorry, and I'm probably never going to talk to him on a radio show that I do here in Vegas if he watches this. But I wasn't a fan of him there. Didn't last at Florida. Got fired. Then he went behind the mic. He was on camera for ESPN as an analyst, and now he's coming out of the team, converting this team. And another bad sign for UNLV, nobody's left, okay? Everybody departed. Anybody that could have stayed didn't. This team, the cupboard's bare. So if the players weren't buying what Dan Mullen was selling, neither am I. I'm taking under 8.5 wins. I don't see them getting near it.
All right. Last but not least, I will go. And if you guys watched Bet on It the last couple of years, we made fun of Mario Cristobal a lot. And it was, by his own doing. You don't want to get Cristobal, as our good friend Joe Ranieri used to say. And somehow this man won 10 games by the grace of God last year. And you know what he's never been able to do? Do that back-to-back in his career. If you guys recall, we bet against this team 4 times last season. And it took Georgia Tech to finally get us the outright winner. That Cal game, Virginia Tech, Louisville, man, Cam Ward pulled out tricks against us to somehow get that W. And now he's been replaced by Carson Beck, Georgia transfer. And I'm sure that the Georgia Bulldog fans in the comment section are not going to be very happy with me. But let's remember, he was replaced due to injury after being down in the SEC championship game to Texas. Stockton came in and was able to win them that game, and that was all she wrote. Now Beck has started his tenure in Coral Gables with a bunch of drama. If you guys follow along on social media. And I'm just not sure Miami is the place for a guy like this. I could be dead wrong. I could have to eat my words, but I think the ultimate test on how Florida and Miami are both going to do this year is that game coming right up around the corner here for week 1. I think Florida's going to get the win for week 1, and that is going to solidify Miami under 8.5 wins plus 130. Marco, really quickly, because I totally forgot, you were supposed to promo yourself after your Utah breakdown, and I did not give you that opportunity, so I want to give you that opportunity right now.
I appreciate it. It's probably because I was busting your, what, with Kansas State. But Kelly, we got a special deal going over at WagerTalk. Last year, Ben Burns was the number 1 football handicapper, money one, college and pro combined. I was the number 2 football handicapper, college and pro football, money one combined. So what did we do at WagerTalk? We put a special deal together. You can get both Ben and myself for the entire football season, college and pro. You'll go all the way through the Super Bowl, get all of our plays, both handicappers, for a combined price of $14.98. That in itself is a fantastic offer for the football season. But you also get 2 bonuses. You're going to get a 7-day flex option for both cappers, where you could use that anytime you want whenever we have baseball down the stretch. So you're locked in for all of your football. You can save those flex picks to use on a baseball day if one of us have a big play or something and you want to follow along. Or if you bet the WNBA, and I know everybody just turned off whenever I said that because people don't like to bet the WNBA. I have been killing it. See me with the WNBA play and you like money, you don't have to watch it. Just cash it. We've done extremely well with the WNBA number 2 the last 2 years in money one. So check that offer out at WagerTalk.com.
All right, let's get into those national championship picks. And as I told the guys, is there anything worse than someone picking the chalk plays to win the national championship? Yeah, Texas is the front runner. You got the usual suspects in Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State. But I told these guys, give me 15-1 or better, right? Like, that's fine. You want to tell me that you think Texas is going to win it all, but give me something juicy. Just for reference, the 5 biggest underdogs to ever win the national championship. 2002, Ohio State was 19-1. USC won it the following year as a 20-1 underdog. LSU in 2019, 33-1. Ohio State 2014, 44-1. And the biggest dog to ever win the national championship, the Auburn Tigers, as at 50-1. So VR, let's get into your national championship pick. But before we do, tell me what you got going on over for the college football season at WagerTalk.
I wish this was live because I just bet a doubles Cincinnati ATP, the men's doubles. So hopefully if this was live, I'd be giving that out. But yeah, I got the season package up, NFL and college football. I combined it together. So you get all those futures, already 9 in there, including a 5% best bet season win total in the NFL. There'll be a lot more between now and when the season kicks off. Staying more selective, but definitely worth tying up some money on those futures because the ROI just has been so good long term. And yeah, other than that, week by week, and of course I got a 5% going in the UFC this Saturday. So excited, busy couple days, busy couple months ahead. And this college football season, NFL season, ready to do some damage. So make sure you tune in, week out, bet on it, baby.
Yeah, I just realized you and Marco both have the same national champion pick. So I'm going to let you take the helm first. Then we'll go to Marco to see if he's got anything to add.
Yeah, and it's because we, had to go with 15-1 or higher. And it's funny, it was probably 14-1. And then yesterday when I look, it got it was a 15-1. And just going back, I don't want to take the time to repeat myself, but I just think LSU is that team that if things go right, like they could really make a run. They're that loaded on both sides of the ball. That the problem is they're in one of the toughest conferences. And because of that, you got to have some luck go your way. Like, some injuries on not wishing bad on others, but that's what you need. Some bad things to happen to the Georgias of the world, to the Alabamas, to Texas, and then they have a shot to make a run. Again, 4 seasons in, you got to do something, bro. Like, you have the talent. So again, I'll let Marco take it from there, but I like LSU at 15-1. I think it's live.
All right, Marco, let's hear your analysis on why you think Brian Kelly is headed back to the national championship.
Okay, Kelly, I've given you a lot of grief on the show so far. I'm going to give VR a little bit. I think he fabricated that 15-1 just because he was scared to get yelled at by you and snuck
you don't want
it
to get
in.
on Kelly's bad side.
Okay, because Kelly wanted 15-1 or more. My opening line, guys, in our Slack channel for our notes for the game is I've got LSU at 14-1, just to piss Kelly off because it's not 15-1. All right, so I do
Marco,
like LSU.
I'm just a nice girl from Kansas. Why would I ever get mad at you?
You don't bother nobody.
If you guys ever heard her yell at me when I screw up on social media, the 64-year-old trying to do TikTok and Instagram, she forgets how old I am, but we're trying. But she has given me some love lately on it, so I must be getting better. Look at LSU. I look at this team, and the first thing I'm going to say, yes, this is year 4 for Coach Kelly. That's important because now there is no more excuses. You've got all the players that you want. Normally it used to be, year 2 to year 3 were the big years where you saw it. But now because of the portal, it has to be even faster. Teams expect results quicker because you're bringing that big influx and making wholesale changes. They've got everybody they want, and it starts at quarterback. You've got a 5th-year senior quarterback in Garrett Nussmeier going for them. This team is going to be good defensively. They're going to be excellent offensively. And you look at him, he's coming off a season where he threw for over 4,000 yards. He had 29 TDs. And as I said, it looks even better this year on paper for that offense. The LSU defense was good last year. They held 9 of 13 opponents to 27 or fewer points. And I know 27 maybe sounds a little bit high, but in today's college football, no, it's not. We've seen, a lot more scoring in college football. Holding 9 of 13 to 27 or less is huge. And I look for this team to continue what they did last year. They were a balanced offense. What that translated to was over 32 minutes per game time of possession. That was 16th best in the country. Those are all the ingredients that you need to win a national championship. Good defense, a playmaker at quarterback, and be able to have a balanced offense that you're not one-dimensional. I think they make a serious run in the SEC, gets them into the playoffs, and once they're in the playoffs, I'll take my chances with this team at that eye-popping 14-1. Sorry, Kelly.
See, then I just had to go do something like this. A team that's not ever going to win the national championship, but I do think there's an immense amount of value. We mentioned the amount of parity in the Big 12. There's a 5-horse race there. We mentioned that we think at least 2 Big 12 teams are going to get into the college football playoff. And I thought, you know what? I'm kind of a little crazy. This isn't going to happen, but let's look at a team that has spent an ungodly amount of money, oil money. In fact, they spent more money than 94% of the schools in college football. And in fact, the past 2 years, they have 15x'd their NIL spending budget. They got 17 guys as part of their new rebuild just for this year. Yeah, I'm talking about Joey Maguire's squad, Texas Tech at 100-1. I think this team has a real opportunity to play last year's Arizona State, right? A team that kind of came out of nowhere and got into the college football playoff after winning the Big 12. I think Texas Tech has value going over their season win total. I think they have value going to win the Big 12. And no, they're not going to win the national championship. And I know I'm supposed to pick a national champion, but everything is so chalky. VR mentioned there was not one team that was 1.5 points, 2 points better than others. So I thought, you know what? I'm just going to go off the deep end. Texas Tech is currently 100-1 to win the Natty. Again, I just want to see this team be able to get into the college football playoff. And being able to do that means that we're alive and we have other opportunities to make some money. So give me Texas Tech over their season win total. To give me Texas Tech to win the Big 12, and why not throw a little flyer on them to win the national championship. Let's bring the guys back in. This was our first show back together as the gang. We're also currently going to do some NFL preview shows, which we're very excited about. If you're looking for more information on that, head over to the WagerTalk YouTube channel. And then, of course, live from Ireland. That's right, guys. I'm going to be doing the first college football Bet on It episode. There's only 5 games, but we've got to do an episode. And I'm going to try not to drink too many Guinnesses before that one. So thank you guys again for hanging out with us here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel, as well as your various social platforms. Don't forget to hit that like button and, of course, subscribe so you never miss another episode of Bet on It.
The ever-hated Steve Fezzik joins us. No, we were at a nice conference with Steve last week, too. It was fantastic. His what would that be called? That we had a gaming conference? Boot camp. Yeah, I lost 8 pounds, by the way. I didn't even tell you. But in the boot camp. No, but it was a fun time. A couple of the guys are here from the boot camp. We appreciate it. Appreciate all you guys coming in. And we have a couple good guests that we're also going to have on today. We're trying to get this all in less than an hour. And we should, though. It's no problem. Randy McKay, professional bettor. Myself, professional bettor, podcaster. John, big podcaster. John is John Orlando. His dad is Tony Orlando. There's probably no one old enough in the room to know what Tony is. Yeah, Spooky knows. Sorry.
I thought
it is what it is. I know you would know, but there's a lot of younger people.
Crack. I thought for sure when you said Randy, professional gambler, you're professional. I thought you were going to say professional degenerate. I thought for sure that's where you were headed.
I'll tell you why the show works so well, and I think why we get so many views and comments and people. John, you're a rarity in the business. Now listen, I host a nationwide Fox show on 512 networks. I have a co-host and I have another co-host. One played in the NFL. I was planning for him to be that setup guy, and Fox told me, yeah, Crack, pick on him. He's a gambler. The first week, he was like, you can't say this stuff to me. So, I mean, I love doing the show. It's a nationwide show. I'm totally blessed, that someone will come to...
The one that I'm not on. It's great.
You would be great on it with me. And only because John admits, I'm not... I don't want to embarrass you in front of anyone.
It's okay.
Don't touch me. No, but John admits to being... he likes to gamble. He likes
parlays are the way to go, right? That's correct.
Yeah, parlays.
100%.
And he's very honest though, and he's not fooling around.
Once.
No, he's not fooling around. He loves to gamble, and gambling loves him. And and he admits it, and it works well together. You know, Randy comes on football season, gives out his, let's face it, we've made a lot of money in our career gambling. Besides what the dark Twitter trolls say, but we've made a lot of money gambling, Randy, you and I, even over the years together with different things. And, I never ever talked about this. And how can I hit you with this cold without asking you ahead of time? So we won $490,000 together at the M contest. That really set our contest streak going.
That was the last 100,000 buy-in. This will be the newest 100,000 buy-in, the Grandissimo.
Yeah, which I didn't tell anyone that we were getting in. I didn't tell anyone yet. I just, because it's not me to say, oh yeah, I'm coming in with a partnership. I'm not spending $100,000.
Me as well.
Yeah. Also, you told me not to say something back then. Can we talk about DraftKings now?
Yeah, sure can.
Okay. Back then you were like, no, don't tell no one we won that. So we won a lot of money in the DraftKings contest because of the overlay situation they had. I've never told anyone publicly. Go ahead.
Yeah, so you're talking about the weekend one or the 50,000 buy-in?
The 50,000 buy-in, which there was going to be. What was the guarantee?
So the guarantee on that one, I believe. Trying to remember now.
Whatever it was, there was an overlay.
Yeah, there were 2 people short of the overlay, so like $100,000 added.
But it was 6 the day of we weren't going to enter. It was 6 with an hour to go. 4 people entered.
And it was kind of inconvenient because you had to be in a DraftKings state, couldn't use a proxy. They had a lot of rules on that. In fact, one of my friends, he got not in that contest, but another one, he got disqualified because they tracked his location and disqualified him, but
that's why. That's why you didn't want it, because I was like, DraftKings is really strict on, and same thing with FanDuel. they're pretty strict on location and making sure where you're betting from, and if you're betting from the same house. I talked about on VSiN a couple weeks ago. There's a group that reached out to me that's owed hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the one guy is down like 200,000 in his account, and he won back 120, still down 80,000 overall, and they're not paying him the 120,000. That's just so dirty. They're saying, no, well, you won the money with these other guys. And like I said, his account was 200,000 down. I have no stake in the game. So people were coming at me, but what's amazing? Out of the 100 and some comments on Twitter, about 20 of them stuck up for the sports book. They said, crazy. Well, of course you're not allowed to bet the same game together on a Telegram chat. Well, what if I give out a game, Steve gets out a game? What if you give out a game and everyone bets it together in unison? $100, $200, $500. Yes, in the terms and conditions, these big sports books do not have to pay you if they don't want to. But the bane of my existence will be to go after them. And I don't care if they sponsor my show, or I'm still going after them, throw me off air. I'm sticking up for helping the public get their money.
And that's another instance where they're trying to reinvent the wheel when the wheel's already made there. So I disagree with it as well.
So I have a breaking thing that I'm not going to mention the name again, but you probably know. So I have a lot of family in the Bronx, and they go to Yonkers, which I've only been there once. Well, it's funny, I lived 13 minutes from the place. I went one time when I was a kid. My parents didn't want me around gambling. Sorry, Mom and Dad. Yeah, I had an old-fashioned Hungarian Jewish father, Italian mother. They did not want me, please don't. And of course, my mother's family corrupted everyone, my father, everybody.
Was that during Son of Sam?
I remember that, though, because I was about 8 years old, and we weren't even allowed to go out when David Berkowitz was doing that. We weren't even allowed to go out like outside on nighttime. We were boys. Imagine a girl. It was a bad time. But anyway, there's the Yonkers Casino. Anyone been there? I haven't been there. Anyone been? There's a Yonkers Casino now in Yonkers at the dump of a racetrack. They're taking $25,000 a hand virtually because there's no dealers. And one of the biggest NBA players was next to my cousins, and he's taking the video and showing me the video. I said, you can't do that. I'm not going to show that nowhere. One of the biggest NBA players in the world. You all know him.
You're killing me right now.
He's worth over $100 million. And
what does his last name rhyme with?
He lost $1 million last week. And my cousin Chris, he works in the Bronx Zoo, 33 years, good kid. He's taking the video and he's saying, Cousin Billy, do you believe this? He's betting 25, and he's showing me the thing, and I'm like, I can never rat the guy out. But he lost $1 million. Yeah, he was up 200,000, lost $1 million that night. I didn't know you can lose $1 million on a video blackjack game, but that's unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, listen, I love Barkley, but I mean,
is it really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. By the way, on a serious note, though, I love Charles Barkley. I think Charles Barkley, I was with him one day. He said, how many guys you got at valet? And they said 13, took out 1,300 and gave them $100 each. Like, why do I have to rate people by what they spend?
Tipping is the fastest way to your heart. I love people. You throw the money around a little bit. I mean, just be nice. If you make a lot of money, you should share it with people. Yeah. That's the way I feel. Yeah.
Kind of the opposite of Scottie Pippen.
Yeah.
Scotty, no tipping Pippen.
Well, speaking of which, though, there are some of those NBA players that don't tip, but he is one of them that tips really well. I've been around a couple guys that really tip really well, famous people, and the opposite is for, like, my buddy had a big golf event and charity event put together, and like Tiger Woods, like, how can you not take care of people? And you know who he had a restaurant in L.A. Comped the meal. He said, Tiger meal's comp, don't worry about it. The bill was $1,300. Doesn't tip the waiters.
Nothing.
God,
it's crazy.
I just don't get it. Like, he was planning he comes to his restaurant. It's Mastro's, Beverly Hills. You know who it is.
Yep.
Like, you get a free comp meal at Mastro's, Tiger. You can't pay the tip. Anyway, I usually don't name names. Sorry, I just named a couple names. It just happens. But listen, John has been giving out a couple. If you guys watch our podcast, we're on YouTube every week. John has been giving out a couple UFC guys. Anyone else you want to bury anyone with? Last week you killed
For the
people.
record, wait, I gave you Ode Osborne on 7 days' notice. He was plus 420 or something.
He was 420.
He did lose, but it went the distance, and he almost knocked the guy out round one. It was a
Oh, I didn't watch any of
Absolute
it.
live dog.
Really?
Yes.
That means a
John
lot.
gave out an underdog.
Yeah. No. John gives out underdogs. John gives out underdogs
Dodgers
for sure.
minus 1.5. Best bet of the season.
That was the beginning of the season, and you were over 104.5 wins. I got to be honest, Steve. Didn't you at one time? But then you said, no, wait a minute, we're off this.
I got over 103.5 and under 100. How sharp am I?
Wow.
I remember Steve text me, and I didn't mean to put you on a spot there. I remember you text me. You said, "Get off this." I wasn't on it. I wasn't. To be honest, I wasn't even on it. But and on a serious note, though, people come after you all the time too. A little bit is your Twitter persona. I mean, you do it to yourself. But however, though, in person, they don't know how good this guy is. And talk about tip. I'm a tip guy. He a couple weeks, about a month ago, you were at the cage with me at the Circa cashier, and we went to go get money out of my account, and I had to get something like 10 dimes for you. And I said, just give it to him. He pushed the button and transferred it. Steve's taking out $20 for the guy. I said, what's that for? He goes, you got to take care of him. We had no cash transaction. You pushed the button. But yeah, he's a very good guy helping people, and we've made a lot of money together. I don't think you've ever paid me, to be honest with you. No, that means it came out wrong. We have a settle figure. We have a settle figure every time, and I don't think you've ever paid me $1. And every time I've paid you a 5-figure settlement every time. So it's
so good at this.
they have a lot of outs, a lot of connections, a lot of good relations. But anyway, neither one of us win according to some of the people outside that door. I was realizing my cousin was here, and this is not my cousin from the Bronx, but I have a cousin that was here. And he doesn't listen to anything I say. He's like, I'm not listening to anything. He said, listen, he calls me Cuz too. He goes, Cuz. I've been losing my whole life. I know I'm not listening to anything you say. I'm betting my own stuff. Anyone that listens to anyone else. But I'm like, he has no money. I swear, he makes like 150, maybe a little bit more, 180,000 a year. He has no money. It all goes to the. I told him I was going to use this story, and he made a comment to me. He said, I try to make a score with every penny I have. Now, I've made he said, I've made $100,000 a couple times, but he has nothing. And I just thought about that. And John, what's it like to do that? No.
I was wondering where you were going.
No, I mean, it's amazing though, Joe Public, on a serious note, I don't think like that, but let me tell you something. Bill Krackomberger was a big loser way before I was a winner. I was a little degen. I'm growing up in Monmouth County, New Jersey. Used to come down before I lived in Monmouth County, about 45 minutes out of Manhattan. I used to come down every weekend to work at my aunt and uncle's pizza stand. I was a little degenerate with my buddies. 12, 13, 14, 15. My parents didn't even know. I was a little degen. We played even though my cousin was teaching card counting and he was teaching you how to, just keep track of two things, aces and fives. It's one deck, Bill, 4 aces, 4 fives, and they dealt to the bottom. So you can picture on the boardwalk when the business closed, all the games of chance, the wheels, they used to be called Skillo and the different games of chance, they all came to the pizza stand and gambled. And they would deal head-to-head blackjack down to the bottom. So he taught me a lot of things. But yet I would blow the money at Monmouth Racetrack. I would take a bus from my little town in Kingsburg, take a bus to Long Branch, from Long Branch to Eatontown, and I blow all the money. I was a total sucker until one day I got a call from somebody in jail from Scranton, Pennsylvania, and he called me up and said, hey, he was just in jail for a stupid little thing, but he found out something in Atlantic City about a blackjack machine. He didn't know much, but he said, there's a blackjack machine in Atlantic City at the Golden Nugget. This is not the Golden Nugget that's there now. This is the old Golden Nugget, which then became Bally's Grand, the Hilton, and the Atlantic. I think it closed as the Atlantic. And I go in there at 2 a.m. I'm working 2 jobs, by the way, at the time. I think I was selling cemetery plots at the time. Imagine mausoleums and cemetery plots and doing radio sales in the daytime. I'm like 22, 23 years old. And I go down there and the guy next to me, there just happens that there's 12 machines. They're all full. And just an old man got up. God let the old man get up. That's all I can tell you. Sitting in that seat, the guy next to me changed my life. I would never be here today if it wasn't for that guy. And he was the head of the card count team at resorts in Atlantic City. But by night, he was counting cards, looking for edges, doing things around 1993. And he actually said to me, there wasn't tickets in and out at the time. The Tito's were not there. You had to go, you put a $100 bill in and you get these dollar coins. They're about this big. They're used to sell them in a roll of 20 or 40. Fat, you're old enough for this, right? You know, the rolls of coins. Oh, by the way, what a video last night I seen of you. I'll talk about that later. I had no idea this stuff happened. That's why I mean, I can't believe you got in here with a gun. Okay, so anyway, so these rolls of coins, he says to me, he goes, hey, he's 6'6". Hey, sir, can you buy, do you know Tall Frank?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I remember.
He says, can you buy a roll of tokens from me? And I'm looking up at Lurch. I mean, he's so big. And I'm like, sure. And I still don't know why. And I get the coins and I'm putting them in, but I'm watching to see what he's doing. And I realized this, you could put the dollar in, $1, and there was a surrender button that gave you back the $1. So if you didn't like your hand, start over. So if the dealer has a 10 up, you should surrender even with 18. 18's a losing hand long term. So you would get your $1 back, and I'm doing it with him, and he's like, oh, we want to fill the hopper. We don't want the slot attendants coming over with bags of coins. They'll know we're doing something. I don't even know what we're doing, but he's that super smart. He's not really street smart. I love Frank, but he's not like, he's talking to me like I know what he's talking about. And if anyone knows what surrender is, you get 50% of your bet back. This machine gave you the whole $1 back. It may not sound like a lot, but here I am, 22 years old. I got maybe $2-3 grand in the bank. I came down there with $500, and I made $6,000 that night. Wow. And I never looked back. Quit the jobs. Frank and I became partners in sports the next 10 years. And it's amazing you know Frank. I thought maybe you knew him, but
I've seen him at Sultan's Palace at the Taj.
The double jokers?
Yeah,
the double joker machines.
That was my first $5 Royal.
Frank changed my life.
Back when Trump owned the Taj Mahal.
So I didn't have much money. And he's saying, do you bet with bookmakers in New York? Because I have bookmakers in Philadelphia and South Jersey. I was like, yeah. He goes, well, we can get some nice middles and scalps. I didn't even really know what middles and scalps were. Sure. So,
Crack, how long was that machine like that?
2 days, 18 hours. Yeah, matter of fact, we built up all the comps. The next day, they took all the comps back. I remember I called I wasn't married at the time. I was dating my wife. I said, listen, I'm calling out of work. I got something going on. I can't talk to you. I'll see you when you get home. I remember, though, Frank and I going partners, though, after that. And the reason why we went partners, he was working 50 hours a week at Resorts International. I think Resorts is still a casino in Atlantic City. He was working there. And when he was working there, he's like, we can do some stuff in sports together. And you can use my $250,000 I have for sports. I used his bankroll to build up my bankroll. How lucky is that? How lucky is a guy you met because if a guy got up from a machine, sat down there, and I was able to learn advantage sports bettings. I went on to write for a site called therx.com, which was called The Prescription. And the owner of the site gave me a bunch of money to write articles for him. By the way, I barely graduated high school. I have no journalist degree. It's just all street smarts, common sense. It's just all things that I've done on my playbook here. So, yeah, by the way, I see Richie Wilk in the back there. You work for the casino. Don't be repeating none of this stuff to Stevens. Yeah, because I'm looking to rip your eyes out, too, over the whole casino. But anyway, Frank's changed my life. Bonuses back then were the big thing. Randy, were you involved in the 90s or no?
Late 90s.
Late 90s.
That's when I started 97.
You would send money from the sports books. You could press a button and literally do a transfer to the sports book, from one sports book to the other, transfer over $10,000, they give you a $2,000 bonus. Or better yet, they would give you a 100% bonus if you rolled it over 7 times. There was some sick ones. Spiro, he's going to be in he's not here, right? I hope not. But Spiro is going to be in the Hall of Fame on Friday night. Spiro had the best bonus ever. He had a $10,000 bonus. Send him $10,000, and the book was called Bet Jamaica. He bought a book called Bet Jamaica off of these guys in Curacao, I believe. No, actually, I think they were the one guy, Marty, was in Curacao, I believe. So, but yeah, they have a $10,000 bonus. Just send over 10 to Bet Jamaica. I swear, I don't know how I did this. I pressed the button. I sent it from this. They were in the same office. Because he owned thegreek.com, Bet Jamaica, same office, took 10 out of my Bet Greek account, put it into Bet Jamaica, I had 20,000. They doubled the bonus, right, in the same building. The bonuses were the biggest thing back then.
Yeah, Manchin had a free free bet. You lose 1,000, they give you back 1,000 on the Steelers, that first opening game back in the day. I did one with BetMaker. I don't know if not book.
BetMaker was in they were in Curacao.
And you could do 5 signups with them and get up to $5,000. All the other people had to do was put like 2,000 signups. So that was another good one as well.
Yeah, you just mentioned Mansion. Here's a perfect example about sportsbook. When Mansion were rich, they were pretty rich guys from New York. So Mansion opens up, and they decide to take the NBA totals. Frank taught me this. I didn't. Frank taught me this. He's like, Bill, what they're doing is very wrong. This is like the year 2000. The total on the game's 200. No, it's 50 each quarter. That's what they said. That's not true. The first quarter should be 52, Steve, something like that, 52. They had 50 on every quarter. I bet every single one over and like built up a bankroll from that. I'm telling you. And they were a credit shop. Somehow I got credit there. But using Frank's money post up at a lot of those places. There was places in Australia, CanBet, and there was a couple different sports books there. That's how I built up a bankroll doing that stuff. And just like with DraftKings and FanDuel and stuff, if you have a casino host right now, a host at one of those sites, they're still offering. One of our friends just got a $25,000 bonus. He put in $25,000. He lost it. They matched the $25,000 again. This is, I'll just say, it's DraftKings. So if you have a sucker account, or not a sucker account, that's the wrong word. If you have a losing account, there's nothing wrong with emailing a DraftKings or FanDuel and saying, hey, I just lost $2,000, I just lost $5,000. What can you do for me? Is there a host here? Because I can go over to FanDuel, I can go over to MGM. Just ask. It can't hurt you asking. But yeah, that just happened with those books. So, guys, I want to bring up a couple guys to talk about their business, which I'm actually learning more about every day. The first I'm going to have is one of our sponsors on the show. We're going to come up here. Come on up, WagerWire. Come on up with us and introduce yourself to everybody and tell us how. I don't like parlays. They're really bad sucker bets, but that's what the books make their money on. 50%. Some of them are reporting more than that. So I don't look at anything parlay related. So
I do,
but no kidding. But
we're getting you into it now.
No, but now that I noticed that WagerWire had some of the stuff on their site, I actually literally text Matt and said, Matt, is this a real thing? So tell the people what you do. You can do, if you ever have a site, one of these sites, you'll see they offer buyouts. They're total sucker bets. Buyout for this or that. Yeah, I've talked too much. Sorry, guys.
No. Well, thanks for bringing me on. Yes, Zach Doctor with WagerWire, co-founder, CEO. Yeah, so WagerWire is a secondary market for bets. So a lot of people come to us when they have a big parlay. They're one leg away from winning $1 million. Their cash out offer you're mentioning, Bill, is just trash usually, right? It's 50 cents on the dollar. Actually, one of our most popular products is just our calculator if you want to just see what your bet is worth compared to the cash out. And then, yeah, we put it up on the market. Buyers come in. People here in this room might want to be buyers. You can buy that ticket. Basically, you have to beat the cash out offer. There's 1 or 2 legs left. You can hedge it out. You can guarantee yourself 10-15% usually. But yeah, we have a couple of monsters on here if you want to see a couple of our biggest ones we just got in.
Yeah. Do you have one you can show us?
All right. Well, actually, one bettor has 2 different crazy bets on our site. They're both 5-leg parlays. 3 of the legs have hit already. So they got Florida to win NCAA March Madness. They got the Thunder to win the NBA Finals. And then they got Edmonton Oilers to make it to the finals. So the first ticket will win $1 million, 7-figure payout. The last 2 legs are the Yankees to make the World Series.
To make, not to win?
To make the World Series.
That's even tough,
Still tough, though.
It's not happening.
And then the Lions to win the Super Bowl.
That's not happening.
I don't really think the Lions are going to win it either.
I like Minnesota in that division. Yeah.
He bet $100 to win $1 million. Right now, our bet value calculator, given the odds, I think on the Lions are like plus 1,000. Yankees is plus 500 to make the World Series. It's worth $15,000. And so a lot of times these guys don't have the capital to hedge it. They're facing a decision where that could be life-changing money to somebody, and they don't have really any out. So what WagerWire does, we do more than just the secondary market too. We're really just trying to help you after the bet is placed, get the most value out of it. But the same guy has another one with the same 3 legs hit. This one will win $555,000, but it has the Lions still as the winner, as the Super Bowl winner. But the other leg, instead of the Yankees, it's Dodgers to win the World Series.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, John, you should buy this one. This one's worth about $11,000. As long as the Dodgers win it, you're in the money. You could sell the Lions leg before it's over.
What's the buyout offer?
Great question.
Yeah, I think the cash out, I don't know there's a cash out on the $1 million one. On the 555K, it's about 6,000, and the current value based on the odds of the 2 legs remaining would be more like 11,000.
Okay, so 6,000, the site that you're betting it on would offer.
Yeah.
At WagerWire, it's going to be up for less than 11 though.
Yeah. So like the happy medium is right. Like you
Not
could just
8,500 or something.
Yeah,
No?
like you could just like new better today. You could just place a parlay on the Dodgers and the Lions. So that's kind of the ceiling of what it could trade for, right? Because otherwise, why would you buy it from this guy? You just place a new one. But then, so in between those two prices of basically laying 12K would be the placing it at the sports book versus the cash out price is kind of the floor you have to beat. So there's a big window, it's 40% margin in there in between basically. So WagerWire lives in that middle ground where it's a win-win on both sides. A lot of times our buyers will just buy that and hedge it out. Sometimes they'll be willing to take some positional risk on the other side. But I think, John, you should buy that Dodgers one. That one feels right up your alley.
It is right up my alley.
Tell him, please.
The Lions, what do you guys think? I mean, yeah.
Lions, that's not happening.
That's going to be tough,
No,
right? Yeah.
it's not happening.
Because you've already got the 3 legs in, and the 2 remaining legs got a couple months apart from each other.
Mm-hmm.
And if it pays $1 million, you could bet just 100,000 against the first.
There could be some hedging.
Right.
If you lose that, you could still bet 200,000 against the next one. You're either going to win $1 million or out 300. And if you win the first one, you already cashed around.
Steve, I was on air doing a podcast with them and brought their thing up with John. When the podcast was over, I said, wait a minute, I'm not reading right now. We're off air now. I called them. I said, listen, the math's not right here. Something's wrong here. You're telling me this. I said, I could lock up like $6,000 right now by buying this. And they actually said yes. So I'm surprised they didn't have someone in there, like trying to, I mean, some of the value is sometimes people don't even know the bids, the offers they put up. I don't look at anything parlay related. This opened my eyes to that a little bit. And thanks for your question though, Steve. Steve, by the way, Steve Diano, one of the sharpest guys in the business for years. Fats was one of the sharpest guys. He's been around every single major syndicate. I hope I'm allowed to say this. And in and out of jail. I mean, it is what it is. We're all friends. No, but Steve's very sharp.
Raz. I remember World Series.
Oh yeah,
many years.
Poker.
You want to get a Raz game going, and Steve is trying to get that. Raz
And guys
game
that are trying to get Raz games going,
Got a
usually they're
question in
the
back,
smarter
too,
ones.
Bill.
I seen a hand. Hi.
Somebody bet this in their DraftKings account, right? So now they're going to sell it there. Now DraftKings is going to go, well, we're not going to pay this guy because he never placed the bet.
We work with DraftKings. We're actually talking about that. We have an integrated white label version of this that we're pitching them to actually plug right in as a feature in their app. So yeah, we've never had any problem with them trying to avoid something because it was traded. Like the bet stays in the seller's account, and then it doesn't actually move unless we're integrated with them. So it's really like DraftKings is kind of none the wiser for when it trades when we're not plugged in. But yeah, so we're trying to get this plugged in with them so it could be real-time settlement, instant transfer, the payout. That makes it a lot cleaner for taxes and everything else too. But we can facilitate it outside of the system as well.
Do you have a hard time dealing with these guys with their fancy college degrees that have no common sense? No, I'm not saying DraftKings. In general, all of them, though, they're marketing guys. They're guys that never gambled in their life. I said it already. If I had a sports book or if I had a casino, if I was a casino owner, I would never hire anyone who didn't know what it is to lose a paycheck. I want my employees to know what it is to gamble and what it is to feel like that, sucker or something. You have a hard time getting to them? Every casino has levels where they pay people to say no. Right, so you don't get to, let's say, I'll use here. So, Derek's so hands-on, I can't really use here. Let's use a corporation. Let's use a Caesars. So you can't get to the guy at Caesars up top because he has many levels below him. And those people, they're petrified to make any decisions that's going to cost them their jobs. They want to just steal their paycheck and go home. And they don't want to be asked any questions. God, don't ask me a question today that I can get fired. Amen. No. So do you have a hard time getting to the right person at a DraftKings, FanDuel, all these big companies?
Yeah, you got to work work your way up to those relationships basically. But we've been going at it for a couple of years, and with the help of, kind of folks like you and other people, we've been able to build relationships
So
with.
tell them how they can find you. You have the app and
we have an app called WagerWire. We're in the App Store and Android and Apple, and then you can go to our website as well. Find us on Twitter. Twitter's our main social account.
And how about your actual website? Is it WagerWire?
Yeah, it's WagerWire.com.
Good.
You can find me on Twitter too, WagerWire CEO.
And you're pretty open to answering questions and stuff.
Absolutely. Most people come to us just because they want to find out, what are my options? They're not even necessarily there yet to get to the selling part, and they use the calculator, see what it's worth, and then we can just put it up and start fielding bids.
Cool.
Or you want to be a buyer and just throw some low balls out there, see if someone bites.
Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it. Thanks you.
A lot. Thanks for having me.
Good deal. No, so the next guy I'm bringing up is I have some I don't work with him right now, but I have some questions for them because I've had some problems in my life getting money to sports books and payment solutions. This is 30 years. Senny, can you come on up, Senny Thomas? Edge Boost is his company. They were one of the sponsors at the World Series. Am I saying it right?
I saw them all over the World Series this year.
And VEASAN, I do my VEASAN show. I hear you guys on VEASAN. Absolutely. So, my experience with credit cards online and with companies, first of all, they charge me fees. I hate... I ran out of money on, I don't know if you work with, do you work with BetMGM?
We do. I mean,
I ran out of money on BetMGM. I had to run down to the strip. And I went and looked at credit card options and stuff just because I needed to bet in that minute. I knew it was going to move. And you could bet more at the counter sometimes. But this particular situation, I wanted to bet it at the app. Didn't have the money there. I looked at payment solutions and I see they charge you 3% or something. Now, tell people what you guys do. Compared to what's out there now, any competition-wise?
Yeah, so first of all, thanks for having us. Bet Bash is really kind of our people. We've really kind of built this entire product from the ground up with a lot of feedback from the community. And at the end of the day, I guess I kind of maybe just a show of hands, or how many people here have been had a bank account frozen or a transaction frozen, been kicked out of the bank?
I've been thrown out of lose your Chase Bank, right?
Yeah,
they do so many gaming transactions. They just
absolutely. They hate it, right? At the end of the day, if you have any gambling transactions, you are a second-class citizen. It's a business that they don't want, and we've heard all kinds of horror stories. And the same with PayPal accounts getting frozen. There's no one to communicate with. So we took the long, painful route. It took us about 4 years, and we've actually spun up an entire bank only for the gaming industry. So what that means is you sign up with us. You get an FDIC insured checking account. But what's cool about this is there's 100% approval for all gambling transactions. This is can be sports betting, horse racing. You can walk into any casino.
That's so hard to believe.
Yeah.
100% approval.
100% approval, and you can do $250,000 a day in volume.
Wow.
And it's the highest debit card limit in history for any banking product. And the only thing this bank account can do, though, is gambling. So we kind of stay in our lane. We worked with a lot of the regulators to say, hey, this is all we're going to do, but we're going to do it really well. And once you have that bank account, you can keep all these transactions off of your primary checking. It's really clean. We have a lot of great kind of budgeting and responsible gambling features built into it as well. And then what we're really excited to kind of announce, and we've been getting a lot of feedback here at Bet Bash, is we've been working, actually, Circa's been a phenomenal partner. They have a lot of people. Obviously, they take a lot of great action. People flying in with $200K in their backpacks, right? So we can kind of help streamline and facilitate a lot of those types of transactions. But not only is it difficult to get money in, right? But to your point, outside of banking hours, it's pretty much impossible to access any money. You can walk into any casino, you're trying to get money in on a weekend, on a Saturday morning for some action on Sunday. It's not a lot of options. So we are now the first and only bank right now in the U.S. that's been approved for real-time bank-to-bank transfers. For gaming. And then coming in October as well, we've been approved for crypto to USD conversion for gaming as well. And we've basically built a compliance.
Senny, you're the bank, though.
We are a bank, yeah.
I got to be blunt. I just found out this today. So now you're saying crypto. Isn't the government petrified of any of these things happening? Uncle Sam, Big Brother on top of you? How did you get this? You have your ducks in a line.
It was really painful. I think I had to start dyeing my hair a little bit. But I had 2 kids along the way as well. The last 4 years.
No, I'm just being serious. I'm just like, how can you get all these things approved?
Yep.
The government is so strict now. They're trying to charge us taxes on money we don't ever win. And here you have.
It's a great question. But the real key to this is that we set this up as the first and only limited use checking account in the U.S. So at Circa, for example, you could walk up to the cage with our card, pull out $250,000 bucks. But if you went to the bar, the card is declined. So we stay in our lane. And actually, by blocking all of these transactions that are not a ID verified, KYC gaming transaction, we actually block a lot of the potential money laundering vectors, right? You can't go buy gift cards or swipe it at some shady restaurant.
Yes.
And the good news, too, is that if someone steals your card, the only place they could ever use it at is another account that is controlled by you. That has also been ID verified.
I'm looking on this thing Randy gave me. So you guys are paying people back for using the card?
We sure do. So we make money, right? So every single time that card is swiped, we generate about 1.3%. That's what pays for card rewards programs. And we actually do pass through up to 0.5% to our players.
Let me be blunt. How do you make money?
Well, on the rest of it, right? It's a volume game for us.
Okay.
We will have additional fees for some like the things around the crypto conversion and such. But yeah, I mean, it's really just a safe place where you can kind of sleep a little bit better. You'll never wake up with some kind of a freeze or everyone here's gone through pain.
Good deal.
Can you deposit cash directly into you, or it has to go to your bank first and then
It has
bounce
to
it
go
over?
to your bank first. That's a great question.
John's always trying to skip things.
I'm always trying to launder,
Yeah.
No, kidding.
Never ends. It
Siri,
never
stop
ends.
recording. Siri, stop recording. Okay.
But yeah, we are working really closely with a lot of the operators now as well, and it's whether it's online or offline. I mean, cash access is really the biggest pain point for both players, but also the operators. And then you kind of look at the land-based community where we're doing a lot actually with Circa here, Pachanga, and a number of other casinos, and it's still 80% cash, which is wild. I mean, this is like the single largest use case for cash left in the entire U.S. economy, and the main bottleneck has always been banking.
Yeah.
Plus, I saw a little advantage play too. If you sign up for it, you guys have a little wheel spin. I saw it last night at the.
I know it's actually been stopping a lot on the 500. I don't know if it's been weighted, but
never fear. Randy will tell you any kind of bonus so you could steal. Sonny, how can they find you?
So it's edgeboost.bet. If you do use the BetBash promo code at sign up, you do start at a higher tier as well, so that'll give you higher limits as well as higher cash back to get started. But yeah, we're here. We have a booth here. Happy to answer any more questions.
Oh, good.
And Steve has a question.
Yeah.
Thanks. We got what's Steve?
That is correct. No. So that is a very good question. So this is for U.S. residents, for legal U.S. operators. Again, we got to stay in our lane there. Any dollar that goes, cross border, it gets quite complicated.
Well, Sonny, thanks for coming on. We appreciate it.
No, thank you so much.
I appreciate you telling us a couple things. Steve Fezzik, you sent me something. You're right. When we do get these bonuses, I learned this from you. When you do get a bonus, even the little $200 bonus or $500 bonus, and yeah, sure, yeah, sell your product and walk out. All right, so it is what it is. We're all, it is what it is. Okay, so this guy must be, it's like a college educated, very bright guy, lives in La Jolla. He must hate me. I ask him all the critical stuff. All right, so anyway, Steve, you're right. When you get these little $200 boost or bonuses, why should we play them at something plus money that's even a future, rather than just bet 200 on the Yanks tonight, minus 200, let me get my $100?
Because if you play it against the spread, you're going to, let's say you have 8 bonuses, all right? $100, 8 bonuses. That's going to be worth 400 because you're going to go 4 and 4 probably, right? So you're going to win 4. They take away your money. So you're going to get $400. So that 800 in bonuses is worth 50 cents on the dollar. Well, let's assume you play some big underdogs. Let's say you play some 3-team parlays, right? You're going to go and play 8 of them, all right? Normally, we don't like stick parlays, but now we do like parlays.
Yeah.
So we go 1 and 7. That's what we're supposed to do. And in fact, you could play every combination of if there's 3 different games, and you're going to go 1 and 7. Well, guess what? You're going to get back 600 instead of 400. So you're going to get 75 cents on the dollar versus 50 cents on the dollar. So think about this. If you get a $1,000 bonus, that's like you're going to get $750 back instead of $500. Has nothing to do with handicap. You don't have to handicap worth a lick. So always play like a big money line. You got to take a big money line dog or play a 3-team parlay. If the book allows you.
So that's good. That's good to know, though, because most people will just say, "Hey, I'm betting my $200 parlay on my $200 bonus on the Yanks tonight because they should win, and they're minus 2 to 1." So that's good to know. On to a couple other things. Question? Who else? Of course.
If you're using spreads on some of them to the whole point, like
Interesting.
And one more, if you like, you bet your balls off on some teaser and take -7 down, -1, you're like, please God, Denver wins week 1.
Yep.
And they've got them in Survivor also. Well, it's a natural to play the Titans with a bonus, right? So you just kind of played that back on the Titans plus 275. So think about it. If your Survivor pick on Denver goes up in flames, boom, well, at least you got a little consolation with that bonus bet on the plus 270 on the dog when you're teasing them or playing Survivor.
Steve, while you're standing up, don't sit. While you're standing up, sorry, I want you to tell people, because I love that strategy for Survivor. Can you just tell them about the Eagles first week, what they should do? Or listen, we're all going to get in Survivor no matter what, but why should we get more entries if something happens?
Can I come up?
Yeah, come up.
Of course. Get on video. Yeah, why not?
Why? I'm all for it.
No, it's actually a very good strategy. And I tell you what, I tell Frankie, my buddy Frankie in Myrtle Beach, he's got so much gamble to him. I said, listen, this is a good strategy. You don't even know this happened. I sent him the strategy. He goes, are you out of your mind? I'm getting 10 entries no matter what. But because he's just a gambler. But go ahead, Steve, tell the story.
So it's fantastic that Circa and other shops let you enter up until Saturday for Survivor. But the games start on Thursday. So think about that. If you want to play Survivor and you want to optimize your entries, you really want to pass post the information. What happens if Philly beats Dallas? Boom. Now you're going to have like 4,000 or 5,000 people, assuming like 20-25% of the people are going to take Philly, right? And they're 1-0. You're 0-0. They're ahead of you. So you're now paying a rake. Survivor's a lot of fun. You still might want to enter, but recognize you are paying a rake, not because that Circa is charging you, but basically you're behind the 8 ball because there's a bunch of people who are already through to week 2. However, should Philly lose to Dallas, now you're going to have like 4,000 or 5,000 people all put in $1,000. It all goes into the pool. It's a fantastic overlay. So if you're trying to think like, how many entries should I have in Survivor? Should I have 3? Should I have 6? Well, if Dallas wins, you should have 10.
Right.
You know, that's going to be the best possible usage of your money because you're going to have like a 20% overlay. But if Philly wins, pump the brakes and probably go cautious.
And to be honest with you, now you would think, like, look at the Dallas line. Today, a couple 6s popped up there. So there's 6.5. There's even 1-7. I'm looking at the live screen. There's a couple. Philadelphia doesn't have to beat Dallas. As we know last year, look what happened Cincinnati first week. I think they were a 7.5 point favorite. There was by week. You know, someone the other day told me, was it by week 5, 96% was out of the pool? That's unbelievable. I don't remember that. You're welcome to stay if you want.
Plus, you can add to Fezzik's strategy too. A lot of people are going to rebuy if Philly loses as well, so that'll add.
We didn't want to tell him that. No. I honestly, it is a good strategy. Like Steve says, to go to the. I just thought it was pretty good. Now, this is a shocking thing that just came out that I was reading. Do you know Nevada leads the country in unemployment? 5.5% out of work. I had no idea. I thought our economy, even though we had a slow July, our economy's booming. There's no one taking up collection buckets for these casinos. They have made 1% more year over year, gambling wise, but they're down double digit, 10, 11, 12, 15. You heard different things. But I didn't know that Nevada was down. We're the #1 unemployment rate in the country.
Is that because they're gambling? I mean, is that because...
according to what I'm reading here, and this is a really good site. This is casino.org. I get a lot of good stories off there. This story came from there. Good. There's some really good guys there. I just didn't know that we were that bad economy-wise. I didn't realize that. Richie left. Richie Wilk left.
He's out. We can talk about Circa now.
No. Richie's been around. I've known Richie 25 years. I wanted to know how long he was in town. I didn't know. Not that I want to talk about a bad thing, but there was a roof fire at Sahara the other day. Did you know about that?
No.
Roof fire at Sahara, evacuated most of it. It was quickly extinguished, but they evacuated a lot of the building. Now, this just happened over at the Cromwell, too. There was a fire at the Cromwell. But, of course, now they have sprinklers and stuff, so they got the people out. But it reminded me of something that probably almost everyone in this room won't know or remember about because it happened before us, but it happened in 1980. There was a big fire here at MGM Grand.
Oh, big. Yeah, I
You know
remember
about
that.
that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like my dad was there.
Was your dad actually there?
I think so.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, what was there? I seen your dad there on a video.
That was when MGM was where Bally's is, or now the Horseshoe.
Now Horseshoe.
Right.
I seen your dad on a great video there with Muhammad Ali and D. Martin on the roast.
The roast.
So I know they used to do the roast in that building. But 1980 at MGM, these things they want to sweep under the rug, don't want to talk about this stuff now. 85 people were killed inside the casino.
I didn't know that.
85 people. Like, no one even knows about that. But I just went back to that fire to see how did that possibly happen? No sprinklers in the casino except in the casino cage. That's unbelievable.
The money.
That's unbelievable.
Just protect the money.
It's unbelievable.
There's another one in 2010. I don't know if you guys remember the Monte Carlo right around
Yeah.
approximately that
Yeah.
time.
I was in town.
He said if it would have been a windy day that day, it would have been real bad. The whole strip might have lit up if that wouldn't have been a windy day.
This
So
incident.
that was one I remember because I was in town that day.
But since then, this incident that happened in 1980 literally led to the reformation of the whole safety code and sprinklers now everywhere. But I did not know until I seen the Sahara fire. I thought like a couple people died. 85. That was not giant news. I just thought it was, not that I like to get try to be, bring the show down. Also, Arizona. I find Arizona just amazing. Arizona, Chris, CRIS, which was offshore for years. Chris is now legal in Arizona. That's one thing, and I'm happy. I'm happy for them. I like that brand back east. It's called Prime Sportsbook. I like those guys. They've been around for a while, and I like they take on all comers. They don't throw out people. They're not like the other sports books that'll limit you. They'll learn off you and literally take your bet and move the lines. But the Arizona Department of Gaming this week has launched the first statewide public education campaign to protect consumers from illegal gambling risk from offshore sports books. I just can't believe, like, Arizona's protecting, they're going after the sports books offshore. They have a ton of their own sports books there. Right. And I read about this thing about protecting kids and listen, I'm one that tells it like it is, get myself in trouble a lot, cost myself sponsorship money. I want to tell you right now, if they didn't have to talk about the gambling with the kids and protecting people and stuff, I do it every week on all my shows. I talk about stuff like that. It just, when I read this stuff, it infuriates me though. Now you want to go after, what about looking at your own state and all the sports, and I'm not saying Chris, but they have DraftKings, FanDuel, all the big sports books are there, but yet they want to have a national campaign to go after sports books. Let me tell you guys about Randy and I. So I told you about Randy and I. We're professional bettors. I want to ask Randy. Randy, do you have anything for? This is a cold question here. Have any futures? What do you like in the NFL this year?
I haven't pulled the trigger. I'm still waiting for preseason. Of course, some of the RSWs I've looked at.
Regular season wins.
Yeah, so I've looked at some of the different divisions. I got kind of my top 4 teams in each division, and I talked to you that one about I kind of like the Bears under. I haven't bet it yet, but
that's one that we bet. That's funny. I bet the Bears under. But you could wait with the Bears because in this town, everyone loves to bet the Bears. There's a Chicago team, even the Cubs, but they love. So you can get some people come in last minute to sign up for Circa, and also do the bet on the Bears to win the Super Bowl. They always like to have a ticket to bring home. Well, you have no futures then for us right now, but you're looking at the Bears under, which I actually did get to bet the Bears under.
Kind of like the Vikings maybe to win that division.
Yes.
That might be a little contrarian.
Yes, that's not contrarian. It's actually
and Detroit second, and then the Packers third. But see how that goes. But I got top 4 in each division there. The NFC West is kind of with the Stafford injury. Can't really, I might be contrarian against the Rams there. Some people like them. San Francisco's got a very easy schedule. I could see them bouncing back. I could see Arizona being a surprise team in that division, and then Seattle on the bottom. So
I actually went over to Westgate last week and bet Rams not to make the playoffs after the Stafford information, taking $1.70, I think, or 65.
Randy, can you acknowledge in front of all these nice people that the Broncos are going to win the Super Bowl? Can you do that? Can you do it?
In that
That's
division,
Joe Public.
Come
Not
on.
just you. People
Okay, well,
love the
let's
Broncos.
we'll just clip this up.
So that,
come
in that
Super Bowl
division,
time.
I do have the Broncos finishing first.
Oh.
Ah.
Oh, wow.
I
Fez,
have
anything with the
KC
Broncos?
second.
Not really.
Uh-oh, thumbs down out
Anything
there.
Broncos?
Says no.
Some of this Charger news, losing their left tackle, that's a bad loss for them. And then trying to think of the other team in the division, but I see them being in last. Yeah, the Raiders being in last there.
Fez, anything?
Got blanked
Any
on the
futures still available? Anything that I can give to people?
Stafford under 3,600 passer.
Is that still out there?
It's hard to find.
Okay. So Stafford under.
That's a kiosk bet, right?
Yeah, what do you got?
Baker Mayfield, most passing yards in the NFL.
What are you taking there?
I took 15 to 1.
That's yeah.
Still as low as you can find better than 12 to 1 still. I would have taken as low as 10.
Great.
Anybody else with any opinions out there?
Okay.
NFL, everybody argue your opinions, but you put them out there and we'll see how it comes, you know?
I want to lastly talk about my buddy Scott here, his proxy service. And, you don't even know, I talked about you on the show last week, and I was telling, that we do our show at Westgate. So we're at Westgate doing the show, and there was a proxy service there, which they're very good. Yeah, they're very, but then I mentioned his proxy service. Yep. I don't know if anyone could be as in-depth focused on not making a mistake. And I think that would be the number one thing with a proxy service. I'd be so afraid. And I asked those people that were running the proxy on, I'm sorry, I forget their name, husband and wife, or not husband and wife, they're just a guy and a girl that they own the service. And they were saying, I was like, all these employees you got, how do you trust them to put all these picks in every week? And they say they don't. They put all the picks in. Scott, now are you putting all the picks in? Not your wife. And it'll be fine if your wife are. I'm just asking. So you do, because I know the way you are, focused on things. And what's the name of the service again? VHP Proxy. You're outside there?
Yeah, outside. My wife's in the book right now.
Right, good. So that's just another really good proxy service. I also want to mention someone I've been around for 30 years here, heritagesports.eu. They've been around for years, and they reduced juiced and 100% bonus right now. Guys, I really appreciate guys and ladies. A lot of females here.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah, there's a lot
I
of
was going
females
to say,
here.
have you noticed more and more ladies in the sports book, at the window, at the counters, three or four here in the room?
And to be real blunt,
it's great.
You want to start with this stuff. This is why he wears these shirts. Look,
this guy.
I mean,
this guy. It's a large crack. It's a large. What do you want?
It is what it is. It's okay. It's okay.
Damn.
But anyway, we really appreciate all you coming out. Lots of females in the audience today. Guys, there's a lot of different things to do at Bet Bash. We really appreciate your time and your effort coming out here and staying out here with us today. It means a lot to me. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you for coming.
5 free plays for Friday, August 15th coming right up. Not only do I have 4 Major League Baseball plays for you today, but I'll be talking about the season opener in the English Premier League, Bournemouth at Liverpool. A reminder to go ahead and smash that like button whenever you do agree with any of the following free plays. One quick note before we get to the Power 5, not only do I want to apologize for yesterday's performance on the show, picks weren't very good, but I also want to apologize for not getting in the comments section in time to address the fact Cal Raleigh was not in the lineup for Seattle. Fortunately, I did have a bit of a friend emergency to tend to. Sometimes real life does intervene, guys. Everything okay now? I'm here, ready to bounce back. I know that August has not gotten off to a good start, but a reminder, I've yet to have a losing record in any month during 2025. So that means a big run is likely forthcoming. All right, let's get it started. Bournemouth, Liverpool, the 2025-26 English Premier League season gets underway. 3 p.m. Eastern on the USA Network. Liverpool, last year's champs, not surprisingly, big favorites on the three-way line this afternoon. You certainly won't get any disagreement from me that the Reds are very likely to take all 3 points here. They really strengthened the squad in the transfer window over the summer. This is a club, Liverpool, that averaged 2.2 goals per match at home last season. Also, Liverpool has won their opening match of the Premier League season 12 consecutive years. That's the longest active streak in the league. I know they did just lose the Community Shield via penalties to Crystal Palace last week, but here, Liverpool should be able to take advantage of a Bournemouth backline that has been depleted relative to last season. The only negative thing I have to say about Liverpool is they kept just one clean sheet in the preseason. Bournemouth was fourth in the league last year with an average of 1.8 goals scored per match away. I think they should find the back of the net here. Therefore, the play is Liverpool to win plus both teams to score. That prop is currently plus 125 at DraftKings. Real quick, just wanted to remind you guys that I am up a whopping 61.6 units in soccer, all soccer picks across all competitions going back to April of 2024. Number one at WagerTalk during that time. Had a great run over the summer. Hit a combined 75% of my plays between the FIFA Club World Cup and the Gold Cup. So make sure to be on the lookout for soccer plays over the weekend at wt.buzz/BP. Click the link in the description below. We now turn to Major League Baseball. Rangers, Blue Jays, 7:07 Eastern. I like Toronto here. They have been outstanding at home this season, quite obviously. A 40-20 record at the Rogers Center. Meanwhile, Texas, only 24-35 on the road, was not a good homestand for the Rangers either that they're coming off of. They've lost 6 of 7 games overall to fall 3.5 games back of the pace in the American League wildcard chase. So I'm surprised the Rangers are slight favorites here, even with Jacob deGrom on the mound. deGrom is 0-3 with a 6.88 ERA his last 3 starts. Meanwhile, starting for Toronto is Chris Bassett. He is 8-0 with a 2.56 ERA at home this season. Number 3, White Sox and Royals, 8:10 Eastern. I like the under 9 here. Certainly a strong case can be made that you should not expect much from the White Sox at the plate tonight. They face Noah Cameron, who has a 16-inning scoreless streak going at home for the Royals. Speaking of Kauffman Stadium, the White Sox have lost 11 straight times here with, get this, just 12 total runs scored. Yes, 12 runs in 11 games. But thing is, we can't trust the Royals offense either here. They are dead last in all of Major League Baseball with an average of just 3.4 runs per game at home. They are the lowest scoring home team in all of baseball. I think White Sox starter Aaron Savale is likely to bounce back from a career worst outing his last time out. Previous to that, Savale had not allowed a run, not a single run. 3 straight scoreless starts. Okay, for number 4, one of the most loyal Power 5 viewers, Aaron Pauling, sent me a message yesterday that the Angels are 18-1 this season when facing the Dodgers, Red Sox, and A's. Let me repeat that. Angels have an 18-1 record against the following 3 opponents: Dodgers, Red Sox, A's. Against everybody else, the Angels' record is a combined 41-60, just over 40%. Well, Halos are in West Sacramento tonight to face the A's. The Angels are a perfect 7-0 against the A's this season. Well, guess what? I like the Athletics team total over 4.5. Why? 3 reasons. 1, Angel starter Yusei Kikuchi, not nearly as good on the road as he is at home. A 4.50 road ERA versus a 2.4 home ERA for Kikuchi. Second reason I like the A's team total over is Kikuchi. He's a lefty. The A's are top 5 in batting average and top 10 in WRC plus against lefties this season. And third, the Angels bullpen, bottom 4 in terms of ERA. I don't trust the A's pitching here, but I will trust the offense. Team total over 4.5. Let's now round things out with Braves at plus money at the Guardians. Take the Braves. Yes, the Guardians won again last night. They are now 23-9 over the last 32 games, just a half game back of the Yankees for the final wild card spot in the American League. But I am still a skeptic. The Guards are bottom 5 in runs scored per game, and we'll have Joey Cantillo on the mound tonight. Cantillo's got a 5.26 ERA at Progressive Field this season, both as a starter and as a reliever. I like the fact the Braves had yesterday off, while the Guardians did not. Hurston Waldrop getting the starting nod for Atlanta here. He's allowed just 2 runs in 11 2/3 big league innings so far. So it's Atlanta for me in that one. All right, recap time here on the Power 5. Let's go through them one more time. Number 1, we like Liverpool to win plus both teams to score in the Premier League opener. Just to be clear here, for those of you who may be newer to soccer, Liverpool must win the match, and both they and Bournemouth need to score at least 1 goal. So I think that parlay hits. Again, I gave you all the reasons why. Number 2, I like the Blue Jays on the money line at home against the Rangers. I would bet that one quickly. I think the Blue Jays are going to take money. Number 3, White Sox Royals under 9. I would play it smaller if it moves off of 9 to 8.5. Number 4, Athletics team total over 4.5 minus 120. Yeah, they can't seem to beat the Angels this year, but I think they're going to put up some runs today. And then number 5, Braves money line against the Guardians. Go ahead and comment down below with your thoughts on today's Power 5. If there's a game that I did not talk about that you would like to hear my take on, ask away down in the comment section below. I will be checking that regularly today. Sorry again about yesterday. If you just want to share with us what you're betting here on Friday, go ahead and do so as well. Always enjoy seeing that. Then after you're done commenting, what you want to do is head on over to wt.buzz/BP. I'm going to have at least one premium MLB release for tonight, maybe more. And don't forget, you can get on board for the next 7 days for only $69. That is less than $10 per day. Considering you get both soccer and MLB, that sounds like a great deal to me. Again, I am number 1 in soccer at WagerTalk going back to April of last year, up 61.6 units. I will be back tomorrow with another edition of the Power 5. I really hope you guys enjoyed this one. Remember to like and subscribe before you say goodbye. And until next time, let's cash some tickets.
Wager Talk today. It is August the 15th. We got 2 NFL preseason games tonight, a ton on Saturday tomorrow. Also Major League Baseball, UFC 319, some WNBA. We're going to talk about a lot of different sports here with multiple cappers. Gianni The Greek, Teddy Covers, and Marco D'Angelo. It's a Vegas triple play. So I'm Steve Merrill coming in from the East Coast, filling in for Andy Lang, who is literally living life today at the live golf tournament, however you want to pronounce it. But let's bring in Gianni The Greek and Ace. I've always said, I say Johnny, some say Johnny, so I asked you, and it's actually Yanni.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Like the musical guy back in the day, Yanni, right? That's the first thing
it was easier. Back when I was younger, everyone knew that name because of the musician. So that's what they called me. They would just spell it wrong. They would spell it with a Y, like he does.
Yeah, I never thought it was Yanni. I've always said Gianni, but it sounds like people are saying Johnny, which I've never understood. So
yeah, the Greeks have it as Yanni. The Italians have it as Gianni.
So that's right. You're Greek.
Yeah.
Greek Ambler. There we go. That makes more sense now because I know some Italians. Hey, nonetheless, you can do Steam as well as any of them. I might ask you a little bit about Bet Bash too. Teddy and you were talking about that off the air, but let's get to the actionable info here for Friday, and then we'll run with it.
Yes, sir. It's a little slow so far. It's funny. I was saying the last few days, I swear to you, have been a little slow, and I realized why. They're all here. Like most of those groups are here. I met so many that I've actually worked with over the years that like I've never met in person. You know what I mean? But we do accounts and we've settled figures and stuff, but we just never actually met in person. But I see now so many are here. Just trying to connect. They're trying to connect, with get more accounts from other bettors. Try to connect and see, like, are you working with them? If not, I have their stuff. Like, so it was cool doing all of that. And I realized that's why it's so slow, because a lot of those guys are here for this event. So it's a little slow so far with movements, but here's what we got. Overnight WNBA, it's a little too late now. LA got steamed at 3.5 and 4 against Dallas. That's the only thing that sticks out in the WNBA early. Major League Baseball, again, a little slow. The day should pick up for sure. 2 sides, 2 totals that got hit already. The sides, 969, the Angels at -110, 971 Miami +145. The 2 totals, 955 under 8.5. Philly, Washington, 964 under 8, under 8, forgive me, up to -120. Baltimore and Houston. A couple other moves, but not multiple groups coming in on the same side. And usually that's sometimes just picking off numbers. They'll see if someone's off market. Some of my accounts that I have are off screen. So some of these lines will be off market, and they'll bet some lines like that. But these are the ones that I've seen multiple confirmation in. Looking at football really quick. Let's pull up the football. What was sticking out? I know in tonight's game, obviously Seattle got hit. I talked about that yesterday. We bet Seattle at a pick 'em. That moved very quickly. And because they had opened as the dog, I wasn't even all that confident. I didn't release that one to my subscribers. Kind of wish I did, because now we're looking at them laying 3 to Kansas City. So that was definitely hit. And what else did I see? Did I see anything else?
Well, I'll tell you what we have seen. We've seen a reverse buyback on this Titans-Falcons game at 7 Eastern tonight on NFL Network, because I did a video 2 days ago, Yanni, and I just said I didn't agree with the line move from 3.5 up to 5.5, as I thought Atlanta was the better defensive team. Tennessee still struggling offensively, even with Cam Ward in there. And now, lo and behold, it's back down to that key number of 3 here on Friday afternoon.
Yeah, and I saw that getting hit, and they were even hitting the game in the first half. And then, like you said, you see the opposite movement start to come in.
What do you make of something like that? Obviously, maybe something's coming out with the Falcons saying they're playing guys more than whatnot. I haven't looked into it since I did the video.
And that, talking to a guy down there that was one of the preseason originators, like he does a lot of the preseason work. And I told him, where do you get your what do you confirm? Like your most confident positions. And he said it all has to do with information on who's playing. Like that's all I'd say 90+%, he said, of my bets are the product of finding out someone's not playing or someone is playing without feeling that the line has that factored into it. That's pretty much what they've been doing with the preseason. So I would assume it has to do something, along those lines with players playing or not playing.
Yeah, and this is why it's such a cat and mouse game, right? Because if you like Tennessee, you jumped on the 3.5, and then at 5.5, when I was doing the video 2 days ago, I said I really don't think this line should have moved at all. I think it's equal, and now it looks like maybe that was right because it's back down to 3. I really feel it's just for the average Joes out there that aren't chasing line moves, whatnot, trying to get information for where it moves. It's almost a new way to handicap the preseason. Just assume like it's like the stock market. All the information is now into the line. Is it correct or not? And this is a case where I didn't think it was, and it has come back down. But it's a different world than it was 10, 15 years ago with these preseason games, especially with them only having 3 now. Weeks 2 or, week 2 is the dress rehearsal for some guys this week. Week 3 is next week. It used to always be week 3.
Yep. My pleasure, Paul. Sorry, just saw the comment, man. Anytime. I'm glad you're able to use the information. Hope you're able to do some damage. And yeah, real quickly, in the NFL, like here's what, let me share a couple of the things that are really sticking out in NFL. Like tonight in the Seahawks Chiefs game, looking in that back end right now, there are zero bets on Kansas City. And yet there are a lot of one-sided bets on Seattle at -3. Okay. So here's what you got to pay attention to. That shouldn't even be an option for most bettors, Seattle -3. You already know they opened as a 2.5, 3-point dog. That line is now flipped. Any value has been extracted. Like you're now not betting from any position of strength. Like to me, that just seems like the market is already giving you only one option, and that's either you like the Chiefs at +3 or you move on to another game. It confuses me how so many bettors can line up right now, and Seattle could go out there and win by double digits. That's not what I'm saying. I just don't see how Seattle could be a good bet. Why the confidence in laying 3 with Seattle? And that's coming from someone that has Seattle tonight at a pick-em. Like I need Seattle to win because I bet it for the accounts and I take a percentage of them. But I would not urge anyone to bet Seattle now. Or even worse, I get guys that DM me and say I missed the play. Should I money line? Could I money line them? Would that make it a good bet? Of course not, because the money line's a reflection of -3. It's not a reflection anymore of a pick'em. If you could get that money line at -110, absolutely blast it. But right now, I'm sure that's not the case. You're being asked to lay 165 or so to bet that money line. Once again, we do not have the same bet. I have the money line at -110. You're going to have the money line at -160, 165. We don't have the same bet. So of course not. I urge you not to do it. So I think with the preseason, that's where it makes it a lot easier. And I don't want to go long on this, but I'm tired of listening to all these influencers out there who have no idea what they're talking about. And all I've heard about them over and over, whoever's betting the preseason to degenerate. Don't bet the preseason. Don't bet the What are you talking about? When in the NFL are we going to see line moves like this without huge injuries? The only time you ever see line moves like this is if a quarterback goes down. So what does that mean? It means that the market's extremely inefficient compared to Sunday in week 4, where the line's not going to move but a half a point. Unless, like I said, there's some injuries involved or, a line gets steamed. And even then, that's how much is it going to move? Right now, we have proof by the opening line and the closing line that these are as inefficient as they come. You're not going to get NFL lines that are less efficient than the preseason. So how can you urge anyone to stay away from the preseason? If anything, tell them to stay away from the regular season and only bet the preseason because they ain't beating the NFL. So forgive me. I heard it again this morning from like an influencer that's got almost a couple 100,000 followers or something like that, talking about whoever, if someone's giving you preseason, they're a degenerate. Nobody could be winning preseason. Like that's for, action junkies and stuff like that. And again, nothing could be further from the truth. Preseason's where it's at. And more importantly, they make your job easy. Because if you didn't get out ahead of the line, then all you have to conclude is, with this huge of a movement, should I now take the other side? Like, it's not rocket science, but for some reason, they make it, again, I'm sorry to go off, but I just was so shocked to see 100% of the bets in this dude's sheet on Seattle.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost a fade the public situation for the NFL preseason, right? And how about the move in the Browns game? Shadar Sanders is not playing, and that moves like a whole field goal or more. It just, there's some silly stuff that happens. I really think what you have to do nowadays is decide, are the line moves warranted or not? Just like going back to that Tennessee Falcons game tonight. I never really felt like Tennessee should be a 5.5-point favorite. Cam Ward scored on one of his 2 drives. They didn't score the rest of the game. They were the worst team in the NFL last year. That's why they got the number 1 draft pick. And they're all of a sudden a 5.5-point road favorite against a good defensive-minded coach. But, yeah, I've always told people, if you don't think you can win in the preseason, then why isn't every game a pick-em? If this is completely random, every game should be a pick-em. Exactly. And it's not. You get 5, 6, 7-point favorites. That tells you all you need to know about the preseason.
Here's what's interesting about this week's preseason as well. There's only one game on this entire board that so far, and again, most recreational bettors, even though the books that I have access to, they're credit shops. So recreational bettors with credit can lock up bets earlier in the week. Like if you're betting with cash and you're posting, I understand not locking up games a week, 2 weeks in advance because you're using your bankroll night after night. So I get it. But I just can't understand how every single game except one doesn't have a single under bet on it. Meaning as of right now, from recreational accounts, not a single recreational account has bet one game under. The only game they bet under that won, Cardinals and Broncos, is the only preseason game this week that I see an under bet booked. Every single other game on this sheet right now. And again, most haven't bet, but this is probably, he's got a couple hundred players, maybe 20% of that have bet so far, 25% at most, and all overs, over. Now, some got good numbers because the overs seem to be trending in that direction because of what we've seen so far in the preseason. But it's zero, like I said, one game getting a little under money, but still heavier to the over. It just happens to have a few under bets. No other game has a single under bet booked on it. It's the over or nothing at all.
So that's also the only game out of all 16 here in week 2 in which the opening line is higher than the current line. Every other game, the other 15 games are the same, if not higher than the opener right now. So that goes to exactly what you're saying. It's been all over money. And if I'm not mistaken, last week the overs were 14-2 in week 1 of the preseason. I've pointed out a stat that's very basic. 37 is the key number. You and I were coming up, Teddy and Marco in the 90s. We saw 37s and 41s all the time. We don't see them anymore in the regular season. 37 is the most key total of all. You see it in the preseason, probably about a 4 to 5% chance a game lands on 37 in this price range. If you've blindly played 37 or less over, 37 and a halves or higher under over the last decade, you've hit like 57% on the blind. Maybe things are changing here. It goes back, Gianni, also to what I said about 3 weeks of the preseason, right? Teams are playing more in week 1 than they used to, and we saw a ton of overs. I think the betting market is anticipating that. I'm not going to say we're going to have more unders and overs this week, but if I'm a bettor, I'm probably looking for some reasons to play some unders at this point.
I think so too. That's how I feel. I haven't bet any overs yet. I'm looking to see if I could take advantage of some unders heading into the weekend.
Yeah, and obviously a lot of uncertainty with the quarterback rotations. We have a lot of free play videos here on the channel. We'll dig into that more as well. Last call tomorrow on Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. Let me ask you about UFC 319. We don't have a lot of talk about the MMA stuff the rest of the show. Big UFC event this weekend. Anything?
I'm going to do a public service announcement right now. Public service announcement. Be very cautious on Lerone Murphy. For whatever reason, everyone I'm speaking to is telling me that the wrong fighter is favored in that fight. And I understand why. Because Lerone Murphy has done absolutely nothing wrong. He had a draw in his first UFC fight, and I think he's won 5 or 6 since. He has 0 losses in the UFC, and he's fighting Aaron Pico, who is coming over from Bellator. And we have a small sample size of 2 fighters over the last few months that just came over from Bellator. Patchy Mix and Pitbull. Both of those fighters looked awful in their UFC debut. So the narrative is, what's going to change with Aaron Pico coming over from Bellator? I'll tell you this, Aaron Pico is a completely different situation than those other 2 fighters. He's in his prime still. the UFC has wanted him for a very long time. Mick Maynard has been very high on Aaron Pico, and everyone has. I mean, he was a phenom coming out of high school. He could have went to any college, top wrestling colleges in the country, and instead he went straight to the Olympic trials out of high school, which is like never happens. That's how good this kid was. And speaking this, like Andrew Gambis, who's an originator of MMA, who wrestled in high school, in college, speaking to him yesterday, he said you couldn't go to a tournament without hearing his name, Aaron Pico, Aaron Pico, Aaron Pico. So this kid, it's potential versus credentials, and sometimes it is worth going out on that risk curve and paying for potential, because I think when we look back on this fight, we're going to come to the conclusion that it probably should have been a lot higher than actually this line is. It opened at about minus 140, got to 150, got as high as 180, almost 200. Since then, it's starting to come down because the Lauren Murphy money is starting to get to the window. Lerone Murphy, forgive me. I'm just throwing public service announcement. Be cautious with that dog. I know everyone thinks he's live. I know it seems like there's a ton of value, but be cautious. There's some sharp money opposite that are very high on Aaron Pico. And what else can I share real quickly? Main event, it's no secret. Anyone that's been following anything I do knows I love Chimaev in that fight. A lot of DDP money is going to come in. So I think if you like Chimaev and you don't want to lay the 240s, 230s, I think you may want to wait till tomorrow. You'll probably get a better price. I released that to subscribers at minus 200. I thought it should be a lot higher than that. So I do like Chimaev in the main event. And like I said, cautious in the co-main event with Pico and Murphy.
Love it. It's almost a fade the public situation. We talk about that, right? You love it when everyone likes the dog in any sport, and all of a sudden the sharp money is on the favorite. Got a little bit of UFC 319 that happening there. And I already told our social media team, whenever you start with public service amount, that's going to be a great social media clip. So I can see that one being up in the near future here. Don't you dare call him Gianni the Italian. He's Gianni the Greek.
Yes.
And you also have the steam room, I believe, coming up here in the near future.
10 minutes. We're 10 minutes away. 10 minutes away. Gonna knock it out Friday because we got a busy weekend of UFC 319, preseason football, Major League Baseball, WNBA, a lot of stuff. And really excited for the football season. If you watch the preview shows, you know we're ready to go. So, join the steam room. That's in 10 minutes. And get ready for a big weekend, 5% up in UFC 319.
And I know they had a special yesterday. I think it expired like 20 minutes ago. But if you really would like to find out more about the steam room, contact our award-winning customer support team here at WagerTalk.com.
And keep sending those best bet videos out, Steve. I saw the one yesterday you put out. Love them, bro. Love them.
Yeah, we'll keep excited for the football season, right? We got college football top 25 every week. The Fade the Public. Got some other ideas floating in the head too, Yanni. So I'll let you know.
To OGs, Marco and Teddy coming up from behind. And
yeah, this is the Vegas triple play here. You know, we did this in last call last week, and I joked that all of us had at least 4 decades of experience.
Yeah.
I didn't think about it today because
we have over 100 years of sports betting experience.
Yeah, it was you, Teddy, and Ross Benjamin, but we got Marco in for Ross. So that's an equal swap right there.
Yep.
2 old school guys. So yeah, once again, all of us 90s or older.
Experience.
Pretty crazy. 2 centuries. We each have 2 centuries of work, and you'll get that in the steam room coming up here in 9 minutes. Once again, Gianni the Greek. Find him at WagerTalk.com, and all access subscribers get the steam room every week with him. If you'd like more information, hey, message customer support here at WagerTalk.com. They'll get you set up. All right, let's bring in Teddy Covers. No further ado. And Teddy, I got to ask you about the NFL preseason. We talked a lot about it last week on last call. We saw those overs come in. Yanni just talked about all the money coming on the overs this week. Has something changed? Is it an overreaction? What are your thoughts?
So with all due respect to you and Yanni, a couple of corrections. Overs went 13-2 last week, not 14-2. The Lions-Falcons game didn't get to 55 minutes. That didn't count. But they are 14-2 so far in the entirety of the preseason, counting the Hall of Fame game. So
that's what I saw
last week, 14-2 overall. Secondly, we have seen a big totals move towards the under on one game that got steamed up initially. 39.5 up to 42.5, now back to 39.5. So when you look at your Odds Logic live odds screen, you might not notice that line moved up 3 points, that total, and then got bet back down. That is in the Chiefs game that we're going to talk about with the Seahawks in just a few minutes. When we talk about why the over so far, has the markets, and there are two schools of thought. There's a school of thought out there saying, look, the NFL changes from year to year, and the markets are lagging behind where the NFL is when it comes to these preseason totals. That is one of the two theories. The other theory, and that's the one that I subscribe to, is that last week and so far this preseason has been a lot of randomness that has resulted in a lot of overs. We saw a bunch of big special teams plays last week. We saw, most importantly, red zone efficiency be off the charts good. And when teams are scoring touchdowns in the red zone as opposed to field goals, it's a huge difference for totals. Half the totals that have gone over this preseason gone over by a touchdown or less. And that's, one or two defensive or special team scores / one or two touchdowns instead of field goals. It's not like every game is flown over the total. And when it comes to this week, there are bettors out there. They're like, I'm not playing any unders till I see unders come in. I'm not one of those bettors. We'll talk about that again when we break down the NFL game for tonight that we have scheduled to do so.
Yeah, and like you just said, with that many squeaking over, we saw a lot of totals below 37 last week. I don't see many at all on the board this week. So once again, these lines have been pumped up 3, 4, 5 points. So if you're talking about that narrow of a margin last week, then maybe it is going to be 50-50. I think the biggest difference is what I said earlier. Week 1 is not like week 1 a decade ago. Starters are playing more. It's almost a week 2 now. And with the 3 preseason games, I think it's shifted everything. Totals are a lot higher this week than they were last week. Are the teams really taking that much of a different approach this week than last week?
Starters didn't play much last week, Steve. I mean, they really didn't. I wouldn't compare that I wouldn't compare week 1, 2025 to week 1, 2015 when it comes to starter playing time. I'd call it basically even. What happened last week was the red zone offense was good, and we had a bunch of special teams and defensive scores. And the game snuck over. But it had more, in my opinion, to do with red zone efficiency than any other factor. Lots of touchdowns. Teams were kept on getting 7-7-7s instead of 3s.
Let me ask you this. We'll get to some baseball and then tonight's NFL game. With the 3 preseason games now, this year, last couple years, weeks 2, weeks 3, it used to always be week 3 out of the 4 where that was the dress rehearsal almost for everybody. Nobody played in week 4. Now some do it this week. Now some do it in the final week because they're off for a couple weeks after week 3. What's your research showing on that?
So the week 3 regular season walkthrough, that was such a, and the lines reflected that very much.
Correct.
That was the 1 week where the good teams would actually be favored over the bad teams in August. I'm not sensing any of that this week. I'm not hearing any coach saying, yeah, we're going to walk through. We're looking for the regular season. Not a one. Maybe something will come up between now and the end of the weekend. But so far, doing my work, I haven't seen anyone say, yeah, this is our regular season walkthrough week. Yeah, we're going to play the starters a full half, or we're going to play the starters into the third quarter like you did in preseasons in olden times. So I haven't gotten that sense, and neither have the markets. Because when you look at how the lines have moved this week, it's as much bet against for the big line moves. They're betting against the Rams, they're betting against the Packers for the teams that are laying 6-7 points, and most of the other games are in a much narrower point spread range, which tells us that they're not expecting starters to be on the field for one team when they're not on the field for the other.
And I'll tell you, we're going to look at Padres-Dodgers in a moment, but let's finish off the football thoughts. I mentioned that I've got a full 12-minute video for that Titans-Falcons game tonight at 7 Eastern NFL Network. And now you're going to give us some free information for the late-night NFL Network game at 10 Eastern tonight, Chiefs and Seahawks. And we did see that money come in on Seattle. Yanni talked about it. It's one-sided. They've gone from a 2.5-point dog to now a solid 3-point home favorite. Agree, disagree? Looking at the total, how are you attacking this one? Kansas City at Seattle Friday night.
Sure, let's talk some Friday night NFL preseason action with the Seahawks and the Chiefs. And as you mentioned, Steve, the money so far has come for Seattle, and it's been significant money. Kansas City open -2.5, now the Seahawks -3. That has everything to do with the projected starters for these two teams for tonight. The total got open 39.5, got bet up 42.5, and has since come back down and sitting pretty much right where it opened right now in the 39.5 range. We saw Seattle last week. Drew Lock moved the football the whole first half. Then he threw a red zone interception. That was the only reason it wasn't a blowout. They were up 16-3 at halftime. If Lock didn't throw that red zone pick, they could have easily been up by 3 scores at the break. Jalen Milroe played most of the second half. He was able to move the football on the ground fairly efficiently, 38 rushing yards, which is you like a QB as a third stringer who can make plays with his legs as much as his feet. And Seattle's a team that is really emphasizing running the football. They want to run the football in August. They want to run the football in September. There's been a significant amount of emphasis on putting the offensive line together, and there's still questions who's going to start at guard and center for Seattle, so there's urgency there for the linemen. And last week, they had 32 carries for 170 yards, 10 rushing first downs. I would expect a comparable game plan this week. The quote from the beat writer, Mike McDonald, indicated he plans to have his first team offense out there. We only have 1 year of evidence about how, as he as a head coach, handles having his starters in. Last year, Gino and the number ones played only 1 drive in 1 game, week 3, with Sam Darnold being brand new to the team and a new system with Clint Kubiak OC. I expect we'll see the starters for longer than what we saw them last year. McDonald's quote, there might be a couple of guys that will sit based on whether they get out there or not. We're still working through it now, but our guys are going to start the game out. We'll see how long it goes. So we have clearly Seahawks starters playing in this ball game. And when you see the starters in the field, generally the coach leaves them in until they score at least once and oftentimes twice. Now, Kansas City played their starters in week 1 for 1 series, a series that started on the Arizona's 13-yard line after a turnover. They scored a touchdown and then moved on to Gardner Minshew and company. Minshew, Mahomes had a 13-yard touchdown drive. Minshew had 2 drives, 1 touchdown. Then Bailey Zappi and Chris Olajuwon, and that duo, not good. They didn't score a point after Minshew left the game. Zappi threw 2 picks. Olajuwon threw had 2 chances, drives to win the game, couldn't move the football either time. 39 passing yards on 13 attempts. It's worth noting, Andy Reid is now 0-4 his last 4 preseason games, a guy that had a decent track record. Haven't seen that in last year or this year when it comes to success for Kansas City. And typically, in years past, Reid gives his offense a series in preseason week 1, and they work their way up to like a full quarter in week 2. From the indications, again, looking at Kansas City's beat writer and looking at Andy Reid's quote, I'm still figuring out who's going to play, not play the whole deal. So the chance I sit a couple of starters or at least be short with them. We want to make sure here's the key part of the quote. We want to make sure we get a good look at these young guys and just see how it rolls all going forward. And of course, Reid said, there's a good chance Mahomes doesn't play. We'll see how it goes. So there's a chance Mahomes could still play and the starters could still play for Kansas City. And if so, we'll see a bunch of Chiefs money over the next 24 hours or then over the next, 12 hours or 8 hours, whatever it is till kickoff. We'll see some money tonight, but the markets haven't shown any indication that's going to come. And certainly there appears to be more of an urgency for Seattle than Kansas City right now. Reid's 0-4 track record. And in my mind, the under is the best way to bet this ball game. Even at the current number, you're not getting any worse than the opening number. We expect Seattle to try to run the football. We have a Kansas City second half that's not likely to move the football. And I think there's some value in unders. We've seen the sharp money pour in on the under from the 42.5 that it was earlier in the week. If I'm playing this game, lean Seattle, lean under.
Yeah, this opened brief, like you said, 39.5. And if you look, it still says 39.5. But yes, earlier this week, it was as high as 42.5 if you check the Odds Logic archive line. So we have a little reverse line movement on this one, just like we do in the first game, Tennessee-Atlanta. Tennessee went from 3.5 up to 5.5, now down to 3. And once again, reverse line movement in both games tonight. Who wears short shorts? Minshew wears short shorts. He'll be doing it in Kansas City in the cold of the winter. How dare he? All seriousness, though, he's a capable backup. And, we talk about season win totals. I always say you got to worry about those injuries. And obviously Mahomes, has been injury prone in recent years. I think that's huge for Kansas City to have Minshew. I'm not saying he's Patrick Mahomes, but he's serviceable if something is to happen this year in Kansas City. I like Minshew. Of course, Teddy used to see him on the Vegas Strip in the short shorts when he was with the Raiders. Not as much so.
So Minshew had his chances earlier in his career, and he had a chance again last year, and he's basically barfed them all up. Minshew's not a starting NFL quarterback. if Kansas City goes to Minshew for any reason this year, I don't see him being graded any higher than Chad Henne was, which is, at least a touchdown drop off for the Chiefs.
I would agree with
You're
that.
higher on Minshew than I am.
Well, I think Henne's probably an accurate comparison. So that's a huge drop off. And that's what always people forget it. And you know this, Teddy. It's not how much is Mahomes worth. It's how much is the difference between Mahomes and the backup quarterback worth. And it very well might be a touchdown. I wouldn't disagree. Although I am a Gardner Minshew fan, and I've enjoyed doing my Fade the Public videos with him over the years because he's been on some bad teams that the public often fades, which is something I've just come to realize. Jacksonville, Raiders. It's like he was in the videos a lot. He was on some bad teams. Teddy, we'll talk some baseball. It's always tricky when a team doesn't have their starter decided yet, and that's the case with San Diego tonight. They're at the LA Dodgers. So I'll ask you if you have any thoughts on this game, but just big picture, I definitely want to get your take on these LA Dodgers. The unbeatable LA Dodgers coming into the season just got swept by the Angels. They've dropped 4 in a row now. If you look back over their last 32 games, 35 games, I think they're 12-21 now over the last 33 or so. Yet they're still 68-53 on the season. What's your take on the Dodgers? And do you see anything in this game tonight, San Diego at LA?
I certainly do. But let's talk just real quick. I want to close out NFL saying I came on and I was like, oh, you guys got it was 13-2 to the over last week, not 14-2, and this total moved up and not down and all this stuff. I do a show every Monday morning with Kelly Stewart, Kelly in Vegas. The NFL opening line report. If you've never watched it, come watch it this week. Although I think Kelly's going to be off. Well, Kelly's a maybe because she's in Ireland. We may have Dan Alexander, who we'd love to have on the show as a host with us. But if you want a strong NFL report on Monday morning, first thing, before these lines start to go crazy, with emergency betting alerts in the process, say, hey, this line's about to move, that line's about to move. It has a little steam report in there. Check it out. Again, right here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel, live every Monday, 8 a.m. Pacific time, bright and early, 11 a.m. for you back east.
And Teddy, I was going to say, you almost were a lawyer. You would have been a decent lawyer because I can also be a lawyer at times. Had I just changed the term this season to 14-2 instead of last week, I would have been correct.
Yes.
And I also believe, we'll go back and check the videotape. I might have said only one game has had money coming in the under. That line is still the same in the Kansas City.
It was Gianni. It was Gianni who said that he hasn't seen any bets on the under. I'm like, no, this line.
Oh, yeah, bets on the. Yeah, you're right about that. There's definitely been some bets coming in the under because that went down several points, but only one line is lower than the opener. I guess would be technically correct still.
Absolutely.
But nonetheless, you got something on the Padres Dodgers, but I'm really curious in your take on the Dodgers in general because something's not meshing here. They're 15 games above for the season, but they're like 10 games below over the last 30 or so. So what happens in this one?
So let's start by talking about Clayton Kershaw. All right. I'm looking right now at the Odds Logic live odds screen. And if you haven't tried it, guys, really, I'm a big fan, all right, of having a live odds screen open pretty much 24/7 on my other monitor. I just keep it rolling and it gives you a good sense of what the markets are doing, tells you when you have to get down. It speaks to where the sharp money is going. It speaks to where the public's money is going. It really is a valuable tool. oddslogic.com/Teddy will get you a free 7-day all access for the OddsLogic product. I encourage you, check it out again, oddslogic.com/Teddy. But looking at that OddsLogic live odds screen, I'm seeing LA anywhere from -170 to -185 at some books, total sitting 9.5. There are a couple of books that are a 9 juice to the over. And I want to start talking about Clayton Kershaw. We got Kershaw versus pitcher X for San Diego tonight. Kershaw, obviously a first ballot Hall of Famer, but he's 37 years old. He's coming off a season-ending injury last year. He's got 14 starts. He hasn't missed a single turn in the rotation since getting back off the IL in May. And he's thrown 2 gems in August, 12 innings pitched against the Rays and the Blue Jays, only 1 run allowed in those 2 games combined. But the advanced metrics for Kershaw are concerning. They're real concerning. His strikeouts are way down, 17 over his last 33 innings pitched in his last 6 starts since July 1st. He's got a rough track record versus current Padres, 828 OPS, a decent 144 at-bat sample size. Multiple Padres have had great success against him, including Manny Machado and company. The bullpen behind Kershaw is an absolute train wreck right now, all right? They made 1 acquisition at the trade deadline. They brought in Brock Stewart, and he's got a sore right shoulder. You got Michael Kopech and Tanner Scott and Kirby Yates all on the injured list still. This team's 10-14 since the All-Star break. They've allowed the go-ahead run in the 8th inning or later in 4 of their last 5 losses. They're 12-21 their last 33. A 2-7 skid going to the break. So it's not a little slump for LA. They stink right now. And this is a team with nothing to prove in August. The bottom of the orders, Muncie's back on the DL. They're getting nothing from 6, 7, 8, 9, an order that was, they were getting great production from the bottom of the order for extensive portion of this season. That hasn't happened of late. And then the quotes. Here's Mookie Betts. It's not like these guys aren't going out there and giving it their all. Sometimes you just don't get it done. I think it's encouraging to know that we're giving ourselves a chance to win every night. So it's not like we're going out there and just laying an egg. Sorry, that's not the quote I want. I want the quote of, we're freaking pissed. We're freaking hungry. We've gotten our asses kicked for weeks. Let's step up. I'm not getting that sense. This team has nothing to prove right now. The Dodgers, 5-2 against the Padres this year. They knocked the Padres out of the playoffs last year on their way to winning the World Series. This San Diego team has a lot to prove in August. And oh, by the way, they're the hottest team in baseball right now, 14-3 their last 17 games. Just like last year, surging after the All-Star break. I don't care they don't have a starting pitcher tonight. Yeah. Originally it was going to be Michael King. They just called up Randy Vasquez from AAA El Paso, who's, again, he's not an ace. He's not anyone the market's going to be excited about. It's still undecided whether he's going to go tonight or somebody else. I don't care who goes for San Diego. I could only look at the Padres at the plus price right now. Right now, regardless of starting pitching, there are concerns about Kershaw. And even if Kershaw pitches well, the bullpen behind him is not trustworthy. The lineup behind him is not trustworthy. Padres or pass for this better.
Teddy quotes, some baseball locker room quotes from my man Mookie, one of my favorite players. I love it. And that Padre offense was hot this past 3 games in San Francisco. They put up 20 runs on 34 hits in those 3 wins. Outscored the Padres 20-3. Hottest team in baseball, as Teddy just said. The Padres, a big dog tonight because they're undecided against a future Hall of Famer, but the Dodgers have definitely been struggling. And, of course, you can get Teddy's baseball best bets at WagerTalk.com. Teddy talked about opening line report every Monday. It's must-see TV. But also you've got your NFL season wins package still available as well. Tell us about that at WagerTalk.
Yeah, I have a 5% big ticket play up in NFL preseason action for tomorrow. And this is one where I do not know where the line is going to move. I couldn't figure out where the line is going to move. I'm just putting it out right now. And we'll lock in at the current number. And you can still get the same number that I put it out at. Visit my homepage, wt.buzz/TC. You talked about the season wins, 103-52 lifetime, 17-4 with the 5% big tickets. And the lines are still available. Some years they're not. This year, the wise guys, the sharp money said, yeah, well, we don't love Teddy's plays as much as perhaps we did other years. Good. That means the lines are still out there for my clients to get. So I would encourage you, if you haven't done so already, get on board with the season win package. And of course, check out that opening line report every Monday, 8 a.m. Pacific time, 11 a.m. Eastern. And of course, for this video, be sure to like. That's all we ask. Just hit that like button if you like this type of analysis. Comment below. Tell us what you think. And of course, we're approaching 210,000 subscribers on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. It's a huge number. If you haven't done so, do it now. Subscribe, and you'll get instant alerts every time these videos go live.
Yeah, Teddy's also got daily free plays. Check those out. He's got some NFL free plays up there, a college football free play for the regular season. Free plays galore at WagerTalk.com. That's Teddy Covers, and you will see him next this Monday on Opening Line Report right here on WagerTalk TV. And we're going to finish off our Vegas triple play with another original and OG, Marco D'Angelo. And Teddy corrected us, Marco. I got to correct him. We're over 210,000 subscribers. I think we're over 211 now, if I'm not mistaken. So now it's 212 is next. The key number of 212,000 subscribers to make everything work. Marco, I want to get your NFL preseason thoughts in a moment. We've talked a lot about it. I definitely want to get you to weigh in on the way out. But we'll stick with the baseball theme here. What's something you're looking at tonight in Major League Baseball?
Well, we're taking a look at the Texas Rangers, Toronto Blue Jays game, and you got 2 teams, honestly, going opposite directions. Texas just 1-6 in their last 7 games. What's more concerning about only being 1-6 is that they've scored 2 runs or less in 6 of their last 8 games. Toronto 6-3 their last 9. But if you look at them over the last 6 games, 4 of those 6 games, they've been held to 2 runs or less. So you might see a little theme here where I'm looking in this game. You got Jacob deGrom on the mound. He had a stretch prior to his last 3 starts, where he had 15 of 16 starts where he allowed 2 runs or less. Then he had back-to-back bad games. He gave up 5 runs, but then in his last start, good signs, back in form, went into the 7th inning, allowed 3 runs in that game. More importantly, strikeout to walk ratio was 8-1. So it tells me he had command of his pitches, and I look to see the Jacob deGrom that we saw for almost the entire season. So I look for a good outing out of him. And then here's a crazy number with Chris Bassett. He has lost 2 of his last 3 starts, or I should say he's got roughed up in 2 of his last 3 starts. The 2 that he got it roughed up in were both on the road. The Toronto Blue Jays are 8-0 in his home starts. I'm going to go ahead and look at the under in this game. Those 8 starts, 3 runs to the opposition is what the average has been. I expect both pitchers to pitch well. And another crazy stat I'll throw at you with the Texas Rangers, when they are playing a game where it doesn't matter who's the favorite, but it's minus 150 or less, so we're talking about a more competitive type game. How about 34-13 to the under? Let's take under 7.5 tonight, Rangers, Blue Jays.
Like it, a little under action in Toronto between the Rangers and Blue Jays. And Marco, got to turn to the NFL preseason. We've talked a lot about it here on the show, but I want to get your opinion as well. How have things changed for you in recent years? Obviously, for me, I think having the 3 NFL preseason games has really messed things up, if you want to say. It's just mixed up how everyone approaches it. Your thoughts so far in this year, these line moves as well, more faster than ever and more extreme than ever. I know you probably do things a little differently than when you started back in the 90s as well now with the NFL preseason.
Well, going to the 3-week schedule definitely changes everything. You know, the pattern that we have seen over the last couple seasons is these big moves that you see, they're not winning. Okay. The overreaction to the steam and then people piling on to the steam and driving the lines. You saw big moves last week and they all bit the dust. I talked last Friday with John Murray at the Westgate when did the radio show. And this is a pattern that is alarming. Now, the other pattern that everybody's going to jump up and down about is because of all of the overs you saw last week. And I have my theory on why you see the overs in the first week and why you won't see as many of the overs in the second week. To me, because we have the 3-week pattern, week 1 is still treated the same as it is from the old days to now. They really don't care. All right. This is where you're going to see a lot of backup players in there. The offenses are not going to have the starters in there. And where the advantage comes in and why you see more scoring, in my opinion, is because you don't have game planning in these games. You have the backups in much earlier on defense. And when you get quarterbacks that are backups but have had experience, they've already started games. They're just not quality, they weren't good enough to keep their jobs as starters, but they're career backup guys. We talked about Drew Lock had a big game last week. My guy in Pittsburgh, Mason Rudolph, he has done this every year. Great preseasons. Why? He knows the offense. He has started NFL games, and he's going against 3rd and 4th units a lot of times. And then you have guys that are mobile quarterbacks where the defenses break down. They're not scheming for him. You've got a mobile quarterback that can extend a play or make a big play on a broken play. That's why you see that in week 1. In week 2, you're going to see more coaches play starters. It's a mix and match. Some coaches will put more emphasis in week 2. Some will put more in week 3. You would think that week 2 would be the dress rehearsal, but because they have that extra week after week 3, a lot of coaches will play them in week 3, and then you have that extra week to prepare before the season starts. So look for a lot more unders in week 2 and week 3, especially week 2. And we're going to talk about one of those ones that I definitely like, the under.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier, Teddy, and Gianni as well. I think you look for reasons to start playing some unders now. These lines are drastically higher, and I will point out once again, we saw a lot of totals below the key number of 37 last week. We're not seeing that this week, so the lines have definitely been adjusted. Let's talk Eagles-Browns. This is your 1 o'clock national TV game on NFL Network tomorrow on Saturday. By the way, Marco, not a coincidence that the Browns are on NFL Network every week. The Rams game next week is scheduled for NFL Network. But a little bit of a wrench thrown into the works here on the joint practice with the Eagles on Wednesday, 2 days ago, as rookie quarterback Sanders, oblique injury. Red flag alert, NFL Network. You're a popcorn and eye getter here, views getter. Might took a blow, and he might not play the rest of the preseason. How are you attacking this Eagles-Browns game on national TV Saturday?
Well, the Browns have problems at quarterback. There's no question about it. They had problems at quarterback before the season started. Let's be honest about it. But what they had last week was a situation that Sanders had to play because nobody else was available. They just signed Tyler Huntley. He didn't know the playbook. What was he going to do? And he ended up having a good game, and kudos to him. But again, against vanilla defenses. Now enter week 2. Dylan Gabriel is going to most likely see the most of the majority of the snaps. He's not 100% either. He was one of the quarterbacks that missed last week, missed valuable playing time last week. And so far this week in the joint practices, everything I've read, he's absolutely stunk. Okay. So, you're not going to get a lot of production out of him. And then you're going to see Tyler Huntley. And all right, he's, in his second week in camp, he's not ready to do things, but he is one of those guys that did have experience. He has started some games in the NFL when Lamar Jackson was hurt and so forth. So he has some experience, but he's still learning the offense. The flip side to Philadelphia, they put up a ton of points last week. And why? Well, once again, they have, a quarterback there that's done well. Tanner McKee, he got in, started a game last year, had a good preseason last year, had a good preseason again this year because he's working against backup units. And who did he play against last week? The Cincinnati Bengals. And we all know what the Cincinnati Bengals are this year. They're going to be an offensive machine. They're going to be a defense that's going to give up a lot of points. And when you're playing the backups in preseason, the other teams are going to have success. Cleveland has a much better defense than Cincinnati. Doesn't matter if it's first unit, second unit, or third unit. This is a big difference. I look for there to be less scoring tonight. And when you look at what Philadelphia has, I don't see them playing Tanner McKee too much. He is locked in as their number 2 quarterback. There are even a lot of people talking about that if Philadelphia wanted to go out and get some need, they could dangle him as a carrot to a team that might end up coming out of the preseason with an injury at quarterback and need a quarterback. So don't look for him to play excessively in tonight's game. That leaves you with Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Okay, he played for the Browns last year and couldn't make that team. Now he's here in Philadelphia. And then you got Kyle McCord, who wasn't good either in preseason. So those 2 guys are going to get most of the snaps, and they're battling for the third position of what quarterback is going to be that number 3 QB in Philadelphia. I don't see a lot of points here. I'll go ahead and take the under in tonight's game between Philly and Cleveland.
And once again, that's on the NFL Network. A little early action on Saturday afternoon at 1 Eastern. The Browns and the Eagles. Cleveland is the NFL Network's darling this preseason, putting them on national TV every week because of the injured quarterback, Shedeur Sanders. Marco, Kylie Reynolds, one of our loyal viewers, asked if you having WNBA tonight, and I'll let you promote. Marco's actually got a strong 4% WNBA game of the week going. And I believe that's on the Friday night card, if I'm not mistaken. And you're number 2 the last couple years. A mere 47-24 net profit of over $5,000. That's over 50 units of profit. So number 2 ranking's pretty impressive still when you're 47-24, Marco, in the WNBA.
66% lifetime in the WNBA. I'll take that. And, I love Steve when I hear guys that chime in. I'll do a free video on WNBA and they'll actually put in the comments, you lost me as soon as you said WNBA. Why? Okay. Do you not like money? What does it matter? Because somebody says, I don't want to watch it. If you're betting only games you're watching, you're not going to be profitable. Trust me. Okay. The WNBA is a very beatable sport, and I've done well with it. I've got a big 4% play tonight. The play is my WNBA game of the week. You can pick that up. You can get the game by itself for $25 or do the smart thing. grab a 7-day all access package for $69, normally $99. That's the best deal going right now. And you'll get every play I have. We're on a 4-1 run the last 2 days. Let's keep it rolling tonight. Got a big weekend. I've got a couple baseball plays to go along with tonight's 4%. So if you grab the all access, you'll get everything. And then a big Saturday card. And we may even slip in a horse race on Saturday as well, as there's a couple big stake races on around the country tomorrow.
And that's all access. You're going to get Marco's baseball, NFL preseason, WNBA, horse racing if it comes up. All access 7-day special that he mentioned is just $69. No promo code needed. Check it out right now. Marco D'Angelo at WagerTalk.com. And that'll do it. Action-packed show here on Friday. I'm once again Steve Merrill filling in for Andy Lang. He'll be back on Monday. He is at the Live Golf Tournament, living life as we speak. I'm sure he'll have some stories from that. And don't forget, we do appreciate you watching, and we also really appreciate a thumbs up like. It takes 2 seconds, and positive comments below. We do read the comments and reply back. If you haven't subscribed, click subscribe to Wager Talk TV for free, and consider hitting that bell as well, so you get an instant alert when free plays are posted each and every day. Shows go live, free play videos are posted. I will have a free baseball video for tonight, also some free NFL preseason videos for this weekend. So make sure you click subscribe and click that bell for an instant alert. And speaking of free plays, I've got a free selection between Dan Alexander's Philadelphia Phillies and my Washington Nationals tonight on Friday, but I didn't dare pick the side. I didn't want to upset either one of us. I went with the total. Free over-under play in that Phillies-Nationals game is posted on my page right now with analysis, along with a strong best bet tonight for Friday. Check that out, Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com. And once again, 7 days for $69, dude. It's normally $99. You can get any capper, unlimited cappers, get multiple cappers, 7-day all access for $69, or make a flex pass. You can flex for $69 and choose different cappers each and every day with that 7-day flex pass. But this is a great time to try out a sampler. 7 days for $69, normally $99. No promo code needed. Check it out on every capper's page right now, including mine, Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com. You can get to my page quicker, wt.buzz/SM. That'll do it. Great week of Wager Talk today. We'll be back on Monday at noon Eastern. Don't forget there is live programming tomorrow on Saturday. Wager Talk last call. Errol Epstein back in the seat. 11 a.m. Eastern here on the network. Have a great weekend. Enjoy the games tonight. And we'll talk to you again soon here on Wager Talk TV.
Five free plays for Friday, August 15th coming right up. Not only do I have 4 Major League Baseball plays for you today, but I'll be talking about the season opener in the English Premier League.
Who set up your setup today? JH. He goes to Bet Bash and just completely drops the ball on Kelly Murray.
We just got those in. Those are the golf shirts for the Super Contest Golf Tournament. You want to see one of them? Johnny,
sure.
Show me yours.
Show me one.
John Hoagland designed this shirt. See?
What brand is it?
What brand is it, buddy? He doesn't know.
Well, so much of it is
that's what those boxes are. Hold on. Okay. Let me take my gum out. Because what did you say? Like only kids chew gum or something? Isn't
like chomp on gum while you're having a conversation.
Well, no, it's because I'm taking neuro gum. I'm trying to keep myself sharp between the ears.
They did not even email us back about sponsoring the show. I don't want to talk about them.
They're too good. I think they are too good for our show. Because weren't they on? They were on Joe Rogan's show, right?
I have no idea what they're on.
They're way too big. You're just you. I'm just me. Neurogum is they're way out of our league.
I mean, you're right. You don't even want to do the show this year, and I'm forcing you to because I still have a contract with the Westgate Superbook till next April. You guys, this might be the last year of the show.
Is that how long your contract is? April?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that official? So we're doing it till April? Anyways, so you leave for Ireland tonight. Is that a fact?
Tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning. Okay.
Yes.
And you're going to be there for how long?
Technically 10 days. So 14th through the 24th, but you lose a day going there.
Yeah. True.
And then the last day, you're just flying home all day. And that sucks too. But I have to be back. I mean, I have to work Monday morning, like early.
I went to a Liverpool game in May. And when I flew back, I flew London Heathrow to LAX. And my phone died right at the beginning of it. And it was awesome. because like nobody could bother me for like 11 hours. And I was just watching movies and ordering drinks. It was awesome. It was so great.
You didn't have a charger? There's
it was like
plugins all over these phones.
It was like an older plane or something, because the plane we took over there had phone chargers in the seats. This plane didn't. And I was like, excellent. And I kind of, in some ways, I
would go nuts. I would go absolutely nuts.
It was great. I loved it.
I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to make it home. Like the way there, you're going to have drinks, you're going to sleep, no problem. But on the way home, we leave Dublin at 11 a.m. And I think I get home at like 11 p.m. Like that's a long day.
What airline?
Delta. So
that'd be good.
And Helen and I are actually we were going to go through Atlanta, and I called Delta up and I'm like, hey, when I went to Italy, we did Delta 1 and this is how it worked and whatever. And the guy was like, well, do you want to fly through Minneapolis? I'm like, all right. So Helen and I got upgraded for like free. Not free, but like points free. Oh, so that was really nice. And I was happy about that. So we do get like our own little suite on the way there. So that's going to guarantee me not to be a complete monster when we land. I'm just amazed by you that like you pretend to have this like crazy job, yet every time I'm either in your office or doing a show, you're just watching baseball.
Or soccer. That's not true. Or soccer.
Yeah.
Baseball or golf.
What do you actually do at the Westgate Superbook? I would love to had somebody like, the Office Space. Like, what do you do here?
Yeah. Explain your job to me. Remember when your president, or no, I think it was Elon Musk. I forget if it was Elon Musk or it was your president told people they had to say like 5 things they did each week and people like couldn't do it.
Yeah. You can't do it.
I can't do it.
Let's hear what you do. Give me 5 things that you do every day at work or once
every
a week.
Well, I watch baseball. I watch soccer. Yeah, that's it. That's all.
Okay, 2 things. So you really, I would love to make
I bet on horse racing.
Oh, you bet the ponies while you're at work.
Yeah, I bet the ponies. I don't do well at that. That's not that.
You sit around and look at your Bitcoin wallet. What else?
I don't know. I guess it is just 3. I guess maybe Elon had a point. Well, I do these shows with you and other people like you.
And other people you don't even like. I get on today and John's like, I had to do this show with this guy I don't like. I'm like, what? Why would you subject yourself to hanging out with people that you don't like? We're too old for that.
I'm a company man. I do what I'm told. I've got a marketing team and they tell me what to do. They just tell me do this show, talk to this guy. Yes.
I'm surprised you're not at Bet Bash today.
No, I wasn't. I don't think that they invited me this year. They do usually invite me, but I understand why they don't invite me because I always say no. Oh. So I don't blame them. But Kelly is hilarious, obviously, but we do have a lot of things going on. We are pretty busy. We've got APA in the house this week in Las Vegas. And don't forget, we've got the Super Contest golf weekend, slot tournament Friday night, golf tournament on Saturday. Then we got the dinner on Saturday night.
And we're giving away how many Super Contest entries?
Giving away, I think it's 2 Super Contests. I don't remember how many college. The college, there's a bunch of college giveaways.
There was a bunch of college giveaways on Instagram I saw.
And then tonight, we'll be at Naked City, Office Bar. Our great friend Sam Peniotovich is raffling.
JH is not allowed to go to that until we get that on it done and Kelly and Murray posted, just so he knows.
No, John, you're allowed to go. Is given
too much work to do.
No, it's fine. And Sam Peniotovich is going to raffle off a Super Contest college entry.
Ooh.
Super Contest college.
Can I enter that remote? Can I buy a remote raffle ticket?
No, because I want to exclude the people of like phenomenal wealth, Like I don't want somebody of Kelly's means.
I'm actually only going to do 4 college. I thought I was going to do more. I told Matt 7. And then I kind of just like weaned out some people that I was like, you know what? I don't feel like fighting with you every single week for 14 plus weeks.
Well, why don't you let's talk about that. I want to talk contest strategy.
Okay.
Why don't you do your own?
I am.
you are going to have, so like, one thing
I'm going to have
I've
my
never
own
done.
super contest. I'm going to have my own college.
You have your own college. Okay. You
And
have
then
your
I'm gonna
own
have-
super contest.
Yes.
Okay.
And then I'm going to do the $5,000 Survivor with your buddy Joff and Chris Thurston. So we have a little trio there. Hopefully we don't kill each other week 1. And then I'm going to do 3 additional college with friends of mine.
Well, we have a group chat that's me, you, Joff, and Chris Thurston. And then
From
you
last year.
3 guys are doing a Westgate Super Contest Survivor entry. I think I'd like to be out of the group chat. Let me.
Oh, you want us to remove you? So you're objected to us fighting all year
I
long?
don't listen to you guys. I don't care what
Well,
you're
you
doing.
and Joff are doing a Survivor.
We're gonna do. Well, that's actually what I want to talk about, contest strategy, because I am gonna do. I went to the Nationals game with Joff last Tuesday night. I was in DC. It was 5-0 A's before we sat down, by the way, so that wasn't great. But we.
So while you stood in line for beers, the A's scored 5 runs. Got
No,
it.
I think it was before we actually got into the ballpark. It was 5-0 A's. They scored 5 runs in the first inning. But we did agree we're going to do Circus Survivor together, which we've done that for several years. But one thing that occurred to me, I've never done a Circus Survivor entry by myself.
Huh.
I did. You remember I did Circa Millions by myself a couple years ago. I did quite well. Got a nice little check out of that. Why don't we do our own entries? I mean, obviously you have unlimited money. You can afford to do anything. Why do you want to get into these arguments with people instead of just having your own entry?
That's a great question.
It is a great question. I'm asking you. It's not a rhetorical question. I need an answer, kid.
Here's the thing. I don't even have my list in front of me. Maybe I do.
Do it.
Hold on. Hold, please. This is my old planner. I got a new football season planner. It looks the exact same in case anybody cared. Look at this. You got old to new. I got the new one. I'm taking the new one with me to Ireland, but I got the old one that's a complete and utter disaster right now. But so I have all my contests right here. So I'm doing, like I mentioned, 4 college football, 1 super contest, 1 $5,000 contest, super contest Survivor. Then I'm doing 1 Circa Survivor with CT, 1 with my buddy Steven. And then I'm in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Splash contests. Because Splash used to run your pool and office football pool. Now everything's on Splash. And I'm so happy. So like years past, I just kept saying no to people that would invite you because it gets too crazy. Like you're on office football pool, you're on run your, next thing you know, you forgot to put in picks for one of the 8 that's on, and everything's lost. Now everything's in one spot. So now this year when I got reinvited, I was like, wait, you're on Splash? Wait, it's just all right there. And it is bright red and says your picks are missing. So now I'm in a lot more other contests by myself that are $100, $50, $500, $250, $1,000 extra dollars to play in Circa Survivor. I just kind of thought, you know what? That's a huge monstrous pool. You got to strike lightning in a bottle. Every year on Thanksgiving, I get completely fucked over and then I get angry and it ruins my birthday. Like every year it feels like, so I was like, you know what? I'll do one with Steven, who I've done with a long time. You and I are not doing one, correct?
I think we agreed that we would be better content if we do an entry in our loser Survivor pool. Is that not accurate?
And we're going to do the $2.5 million guaranteed in Splash. We can get 10 entries instead of 1 entry. Okay. And that's 2.5 million guaranteed, even if it doesn't fill. So I kind of just decided like, hey, look, it's already tough to fly to Vegas. It's already tough to do these other things. I'm going to go do what I can and what's in my wheelhouse for this year. But yeah, I do have tons of solo, but sometimes these bigger pots are a little bit easier to like swallow when you're only paying 500. May CC and I kill each other by week 3? Yeah, we could lose some friends. You're right.
I was back in Virginia for about a week, and in Virginia you can use Splash Sports. Can't do that in Nevada.
Correct.
And I did
California just opened it back up.
Yes, you can do it in California. But I did the hit streak, the baseball hit streak. So the first day was Friday, and my guy got a hit.
Yay.
And then on day 2, I picked Ellie De La Cruz from the Reds. And that was the night that the Reds game was at Bristol Motor Speedway.
Oh, no, and
So
it rained out.
He comes up in the top of the first inning. He laces a hit, and then they stopped the game after the first inning, and they didn't resume the game. So he's out, and then my backup guy didn't get a hit, and I was just out.
Well, I made it to 8 days. For the girl who knows nothing
that's
about
really
baseball,
good.
I
Yeah,
made it to
I
8
thought-
days. There was 33 of us left. I made it to day 3 because today was day 2. I had Torkelson. So let's just see. It gives you a little bit of entertainment, something to do.
I think it's a great contest. Seriously, I was disappointed that I couldn't do it anymore. I thought it was a really fun contest. I think it was a great idea. I liked it a lot. I wanted to keep it going. I thought about going on social media to cry, you know what I mean? Because like my game got rained out. I thought if I just told my sob story on social media, I could get something. But I decided against it. What about tell everybody again about our Splash Sports College Football Survivor contest.
So College Football Survivor is going to be a little bit better, a little bit more tweaked than last year. Instead of picking one and then having double pick weeks,
A little bit harder.
it's going to be
You're
harder.
saying it's harder, right?
Yeah, it needs to be harder because there was way too many ties last year. Listen, I'll call myself this, like I can say it, I'm a Splash Sports commissioner. So the best part about that is listening to everybody say, hey, I like this. Hey, I don't like this.
Mm-hmm.
And saying, hey, wait a minute. This makes sense. You didn't like this because way too many people freaking tied. So this year they're going to guarantee $150,000. Right now there's a huge overlay. Only like 300, not even 300 people have signed up yet. So it's going to be kind of crazy. And I'm very excited for that. You can have it's going to be $100 for each entry. You can have up to 50 entries. You're just going to select 2 winners each week. Losses, ties, missed picks. Obviously, you get eliminated. And I think the objective is to pick a winner. There's no ATS. There's no nothing. We're doing Big 12, SEC, Big 10. And as I see our mailbag questions, a lot of people are mad at me. I left out the ACC, but we'll talk about that.
How did that come about?
Because I wasn't going to the Big 12.
Is the Big 12 better than the ACC?
Yes.
Oh, do we?
Yes.
I don't remember that.
Absolutely.
Is the Big 12 better than the ACC in college football?
Absolutely.
Oh,
this is not up for debate. Yeah, I just looked. Our mini losers actually just went live. You have until September 7th to sign up. $87,500, $100 entry. You can have 30 entries, and you're just going to pick one loser game per week. So the best part about it is you cannot just bet against the Raiders, the Saints, the Browns every single week. And the reason why it's called mini losers is because that is what you coined all of the people on the internet that troll me and Ariel.
I don't know if did I say that?
I filmed, but
I said that there's a lot of losers on gambling Twitter. That is true.
Yes.
I do feel that way.
And so
there's a lot of winners too. There's a lot of losers on there.
So that was fun. And then I also am going to have a couple of different ones. I have my $100 pick 7 college football, $25,000 guaranteed. They're guaranteeing it right now. There's only 52 people that have signed up. Huge overlay there. I think it's almost $20,000, a little less than $20,000 overlaid. So that's going to be great. That one sold out last year. And I think my buddy Mark came in like 2nd or 3rd. He crushed that. Then I have the big $500 one as well, because I do think that there is a need, just like you guys saw that there was a need at the Westgate to have these college football contests, right? So when I did VSiN with Matt Humans and he and I spoke about it, he was like, Kel, I thought we'd get 3,000 entrants. And I said, I thought we would too. But based on my splash last year, I thought a better number is probably 1,500. Here's the real reality. Everybody's been clamoring. They complained about William Hill. They've complained about the Golden Nugget. This is the most basic ATS college football contest in Vegas that every Division I. It's not like William Hill where you had to pick the top 25. It's not like anything like that. You were picking Division I teams against the spread, 7 of them. So if you guys don't go sign up for it and it doesn't get brought back, you only have yourselves to blame. Everybody has been begging since I lived in Vegas to have contests like this. I used to run a proxy service. Was there a better college contest? And this, you can either get a proxy or you just go right on the Superbook app. I used to have to go to William Hill at 5:00 in the fucking morning and use their stupid ass kiosk to put in people's picks. You know how annoying that was?
That was an unnecessary use of the F word, I think.
Sorry. Anyway, it was not fun.
I think I actually agree. I agree with you. And it was a decision that we made collectively to use all the D1 games or whatever they call it. But what that stemmed from was I was in William Hill's contest and I would have an idea of who I wanted to pick. And then I'd get their sheet.
Yep.
And it wasn't available.
Yep.
And I'm sure they had their reasons for it, but I didn't like that. I just personally, I didn't like that. And I think one thing I've been telling some of the proxies and some people interviews I've done is we're not married to this format. I see a lot of people have complained that we're only paying 10 people. Let's see how many people are in it first.
There you go.
I think some of the numbers that were thrown out on Twitter for entries were ridiculous.
Correct.
I saw some people saying we're going to get like 5,000 entries. Internally, none of us ever thought that would happen. College football contests are just not as popular as pro contests. I mean, let's live here in the reality. But if we do get enough entries, we are definitely open to expanding the pay table. We're definitely open to doing quarterly prizes or in-season prizes. I don't know exactly how we would structure it, but we're not married to this format. We're very open to adjusting it next year and next year, the year after that, I should say, as long as enough people sign up. So now the ball is in their court. Come into the
just to
Westgate,
give you an
sign up
idea,
for the
mine on Splash is $25,000 guaranteed. First place is going to get $4,000. 21st place is going to get $200. So you basically double your money. I know it's not fun, but I would much rather have first place get $5,000. Just my personal opinion. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I'm just saying. So I like that only top 10 are getting paid at the Westgate. I think that's a way better format.
Well, one thing we've done this year that has worked. Now it's only August 13th. We got about almost a month left. But one thing that I have been happy with is by raising the buy-in for the super contest back from 1,000 back to 1,500, I should say. We have a lot more money in the prize pool than we did at the same time last year. So as a patron, as a customer, that's really good for you because there's less people in the field and there's more money in the pool. So yes, you are putting up another $500, obviously, but you have less competition and you've got more money in the pool. It's really a win-win for the player. So I think I've been happy with the way the old super contest or the original super contest is tracking. And I've been satisfied with the number of college entries we got. I hope to see it click up this week. We got a lot of events on property this weekend, so hopefully we'll see more people in the college contest. Remember, that one does start a week earlier. We wanted to be able to use those August 30th college football games because that is such a great Saturday of college football. So the signups end on August 29th, Friday, August 29th. The pro, of course, goes until week 1 of pro the following week.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. But yes, I'm going to be inundated. I was just looking at my Splash back end. I've got 14 contests I'm in so far. So I think I'm going to be
How do you
20.
keep track of all that?
That's why I said Splash. I'm telling you, I started saying no to all these other things. Like there was just too many websites to try to remember. And finally last year I started creating a spreadsheet and would like check it off because my buddy Chad, I remember week 1, I didn't realize I had signed up for 2 entries in his, but unless you click the drop down on Office Football Pool to see your second entry. So my second entry was 10 points in the hole to start week 1. I was pissed. I'm like, that's a lot of money. So it gets frustrating, but now they're all in one spot.
You got to be a nightmare to be around on Saturdays, right? I mean, you've got to just be like a little tornado just blowing through the house. It sounds awful. Is that not true? I'll text Brett.
He would.
But
there's a reason why he left early tonight, and I don't even leave till noon tomorrow. I got a lot of shit going on. Okay.
I know you do. All right, let's go. What do you want to talk about first? Do you want to talk about? There's a UFC this weekend in Chicago. And then I jotted down a couple of plays for
the big guy played two plays. Navakitis already.
Yeah,
texted.
he did. So the first play was very uncharacteristic of him. He played Chase Hooper minus 290, and that is so. When I say it's uncharacteristic, this guy is almost exclusively an underdog bettor. And we've tried explaining to the lovely, affable Kelly in Vegas that a guy who's playing all like plus 160s and plus 180s and 2-to-1s is going to go through losing spells.
Yeah, I know.
Kelly doesn't see it
underdog bettor. I understand how this works.
But this guy laid Hooper minus 290, and then in the co-main event, he played much more of a typical bet for him. Murphy plus 165. I believe that is the co-main event, right, John? That is the co-main event against Aaron Pico. So that is much more his normal bet, and the Hooper bet. The Hooper bet really stood out to me because that's not usually how he plays. And then the main event is awesome. Chimaev against Duplessis for the middleweight belt. There's been a lot of money on Chimaev, and the price has been bet up quite a bit. We've gotten as high as minus 250 on the favorite in that fight. Now that's not the big player that Kelly's referring to. He did not bet that fight, but there's been a lot of money come in on the favorite in the main event. Looks to be still a little early. We're 3 days before the fight, but that might end up being our biggest bet UFC fight of the summer. I think there's a lot of interest in that main event, so that should be really good.
Okay, I love it.
What do you like, Kelly? Tell us.
In the UFC, I know nothing about the UFC. We know this. Listen, the UFC was great during that COVID summer, and it was awesome. I like to catch. We're out on a Saturday, and the fights are. I like to catch a fight, but I just don't spend any time handicapping it. Why would I? When I've got guys like the big guy and you just text me, or I've got some friends that work at the UFC or some of the guys at WagerTalk, like I'm not going to spend my time doing that. I'd rather.
What do you? That sounds incredibly illegal. That is the most illegal thing ever said on Kelly and Murray.
What?
You have friends that work at the UFC and they text you what to bet on? That's the most illegal thing I've ever. I don't even want to be a part of this conversation.
The other night I'm at the bar.
I'd like the guys to blur my picture out on this.
Okay, the other night I'm at the bar and I'm sitting there. It's my dad's birthday, and this woman next to me goes, "Your dad says you're a sports bettor. My son is fighting in Vegas tonight." And I said, "What's his last name?" And she said, "Philly." And I said, "Huh." So I text my buddy and I go, "Who is this guy?" And he goes, "You don't know who this is?" And he sent me his Instagram. And then I text another buddy who's a handicapper. And I go, "What do you think?" And he goes, "He's going to get his ass kicked." So I was like, you know what? I'm going to bet on this guy because his mom is here and we're going to watch the fight together. And he won.
I said that what you're doing is incredibly illegal.
No, I'm just like, I know a couple agents, a couple people like that. I'm just asking. My girlfriend Blakely knows everybody at the UFC. So it's just like, send a text, ask who this person is, send a handicapper, ask who this person is.
Too. You're making it worse, just digging yourself further.
It's not worse. It's, hey, how's this style of a fight? What am I going to see? I took the plus money with the guy on my dad's birthday, watched the fight with his mom. It was wonderful.
Do you think that you're a big enough celebrity to go to, like, they keep saying they're going to do a UFC at the White House on July 4th of next summer. And I guarantee that's going to be a ridiculously hard ticket, right? It's going to be impossible for a guy like me, a normal guy. Do you think you're a big enough celeb that you get into that?
No.
Okay, because that'd be awesome.
That would require me to go to Washington, D.C. Why would I want to go to D.C.?
Well, I hear it's very safe there.
It's not even about safe. It's like, what am I going to do there? I don't know. I
was in Washington, D.C. last week. I went to a baseball game.
That's what you did all week. You went to one baseball game.
Well, no, that was the only night we were in the city. I was in Virginia.
Okay.
Washington, D.C. is, well, I don't want to get in trouble.
It's too uppity. I'm just not uppity.
The city.
Boston, oh my God. We went out in Harvard, me and Ariel, for the Premier Lacrosse League. Mm-hmm. I'm out there in my PLL hoodie and jean shorts. And it's like all these rich kids that think they're better than everybody else, or really smart kids that also subsequently think they're better than everybody else. And I'm like, the bars were all right. I mean, they were nicer than a college bar I went to. That's for sure. I don't know.
Did you have any genius janitors try to hit on you at the bar?
No.
Okay. Well, that would have been a good story. Did Ariel have any genius janitors hit on her. Okay. I'm just curious. I've never been to Harvard. I will say the area around the Nationals Park is really nice now. Like when they first built that was a really rough area, but now they've got bars and restaurants and hotels and residential buildings. It's very nice.
Oh, good.
It's very
nice. A lot of baseball stadiums
nice
they've done
the
really
team
well.
is not great. I think that's enough baseball talk. You're not really a baseball person, and I don't think you understand baseball either.
No, I have no idea about how to play baseball.
You're like getting all mad about like baseball teams when they play a game every day. They lose sometimes, Kelly.
The Reds look pretty good.
They look okay. I mean, they're on the outside looking into the playoffs right now, but they're ahead of pace on their win total, which is good.
Good.
College football. Your favorite sport?
Down. College football.
I love college football. I love it, and I want to talk about what team total plays you like, future plays you like. Maybe you have a team you like to win its conference. Maybe you have a team you like to make the college football playoff. Take me through that.
So actually, we just did a whole bet on it college football preview today, and it was a lot. I mean, it was a lot of really good information. The show was almost an hour long, and we went through, obviously.
Who was on that show?
Myself.
Who's on that show? Is that Marco?
Marco and Gianni The Greek.
Oh, nice.
And look, they both like LSU as the sleeper team at 14-1 to win the national championship. I thought that I'm not necessarily buying the hype. I don't love Brian Kelly, but of course, per usual, he's got a stacked team. So we'll see what ends up happening. As far as season win totals that I bet Miami under 8.5 wins plus 130. That was my biggest bet that I made. I also bet Florida over their wins. I think we're going to see a step forward again from Billy Napier's team. 7 wins in 2023, 9 wins in 2024. Second year with DJ Lagway. Excited for that team. And then
I like him. I like DJ Lagway.
You do? I'm shocked. I didn't think he was a big DJ Lagway guy.
He's really good, and that's why I like him. Florida's schedule is tough. That's a scary thing because I've been looking for a team. I've been looking for a team to bet to make it to the playoff, and I want like a more of a fun route. And I was looking at Oklahoma, but then now, first of all, now their quarterback is like in hot water.
Yeah, because of
like sports gambling Venmos. There's no way
he was that
was actually sports gambling.
Don't you remember when Venmo first came out? We would say egregious things.
Yes.
You would just say crazy shit.
You wouldn't say like, hey, here's the money I owe you for the bet we made. You wouldn't put that in the tagline.
I wouldn't do that either.
No. But I like their defense.
They have to send Venmos for gambling.
I don't know anything about that. But I like Texas Tech as a potential long shot too. But the problem I come back to is the same problem I had this time last year. And I've come to the same conclusion. Why is Notre Dame only like minus 170, 180 to make the playoff? They're going to make the playoff. Because they're not in one of these mega conferences. Look at their schedule. They're going to be a big favorite in almost every game they play. If they win that Miami game on that Sunday of Labor Day weekend, they're basically in the playoff.
And then Miami's going to lose to Florida the next week. Miami's
last
done.
year they lost as like a 30-point favorite at home in the biggest fluke of the whole season.
And they still
made the playoff.
Well, that's the biggest question, right? I think when you're looking for a longer shot, I think at least 2 Big 12 teams are going to get in. They're going to let in a 3-loss SEC team, which could easily be Florida. I like Florida to make the playoff. Plus, I think I got it plus 340. Okay. Absolutely think that they have a real opportunity there. I would agree that there's a 3-horse race, maybe even just 2-horse race, Texas, Georgia, right? Figure out. Then there's 4 teams right behind them.
I like that Alabama coach, man.
I do too.
That guy's a good coach. I wouldn't cast Alabama aside.
I would add them in that 3-horse race or right there subsequently right after. I think you could argue there's a 5-horse race in the Big 12. Texas Tech, I agree with you. I like their season win total over. I bet them to make the college football playoff. I even threw a teeny tiny sprinkle today on them at 101 to win the national championship.
Whoa.
They have spent so much money on this team.
Yeah.
They have 17 guys that got in the transfer portal. Like, it is a complete and utter rebuild. It might not be this year, but I really like Joey McGuire, and I've always thought Texas Tech was a nice, scrappy team. Their Achilles heel has been their defense since Patrick Mahomes was there. So we'll find out. But I think I could easily see it being a combination of Utah, Baylor, Texas Tech, K-State, Arizona State, K-State, Texas Tech, Arizona State, Texas Tech. Like, it's going to be two of those 5 teams getting into the college football playoff from the Big 12. So let's say you've got 4 SEC teams, 4 Big 12 teams. That's 8. You've got 2 from the Big 12, and then 2 relative outsiders from the game of 5.
Notre Dame.
Well, there's one.
Notre Dame's going to be one.
Okay.
So I looked at their schedule, and last year they played. You remember they played on the first weekend in College Station against Texas A&M. They were a small underdog in that game. They won.
Rolled because A&M
they played their last game of the season at Southern Cal, who Southern Cal, if you remember, was playing better at the end of last season, better than they were at the beginning of the season. But now they've got A&M and Southern Cal both going to South Bend this year. So that, yeah, they do have the trip to Miami. I think their schedule overall is probably a little harder than it was last year, but I don't really want to just play the same team, and I don't want to lay that price, but I just look at their schedule, and they're just going to be such a big favorite pretty much every game they play. And by all accounts, yeah, they've got a question mark at quarterback, which of course is huge, but by all accounts, their roster this year is much better than last year when the team beat Georgia, beat Penn State, and went to the national championship game. I don't know. This doesn't make sense to me, I guess. I don't know. I haven't done anything yet. Did see sharp play. You want some sharp play in the Big Ten, Maryland over, Iowa under. And the teams we've written a lot of money on the last couple of weeks in the futures pools, Texas Tech is a very popular pick that Kelly and I both like. So do with that information what you want to do with it. And they love Arizona State.
Yeah.
We had a guy bet 5,000 to win $500,000 on Arizona State to win it all here at the Westgate Superbowl.
I don't get it.
And then I've got.
Were they not the team that overachieved the most last year?
Yeah, I know that. So I've been doing some homework on the NFL, and we can get into that when we get a little closer to the season. But I really like the Vikings coaching staff, and I think JJ McCarthy is going to be good. But what's scaring me from using the Vikings is they overachieved so much last year. They were one win away from
Sam Darnold. But
did
they overachieve with Sam Darnold, or is it that system with Kevin O'Connell
and Brian Flores?
They have
a very good coaching staff. They have a ton of good players.
I like Minnesota too. I gave them out today to win the NFC North.
They have so many good players on that roster. It just scares me that they were one Sunday night football game away from being number 1 seed in the NFC last year. Then they got their doors blown off in the wild card game against the Rams. I don't know yet. We'll do more NFL talk as we get closer to the NFL season. Some plays that Kelly likes this stuff. Week 0, Kelly's going to like this one. They played Fresno plus 14. Yep. Fresno State is playing Kansas.
I'm on it.
Kelly is not a Kansas fan. She hates Kansas.
But I already bet this game. Listen, this team last year, I said it on Twitter, this team last year, minus 2 interceptions, went into the big house and had Michigan on the ropes for a better part of 3.5 quarters. Now they have Kurt Warner's kid under center, which is a much better quarterback than the kid that threw the pick 6 and almost blew the cover against Michigan last year.
Are you basing that just on his father being Kurt Warner, or do you know about this kid?
This is what I've been told. I have 2 friends that went to Fresno State last year. State. Last year, we talked about this team a lot. I asked them this year, I said, tell me what you guys are hearing. And this is the thing. KU fans, the few that are in my little circle that I do talk to, are terrified of this Fresno State team.
That's week 0. I think everyone, this is pretty well documented by now on X, Twitter, Gambling X. Hawaii, that line's moved a lot. They're hosting Stanford. Stanford's got a sort of a weird situation this year where they've brought in Frank Reich to be the coach for, I think, just for 1 season is the deal. And they've got a bit of a rebuilding situation on their hands. They go to Hawaii August 23rd. That number's moved a lot, but in theory, they're dead numbers. I mean, famous last words. You'll be mad at me if the game lands 1, but it's gone from like Hawaii being, I think, a 2-point dog to a 2-point favorite. So those are, in some people's minds, dead numbers, not everyone's mind. And then go to week 1. There's some awesome games week 1. Obviously, Friday night, they bet us Baylor against Auburn. They took 2.5. And then go to Saturday, they took Tennessee minus 13.5 against Syracuse. And they took Temple, I think it was minus 2 against UMass. We took some money on Clemson too. You mentioned LSU. Clemson and LSU play each other week 1. And we took a little bit of money on Clemson. Clemson's got a really stacked roster this season. It's funny. I was lucky enough I got to go to the LSU USC game last year in the Westgate Suite, and USC upset LSU in that game, if you remember that. And all these LSU fans that I was with that day were so annoyed, not that they lost, but that they always schedule some crazy hard game week 1, as if their schedule's not hard enough in the SEC. And this year they play at Clemson. That's their week 1 game. No, remember they did that home and home thing or neutral site thing with Florida State. And that was when Florida State was pretty damn good. And then they played USC on a neutral. Now they're going at Clemson this season. And I think they had another game in there too. I just can't remember it. But they always schedule like a really hard game to start the year off. I know it's different now in the 12-team playoff era, but they're going to be annoyed if they lose to Clemson. Texas is getting bet. You can see that. Texas was +3. The 3s are disappearing. They play at Ohio State. Obviously, that's maybe the best game of the whole year in college football. That game is going to be awesome. Unfortunately, it is at noon Pacific, or 9 a.m. Sorry, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on August 30th. It would be much better for business if that was in prime time. We'll take what we can get.
Take what you can get, John Murray. All right. Anything else worth noting before we go to the mailbag? Okay.
Nothing.
All right. Nothing. Mailbag. Turtle Sports on IG says, what is the percentage of teams going over their NFL win total the last 10 years? So I text Ralph Michaels because I have no idea.
Yeah, absolutely no idea.
So he said, let me send you a little bit of data. In the last 5 years,
less than 50.
Pitt is 5 straight overs. Detroit, 3 straight overs. Seattle, 3 straight overs. For Lou, our fear.
The Steelers go over their win total every year?
Last 5 years.
You say the Steelers?
Yeah.
Really?
That's what you just said.
Huh. We have a guy that works here at the Westgate Superbook who's very anti the Steelers this year.
Oh, I can see why. Aaron Rodgers is as old as
they
we
go
are.
Over their wins. They go over their wins every year.
Okay. Well,
what do you mean?
Here's some unders for you. Chicago, 4 straight unders. Told you, JH. I'm doing that again. New Orleans, 4 straight unders. Tennessee, 3 straight unders. Sorry, Lou. New England, 3 straight unders. The biggest streak since 2015. I don't know what this means. Beard. 1-8-1 season win total since 2015. Let me ask. Bears. Yes. Maybe. Bears 1-8-1. And I know the answer. Mitch Trubisky in 2018, because I was going to say something about Jay Cutler and JH got mad at me on bet on it. And I'm glad, because then I don't look like a fucking idiot.
Do you think you root against the Bears because you have a personal problem with John Hoagland, our social media guy, or is it?
No, it's because the guy who screenshotted a bunch of tweets from 2009 was a big Bears fan.
I'm really glad I brought that up. I'm so happy that I brought that up. Why don't you pick another question?
Seattle's team, FTR, asked John Murray if my Dodgers NL bet is cooked.
Oh my God. it's unbelievable. Like, how many injuries can that pitching staff have? The Dodgers they don't look like the best team in the National League right now. I mean, Milwaukee wins every day. It looks like Philadelphia is the best team in the NL to me. And then San Diego, again, has shoved all in, made some very aggressive moves at the deadline. They've really bolstered their bullpen. I don't know. I mean, the Dodgers are loaded, but their whole pitching staff's been on the DL this season. We'll see. We'll see. The Padres are coming fast. They won again today.
All right. Ruben _TVR 2020 on IG says Iowa State versus K-State. John Murray, where is the public leaning?
Ooh, I don't know. That game is so inconsequential to me. I've never actually looked at it.
You're fucking
ridiculous. I couldn't even say it. I couldn't even say it was
first college football game of the season.
I couldn't even say that with a straight face. Honestly, that game means everything to me. I can't wait to watch it.
It doesn't mean anything.
Right now, most of the money.
First game. People are going to bet it. It's going to be 9 a.m. Saturday
most
morning.
Money is on Kansas State.
Yeah.
Most of the money is on Kansas State. You know, it's funny. I mean, I'm obviously teasing Kelly because I love her, but this game last year was a huge winner for us. If you remember,
Georgia Tech went out,
Florida State, and we had teasers and money line parlays with Florida State, and we won. I mean, I don't want to get too carried away, but it was one of our best college football games of the year.
Wow.
Which is kind of funny because it was on like August 24th or whatever it was. Huge game. I don't think that's going to happen in this game, but right now we have a little bit of money on Kansas State.
All right. Ethan _Bumer on X says, what are KIV's plans for game day in Ireland? Are you going to any Big 12 tailgate or any certain pubs to come say hello? That is a great question. I have no idea. I will be in Dublin Thursday, the 21st, I think. So Alan and I are going, we land in Dublin and then we're going to go around the country for the first week and just like, have a good time and go see the countryside and, look up some Irish heritage stuff. And that should be fun. And then we're going to go to Dublin. So we get to Dublin Thursday night, check into the hotel, going to go to a steakhouse for dinner. Mm-hmm. Friday, we have a walking tour, the K-State pep rally, and another steakhouse.
Why'd you mention the steakhouse thing? Do you feel like that was a brag?
No.
Like, you could have just said we're going to go to dinner. Right. Do you feel
I know
like you
Friday night it's called Hawksmoor. Friday night we're going to Hawksmoor, which is supposed to be really nice.
I went to Hawksmoor in Liverpool, England in May.
Okay. Anyway, supposed to be really good. Yeah, I'll let everybody know. And then Saturday, but I got to work a little bit on Friday. Saturday, I've got to work a little bit. And then the game's at like 6 p.m. Ireland time or 5 p.m. maybe?
Noon. It's 8 hours.
Right? It's noon East Coast, so it's 9 a.m. West Coast.
I think it's 8 hours. Dublin, I think, is 8 hours from here. So it would be, 5 o'clock?
Okay, that's what I thought. 5 o'clock. I think it's like 5 hours from the East Coast. So, look, I have no official plans. I'm sure we're going to go to Temple Bar where you see the K-State Iowa State flags already out front in that whole bar district. But I haven't said, yeah, I'm going to be at this place. I'm sure it will be all over social media. Wise Guy Wager.
Do people stalk you when you say where you are? Like, are you that level of
It's
fame?
happened before. People have just randomly showed up. But I didn't mean for people to randomly show up and then it happened. But it's for a K-State game, it's completely different. One time I was in Key West at some random hole-in-the-wall bar, and this guy was like, Kelly, I saw on Instagram you were in Key West. And I'm like, well, that was weird. And then 2 weeks later, he showed up at the Westgate Superbook, and I was like, wait, what? It was, yeah, you remember that. And then CT and Brett were like, okay, this is getting too weird now.
Yikes. Right. I don't know why I even ask questions. I never get the answers I want. It always goes down some weird path. I am sorry. Next question. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's because I filmed a pilot episode for a potential new show with Ariel right before this, and we were just getting feisty, and so I just don't give a shit anymore. Okay. Wise Guy Wager on X says a lot of talk about SEC Big Ten football. I would like to hear your opinions on how the ACC football will be this year. Clemson and Miami seem front runners. Do you think Bill Belichick and the Tar Heels can make a run? Thanks and have a great show. No, I don't like any of those teams. I actually like Miller Moss and Jeff Brom's system. I think
what's going on, everybody? Welcome into the Profit
has
Picks.
A real shot.
If you
we'll
are new,
November 11th. We'll find out.
We always start
if
the
they
show
can
by
beat
being
Clemson.
transparent.
But I do have them circled to beat Miami as an underdog. And I think this team has some real
I'll just
potential
say
to
the
be
day
Jeff
before,
Fromm's
I did
best
have a lot of
offense
action,
ever.
but my 5% play made it a
Why
winning day.
are you so anti-Miami this
So I
year?
always love that.
Is it a personal
5% was
vendetta?
on
You're
the
talking
dream.
about no, you're
and
talking
I'm
about
really proud of
overachieving. Mario Cristobal
play
has
and
never
write-up that I
had
had in that game.
back-to-back
So
double-digit
I'll pat
win
myself
seasons.
on the back for
They
one time.
won 10
Dino,
games last year by the
it's good to be
grace
back
of
with
God,
you.
John Murray.
How you doing
I bet
here
against
today?
him in 4 games.
Yeah, that
They
dream
should've lost
game,
to
it
Cal. They
worked
should've
out,
lost
didn't
to
it,
Virginia
Ski?
Tech.
I
And
had
there
a
was
little
one
piece of that
more,
myself
and then
with the
thank
dream team
God
total
Georgia
over
Tech won
79 and a
outright
half.
for me
Just
because
seemed
I
like
was
it
like,
was too low.
this Cam
Got to
Ward cannot keep
85. I know
pulling
you
these
had a
games
number
out of his
the other day of how
ass.
many
But
times
he
on the
didn't. He
road
just kept
they've
doing
gotten
it.
to 85 or better. They did it again.
And now he's gone. And they have
Solid win
Carson
there.
back.
Last night, no
You don't
WNBA, but
like
I was
Carson back.
involved in,
I just don't know if
believe it or not, the
Carson's gonna behave
CFL, the
himself in
Canadian
Miami.
Football League, which also
There was
handicapped.
a lot of
How about this
offseason
way to win,
drama.
Ski? I win
There was,
because a guy
listen, he didn't
returns
get benched
a
for
missed
Stockton. I
field
know
goal,
he
saw
got
that.
hurt in the
I saw
SEC
that. yards
title
for a
game,
touchdown.
but Stockton came in and
The
was
plus
able
4,
to
right?
get the
Plus
win
4
for
and a
them,
half.
something Zach was
And there
just
it goes.
not able to do
Win the
against Texas
game, win the
defense.
team
So
total,
here's
win
the
the
real
full
reality
game,
we're
win
going to find
everything.
out.
So
But yeah, I'm pretty low on
so
Miami.
we
I
play,
think
we
that we see
recommended the
some
team
negative
total. It worked out
regression
for Ottawa, so
going
we had
their
a 1-0.
direction this year.
Look forward to today.
Okay.
Was that
I can
game
respect
already
that.
over
I
the
can
full
respect
game
that.
total before that?
I don't
play
have
or
an
no?
opinion.
It wasn't.
I just feel like
Yeah.
I feel like
That was-
sometimes
that-
you
I mean,
have
that changed a
you
lot
have
of
like a
tickets right there.
vendetta
There's
against
a lot of
the
Like
tickets.
Texas, like I bet
Dog
Texas
winner
plus
over winner.
$3
Yeah.
not to make the playoff.
Well, I'm happy
Did you really?
it went in your
Yeah.
favor. I know one of
Texas-
my
Texas
other
pretty loaded,
good
man.
friends.
Of
Pretty
course,
He,
they're
he
loaded
was so
every
happy.
year.
He was
They've
texting
been
me.
loaded my entire life. What else is
Yeah.
new?
I was like, why is he
He's
so
sure
excited? But
Keezy
then I
gonna
saw the
have
play and I
prove
was
it
like,
to me,
okay, I
baby,
get it
because
now.
he sure has it before. Prove it
Looked
to
like
us.
we were
Steve.
dead in the water.
All
That's
right.
good stuff.
I don't
there.
want to call it Steve Sarkisian.
Shout out to everybody in the chat.
Let's go to the next question.
Mark,
That's it. Those are the only
B-Man,
questions I have.
Titan CT, Kylie.
I thought there were
there's two
EPL
questions
questions in there.
There's two
Everybody
questions
ready
left,
to
but
make
like
some
I
money.
don't.
So we got a big slate.
We're already at the
5
15-minute mark.
games. Let's
B,
get right
I've
to
got to
it.
start packing.
Like
C,
we do,
got
we'll
other
go
things.
in
One's a soccer
rotation
question. We're going
order.
to talk
That
too much
means
about soccer.
625, 626.
All right. Well, the Premier League season starts on Friday.
Opened up minus
Okay,
2.5
fine.
for the
One, you get
Sparks. We've
one.
seen a
This
big
guy
move
gets
already.
the
It's
two
5.5 now at
You
most
get
shops.
one. I'll give you the
Total
soccer
open
question.
178.5.
VH_Obama
And it's
44 on
holding
X's.
steady at
Who will be
about.
the surprise
Actually,
team
no.
to finish in the
I
top
see.
4
We'll
of the
call it
Premier League?
178. It's between.
Wow,
We'll
that's
call
a really good
178
question.
consensus. As far as who is available,
See, we should.
There's not going to be a
nobody on the
surprise.
injury report for the.
I don't know. I
Sparks.
I've no.
For the
this
wings,
sucks. I
though,
really am letting
I do
down
see
BH_Obama.
game
That's an
time.
awesome.
Looks like she's
tag,
listed as
but-
probable. Isaiah
And
James,
I'll
same
say,
thing. And Enrique.
I already know who the top 4 are going to
is
be.
out.
So there can't be a surprise. It's
Looking
going to
at
be
this
Liverpool,
one here,
Manchester City, Arsenal, and
both
Chelsea.
teams are well
So,
rested.
I don't
Why would
know.
you- why
Everybody
even
had
watch
yesterday off. It's a chance for the Wings to get
Because I don't
some
know who's gonna win.
double-digit in-season
First
revenge.
place.
They did just win their last game.
Actually, I do.
Versus the Fever as an underdog. No Enrique, and look what happens, Ravino. Can they do it again here versus Sparks, who I know desperately need wins in this playoff race?
Yeah, so for me, obviously, and I know you've said the same thing, generally where Sparks games are concerned, it's a one-way ticket at this point in time. We know who they are. They're the same team just about every game except for one slip-up against Golden State where they only scored 59. They're going to score, and they're going to give up plenty of points. Dallas, for a long time, last year and half of this year was the same thing. Defense still questionable, but the scoring has gone down. And I said the other day, Ski, and then I watched the coach's interview. It was lengthy. They had coached a lot of players, about 45 minutes worth. But what I thought I saw the other day winds up being true is that they're kind of in an experimentation role or mode at this point in time where the starting lineup, every time I go through box scores, seems to change one player or another. Could be due to injury, could be due to how he feels that day. The lineup should be set, but they're not really sure right now who their best starting five even is. So for Dallas at this time of year, I'm not going to say that they're tanking because they're not. They're playing hard, but they are experimenting with minutes, rotations, et cetera, et cetera. Not really good when you're facing a team that absolutely knows their rotations, absolutely knows what they're out there to do in Los Angeles. And for Los Angeles tonight, a victory here, if in fact the Storm were to lose to Atlanta, LA would move right into that 8th spot in the playoffs. We've talked an awful lot about jockeying for seeds in the playoffs. Every day seems to bring games that where playoff implications are involved. This would be one of them. Los Angeles, a little bit of rest here. They're the better team. They say the right things, Dallas. Listening to the coach, yes, we played good defense against Indiana. They held the Fever to 80 points. But he still wants to see 40 minutes of consistent defense, and I'm just not so sure that Dallas can play that type of defense. So I would lean Los Angeles. The line may have gotten away here at 5.5. I don't know that they're 5.5 better than Dallas, to tell you the truth, on the road at this point in time. Not that it can't be done, but I'm just not willing to lay it. And I wasn't willing to play LA team total over 91.5, although I probably should be. It's not something I'm totally adverse to. I could still get there. Maybe that's the way I lean in the end, is LA team total, but I could just as easily see myself playing Dallas team total over the way that the Sparks give up points. I did it the other night when I played the Liberty against the Sparks. Liberty team total over. Game's going to be played at fast pace. There's options and there's ways to go. I just haven't found the one I like the best yet.
Well, I would ask you, as far as the team total is concerned for the Sparks, are they going to win the game? Because the only time they're staying under is if they lose. And I mean, it's been 90 plus time and time again. These are two of the worst defenses post All-Star. But I don't know, something about this game. Like, here's how I feel about it. The Sparks, like, as much as I love the Sparks offense, you can't be laying with them because they can't play defense. That's just how I feel. That's my philosophy. If I can't trust you to get stops, why would I want you to win by multiple possessions? And the Wings, like, I think you have to pay that premium for the Sparks because Enrique's out. And we joked a little bit before I started the show. I don't think that's a negative for Dallas. I think Dallas is just fine. They just won without her in that last game. So it looks like Paige and Isaiah are both going to play at home. Maybe a little bit of confidence after that win. Maybe they keep it competitive in this game. I'm leaning a little bit more towards Wings at the 5.5 number. And if I think the Wings are in this game, I mean, it's tough, because you mentioned the Wings haven't been scoring like they have been. But, I mean, Sparks can give it up to anybody. Wings can give it up to anybody. It's very hard to look any other way than over in this game.
Yeah, the odds makers are kind of making, they make me second or think about things twice. A 92 to 87 final score would be a really high scoring game, but you're getting there by the narrowest of margins. And 92 to 87, very possible with these two teams. So like I say, they're making me, where Sparks totals used to be 166 about 2 weeks ago. Now we're looking at having to get to 180 every time to get there with them. And there's just some nights, like against Golden State, where it didn't happen, albeit Golden State and Dallas aren't in the same defensive category. They're not in the same style category. But you get my point. They're just making it a little bit more difficult for me to jump as soon as I see the number.
One more thing I'll mention, and you can tell me if you agree. I mean, once Paige and Isaiah are both actually wrote in, upgraded from probable to in, the line is only going to go more towards the Wings, right? You agree this line is going to be going down instead of up?
Yeah, unquestionably, once Paige is announced as in, that's the recognizable name. To us, Isaiah James certainly is a big deal. To the people who chase injuries, I'm not so sure. But yeah, Paige definitely. It would move back down maybe to 4. And Dallas does have a chance to win the game. I mean, the Sparks, like you say, they'll give it up to anybody, and they can be outscored. They're just they have the motivation angle tonight, Ski, which leads me to believe that they'll win the game.
I'll just say I'll just leave it as a lean for right now. I have my wallet open right now. This show, I'm ready to fire on some stuff, but I'll wait on this one. All right, Valkyries and Chicago opened up -4 for Golden State. Now up to as high as 7.5, mostly 7s though on the road. Total open 151. And we've seen it continue to go down. I'm seeing even 147.5 popping up at a shop. Injury report for Chicago. We know Angel Reese is out. Ariel Atkins and Haley Van Lith look like they're both probable. No Monique Billings, no Maria C for Golden State. Man, Vino, I got screwed. Like I said, I had a winning day that last day we were on, but I got screwed on that best bet. Atkins, Rebecca Allen, and Bria Hartley all got thrown out, and those are all the scores. So one thing I'll say is Atkins and Rebecca Allen should be fresh for this game and ready to put up some shots. They do have to play a Golden State defense, and just like you mentioned, I mean, getting towards the end of the season here, you got to pay that premium on the Sparks total. Right now, Golden State totals are starting to get low. How low can you go? Type of deal. They're more than capable of playing defense. I'm curious which direction you're going in this one.
Normally, Ski, when we talk about games like this, you would say, do you trust the favorite to win by 7.5?
Mm-mm.
And I would say, do you trust the underdog to lose by 8? And maybe I trust the underdog to lose by 8 more than I trust the favorite, because Chicago just doesn't come close, right? They just don't come close. The other night, the ejections were there, like you say, a little bit of a scuffle in the second quarter, took the scorers out. They still lost by 9 to Connecticut. It's just not good for Chicago right now. I don't think Angel Reese really wants to come back and play. I saw a quote from her the other day. Reporter asked her, because the coach keeps hinting that maybe she's on the verge of coming back. And Angel Reese's quote was, "In due time." So in due time could be, I figured that could be 2026 for all I know. So we know they don't score without her. We know they can't defend anybody. So they are potentially in that category of, more. It's probably more favorable to ask yourself the question, can Chicago lose by 8? Lost by 9, lost by 22, lost by 21, lost by 16. Last time they lost by less than this was 73-66 against Golden State, as a matter of fact, as I look right now. They were at home, just as they are here. I don't think the ramifications were as big for Golden State 6-7 games ago as they are now. They've gotten themselves into that 7 spot. And I tell you, if they keep picking up these wins, they're going to firmly plant themselves in the playoff picture. They shot the ball really well in the first quarter the other night. And we've talked often about they love to shoot threes. When they make a decent percentage, they're very hard to beat. And this Chicago offense against a really good defense, I don't know. Should have got to the window real early, because this game was as low as 4 when it opened. And I should have known Angel Reese wasn't going to play. I mean, I don't know why I hesitated to jump at 4, but now you're staring at 7.5. Could still be done, but you're getting the bad end of the number here in this case. But Golden State has been on a real string of good basketball lately, other than the one game where Las Vegas lit them up right in the revenge mode.
Yeah, this is probably the toughest game of the day. I think I have to pass this one. I'm trying to give you guys something here, but I know Valkyrie's first half has been good, but I don't feel great about anything here. So we'll move it along, Rob. We'll go to, let's see, we'll move it to Mystics and Fever. That is 629, 630. Opened up minus 8.5 for Indiana. Hasn't really moved. Total open though 161.5, and I see it. We'll call it 162.5 as a consensus number. One shop is holding to 163 though. Injury report for Washington. There will be no Shakira Austin. There will be no J.C. Sheldon. For Indiana, they continue to play without Caitlin Clark. And just off the back there for this one, Rob, Shakira and J.C. Sheldon, I mean, that sounds like a whole lot less defense to me. So it makes sense to me that the total is moving up in this one. The problem for me, Rob, is the Fever in this point guard situation. I didn't like anything I saw about their, offense against Dallas last game. Odyssey Sims in her first game was just looking like she was trying to fill out how things are going, or trying to fit in and trying to figure it out. In the second game, maybe she'll play better. But man, I really want to bet this Mystics. I want to bet Mystics over without those two defenders. It's just, can we trust Indiana offense. How do you feel about it?
I trusted it, Ski. It was the first bet I made. Their team total in this game, when I bet it, let me just go back. I think it was 82.5. I think they needed to get to 83 to cover this game. Might have been 83.5. But regardless, I think they'll find their way to 84. You asked the question the other day, are the Mystics tanking? And they keep holding Aaliyah Boston out. J.C. Sheldon, they trade for her. They don't play her. They get whacked in their last game. Although, let's to be fair to Washington, it's been two really good second-half comebacks the last two games. Dallas had them by 11 at the half, and Washington won that game going away. And then Washington played a bad first half their last game. I think it was against Golden State. But to your point about minus the two defenders, they gave up 88 to Golden State. And Golden State shot threes like nobody was guarding them. So the Brittany Sykes trade leaves them void of offensive options, although still they've scored points the last two games without her, without Shakira, without J.C. Sheldon. I just think Indiana at home. And I'll say one thing. The one thing that put me over the top here was it doesn't always happen, but I feel like we're going to see a little bit here. Stephanie White, the head coach for Indiana, went absolutely nuts after the last game. And she kind of contradicted herself a little bit, but she's all over the referees for the way they officiate Indiana. And one part of her statement was, I think Aaliyah Boston's the worst officiated player in the game. And then 15 seconds later, I think Kelsey Mitchell's the worst officiated player in the game. So they're both, in her mind, the worst officiated players in the game. A lot of times when you do that, you get some calls the next time around. They probably get a couple of calls here. Boston, I'd say that Indiana front line should have their way against Washington without Shakira. I know that the rookie forwards are good, but they're just not let's just say that Shakira Austin does a lot of the bulk work in there. And I think Indiana's just too big, too much size. I think they lead the league in second chance points. I could see a lot of rebound scores there. So I trusted one thing in this game. It was the Indiana offense. That kind of answers the question that you asked me to begin with. I think they get over their team total. And from there, you just have to decide what you think Washington's going to do against a, not so great Indiana defense.
Yeah, and another thing, Indiana, they've been playing some zone, or they've been playing a lot of zone lately. They'll probably do it again, but Washington, we'll have some shooters out there, especially, no Shakira Austin. Now you're going to start Dolson. She's willing to pop the three.
Right.
Sonia Citron can shoot. Shug is out there. She can, it's shooters out there. So I do think the total is moving in the right direction for this game. As far as the side is concerned, I don't feel as strong. I think the total, just rock with the total for this one. Anything on the side or ready to move along?
We just know that Indiana needs help, right? They're 18-15. They're in that log jam for one of the final playoff spots. So at home, off a loss, you would think they'd be motivated. Winning by 8.5 is another story. But we'll see. I didn't bet it. I'm in on their team total over.
All right, Rob, going with the team total for the Fever. Let's keep it going here. We have two more games left to talk about. Next up is 6:31, 6:32. Las Vegas Aces heading into Phoenix to take on the Mercury. Opened up -3.5, and it looks like 4.5 is the current number for the Mercury. Total open 166.5, and I see it as high as 169. Let's take a glance at the injury report. I don't think there's too much going on here. Nobody on the injury report for Phoenix, and pretty much nobody on the injury report for Aces. Cheyenne Parker-Tice hasn't played yet, So this is a chance for the Mercury to bounce back after that. I feel like that was a terrible, terrible loss to the Dream. It's been a little bit since they played. I think they've had four days off, maybe 5 days off, something like that. But it was bad. They didn't even reach 70 points. And I just remember, I don't know, when I was looking at them play, I just felt disgusted with what Phoenix was putting on the court. I get it. The Dream have been playing good, but it's a chance for them to bounce back from that. We know they're still up there in the standings. They need some wins just like everybody else, but they're facing the Aces team who has won 5 in a row here, Rob. They're finally putting things together and stringing together some wins. So, the first thing I'm going to ask is, The Aces are playing so good. They've won 5 in a row, but they're here and they're the underdog. Do you think the Mercury are favorites for a reason in this one? Or are you more looking at the total, and agreeing with it moving up? I know you're not betting this game under.
You don't bet this one under. Although I think the first two that they played against one another stayed under this number. The first one, Asia Wilson did not play, was a 76-70 game. It was Kalea Copper's first game back from injury. That was back early in the season. And then they played again, and they got to 165, 84, 81. Las Vegas win, everybody healthy. I got to tell you, I bet this one. I bet it quickly, but I bet it a lot on intuition. Just a feeling that I had that Phoenix is going to come to play here. I bet the Phoenix side. I go back, and I could be absolutely wrong, and I may be nitpicking the Las Vegas win streak. But again, you got the Liberty on back-to-backs. And and one more time, Natasha Cloud wants to moan about having to play back-to-back. I remember when she thought it was too quick to come back from the All-Star game, and then it was, oh, here we go. We have to play 2 within 24 hours. And she goes out and gets like 6 points. But they got to play New York on back-to-backs. Okay, scheduling advantage, Las Vegas. They played Connecticut. Okay, Connecticut stinks. Game was at home. Only win by 8 points, though, give up 86. Played Seattle, won by 4, but Seattle has also lost 6 in a row, playing their worst basketball of the season. Beat Golden State, and then beat Golden State a couple times in a row. The first one was off of the massive 53-point loss to Minnesota, so they had some revenge. So 4 of those 5 games, I don't know, could be just me, but I kind of justify as well. Las Vegas had a built-in advantage. I don't know that they have a built-in advantage here. Phoenix is still in this playoff hunt and trying to hang on to one of the top 4 seeds. And Phoenix has had, as you mentioned, 4-5 days off. And I just think that does wonders for them. I think that their front line can hold up against Asia Wilson and Las Vegas and probably be better. And, off of last game, again, we've said it a few times now, but this Jewel Lloyd coming off the bench deal has provided benefits for Las Vegas. Is she going to continue to shoot the way she shot the other night? I'm not sure. We did see Becky Hammond make a change in the starting lineup. I talked about why is Kirsten Bell even in the starting lineup. She wasn't last game. They switched over to Dana Evans. I think Phoenix is the better team still, Ski. I think Las Vegas is way too dependent upon 3 players, and I think Phoenix has a lot of rest and motivation here. So, again, there was a lot of intuition built up into this, not a lot of statistical, technical, that type of stuff in this analysis, but I do think Phoenix is the right side here.
It's tough to go against that. It's tough to go against that. Phoenix, every time I bet them, they let me down.
How about the Aces?
It's the same thing. Same thing, both of these teams. So maybe this is when I need to sit on the sideline. Or maybe just look at the total. This game is important for both teams. I'm trying to look really quick. Post All-Star, we have Aces, our 10th defensive rated team. Just like I thought I was going to say, can I trust the Aces defense? No, the answer is always no. Mercury, though, number 3 defensive rated team, it's been the offense that's been slacking for them. If I'm liking the Mercury, I do trust them to play defense. That's been the most consistent thing there. Pace-wise, Mercury's been more up-tempo. They're 4th. Aces are 9th. It's a little bit tough. I think this is one I don't see an immediate advantage. Like a lot of times I look at the board, especially with 5 games, and see things jumping off the board to me. But today, I don't know. I'm trying to dodge those bombs today.
It's just as important.
Just as important, yeah. All right, we have one more game. One more game here, Vino. That is going to be 6:33, 6:34, Seattle and Atlanta. Opened up -1.5 for the Dream. 1.5 or 2, depending where you. Actually, I see some 2.5s out there, so it's all over the place. We'll call 2 the consensus. Total open 161.5, and I'm seeing it as low as 159.5. As far as injuries are concerned, nobody on the report for Seattle. Jordan Canada, I believe they said she's going to be out for like 2 weeks, so the Dream will be without her once again. These teams did just play on Wednesday, and like I said earlier, I was really, I mean, we had a good cap together too on the Dream team total over, but I was really proud of my cap on the Dream in general. And it kind of helped with the team total because the full game did not go over.
Right.
The full game, I think, got hooked or you lost by 1.5. But I'll read some of these things again. The Dream, and this game is being played. Actually, I said it's in Atlanta, but I think this is an overseas game, if I'm not mistaken.
It's in Vancouver, in Canada.
Okay, Vancouver. So not a true home game for either team. My first inclination when I hear stuff like that is they would like to have, everybody see points be scored, but that's just how I think. What I'm going to say here is the Dream are now 7-2 this season without Jordan Canada. They've beaten this Storm team twice without her this season. And post All-Star, I'm pretty sure this hasn't changed. Seattle is number 1 in paint attempts, and Atlanta is number 1 in paint field goal percentage allowed. So they're good at defending the paint, and that's all Seattle wants to do is go try to, get inside and shoot layups. And this is why I was proud of my cap, because I literally wrote this in my play. It says, while the Storm force 2 is the Dream gonna be letting it fly from deep, and that's all we saw. I mean, especially the corner 3. They allow the highest corner 3 percentage post All-Star, and the Dream, especially to end that third quarter, just lighting it up.
Howard.
Reggie Miller Howard.
Yeah. I think she scored 9 points in like 20 seconds or something.
I was loving it. I was going crazy. And Seattle, they haven't been very good getting to the free throw line. I think they're the second worst in free throw attempts. That should improve with Brittany Sykes, but hasn't improved enough lately. In Atlanta, they're number 1 at getting to the line. So it was a lot of advantages for Atlanta. What's going to change here, Ravino, in his second game within 1 day? It's hard. The Storm, they got 2 bigs over there for the Dream. You can't just go in there and pound in the paint or try to force everything in the paint. And we know the Dream are going to splash from 3 unless they just have a terrible shooting night. So to me, it sounds like over again or Dream again.
Well, let's say this about the total, and the reason why I'm not on this game total wise, and if I had to, maybe I would be on under, is the venue is just not common. Very unfamiliar venue for these teams. Nobody has shot at these rims. Who knows? It is an arena where the background shouldn't be that much of an effect, but still, it's a new gym or a new floor, new rims, new everything. So that kind of scares me off of full game total, but still you could go out there and score 180. The second thing is Vancouver really does support Seattle teams. But when I asked the question, I was on a show previous to coming on with you today, Ski, where the host is from Vancouver. And I said, you guys are probably going to have a full arena tonight, right? You said, no, won't be a full arena. Vancouver doesn't. They follow the Seahawks rapidly. They follow the Mariners. They follow the hockey team. I'll throw the chat a bone. They follow the Kraken, the hockey team, religiously, but they don't necessarily get behind the Storm. So if you're in an arena where it's maybe half packed, maybe the walk-up crowd will be decent, I'm not sure, and we're just going to match up personnel on both sides, why would you not play Atlanta? It's just no reason not to play Atlanta. The only thing you could really have for a reason, and it's half of a reason, it's not really even a reason. Well, Seattle's lost 6 in a row. They need it. Well, they needed the other 6 too, and they couldn't get there. And I saw on Twitter, and we'll mention our friend and colleague UCapper, right in the Seattle area, who said if they don't win this game tonight, this was at halftime. I saw his little comment on X. which said if Seattle doesn't win this game, Coach Quinn has to go. And when you're in that kind of stage, in that funk, it's not easy to climb out of, and it's not easy to climb out of against a good team like this. Atlanta has faced adversity after adversity after adversity, and they've come through to the point where they're the number 2 seed in the league right now. And they know New York goes to Minnesota tomorrow. They win here, they'll still be in the 2 spot, even if New York wins tomorrow. So I would look at Atlanta in this game, Ski. I don't think that the venue helps Seattle at all. I thought it might, but when I asked the question, I found out it probably doesn't bring a vocal crowd to Seattle's defense here to help out at all. Like you said before, unless Atlanta has a miserable shooting night from distance, they probably win. And we need to note they brought Brittany Griner off the bench the other night. Brianna Jones has been playing so well. She was the starting center the other night. So when you have Griner coming off the bench, to your point about bigs, Atlanta's got a lot of size at the rim. So I would look that way if I had to.
All right, we agree on this one. I think the chat just wants to bet for Quinn to be fired.
Okay,
they're on that consensus for tonight. Oh man!
Oh, real quick, Ski. It forced me that win the other day. Just to add to it, made me go and look at the Dream's odds to win the title. I found 12-1 with the Dream, and so I had to take a little bit of that because if any, I know Minnesota and New York, when healthy, are probably the 2 best teams on paper, but Atlanta doesn't seem to back down from anything. And if there's one of these teams, I know you got a little bit of Phoenix earlier. They're kind of the same thing. I wouldn't be surprised if Atlanta found their way into a title matchup here the way they're playing right now. They've got players.
Yeah, I like Atlanta a lot. Like the way they play. So I'm not mad at that at all. All right, Vino, we made it to the end of the show. That means it is best bet time. Before we get to that, I'll just ask you if there's anything you would like to promote. And if you do have a best bet for the show, feel free to share. If you do not, it's all good.
Quick promotion. I will say that, we do a basketball show here, so I should obviously talk about basketball, but football season does begin in earnest next week. Next Thursday, we have college football. So if any of you are looking to get on board season packages in college football, hop over to WagerTalk. You can see my link underneath. Last year, I had a tremendous final 10, 11 weeks of the college football season. Did a lot of work this offseason, so ready to roll here. Go over to WagerTalk.com. And also, while you're there, pick up your free 7-day subscription to Odds Logic. Again, if you want to stay on top of injuries, want to stay on top of weather, want to stay on top of the odds, the line movements, no better place to do it than Odds Logic. And you can get 7 days for free. So go over to WagerTalk.com. Find both of those there. Best bet, Ski. I'm going to go back to the middle game we talked about. I just think Indiana's going to push 90 points tonight. I think the total was, in fact, it was 82.5 when I bet it. Let me give an official number right now as we talk. Indiana's team total, well, I seem to have a delay here for whatever reason, but I do believe it was 80. Oh, here we go. No, I was wrong when I was talking about this. That number right now is 85.5. So you need to get to 86. I bet it at 84.5. So that was my mistake when I was quoting 82.5 earlier. I feel like they pushed 90 here. So Indiana team total up and over 85.5 for the best bet.
All right, good stuff from Vino there. I'll just a quick reminder that we do have 7-day all access for $69. So less than $10 per day. You can get 7 days all access. And to what Ravino said, I had a good college football and NFL last year. I think 20-something units for the season combined for both. So I am going to have a play in that week 1. I'm guaranteed going to have a play. I already know what it is. I'm just waiting to put it up. And that's college football I'm talking about. Best bet for the show. I'm going to stick to the same kind of thing we've been doing here. It's been working. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If you're telling me Indiana's going to score, I think Washington's going to score too. It is less defense on the court for them, but you also add a little bit more shooting and spacing, and that's going to help, especially if the Fever think they're going to play zone in this game. They'll shoot them right out of it. So 162.5 looks like the total for this one. That's what I'll use as my best bet for the show. Vino, man, this is killing me. Mark, man, I like Rabikina today, but if I don't say it right, it's Rabikina, one of the two. I think it's Rabikina though. But she was serving so good the last time I saw her, and I just thought she was in a good rhythm. But I very rarely will bet against Sabalenka, but I thought about it today. I'll say that. I don't go against Sabalenka or Ravino.
Well, I'm so happy to see that because I'm not an avid tennis follower, but my favorite women's tennis player, simply because of her demeanor on court, is Elena Rybakina. And to see her winning today against, the world's number one is good for me to see. She's had some difficulty. She's been through like 3 coaches in the last couple of years, I know, and some of her play has been unsteady. But to see her back and performing like that against world number one is pretty nice.
Absolutely. Man, let me get back over there and watch some of these tennis matches. All right, Vino, it's been great breaking down these games with you this week. We'll be back on Monday, I believe. If there's no game on Monday. I don't think there's a game. I'm not sure. If there's a game on Monday, we'll be here.
Yeah, I think it's the even number days. They're kind of like taking off here, and the odd number days are having a lot of games. So I did look ahead in the schedule. We might not have a game on Monday.
Yeah, I don't think we do. So then that'll be Tuesday. We'll be back here breaking these games down. We appreciate everybody in the chat. Everybody just trying to help each other win. And yeah, I agree with this too. Let's get it. I think Coco will win, but it's a hefty price you got to pay. Shout out to everybody out there on Twitch, X, YouTube Shorts, Kick, Apple, Spotify. We appreciate you all. We'll talk to you guys next week. Best of luck on all your bets until then.